If we can take Wink Live Doppler 3X full, we just want to give you an overview of what this is looking like now on our Doppler radar. And here you can see those bands really coming through. And if you're probably in your home, you're probably hearing a lot of that wind outside howling. But again, that is not the main event. These are just the bands from Hurricane Ian starting to come on shore.
Yeah, I do encourage anyone who's been up through Tuesday night to try to get some rest, because we're going to be still here in the morning when you wake up, and we'll be able to guide you through it. And Wednesday is going to be a very long day, I guess, as we are entering Wednesday right now. Charlotte County is one area very much a concern, and we have reporter Zach Oliveri standing by live right now at the Emergency Operations Center so he can give us the very latest. Zach, I know it's been a long day for you. What's going on there?
Lindsay, everyone's just getting some rest. It's been a long day for many people, here at the Emergency Operations Center. And everyone's just getting ready for what should be a very stress-filled and just hoping for the best, preparing for the worst type of day when the storm gets here. I was able to take a look outside through the windows here about what exactly we're starting to see right now. We're starting to see more rain pick up, the wind's starting to pick up, the rain's coming in sideways. We're starting to feel it a little bit up here, and everyone's just, the biggest message that I've gotten since I got here around 7 o'clock yesterday is that people need to take this very seriously, especially here in Charlotte County and frankly all over Southwest Florida. In Charlotte County, they're instructing people to stay inside. Don't be tempted to go outside and take a look at the storm. Stay inside. For those who didn't evacuate like they were supposed to, there's some danger involved with that, but they assure that if you stay inside, make sure any potential flying debris around your home is secure, you might be okay. And the biggest thing is we're going to have an update later this morning at 10 a.m. about what's next with the response. And they also assured me when I was here, since we've been here, that once the storm is over, and the 40-mile-per-hour winds will recede, because once that hits, they won't be able to come out and help you. Once that goes through, Public Works will be out assessing the damage, and also with Charlotte County Fire will be out there with chainsaws to clear out any road debris and any damage that's in the roads, to clear those roadways out so we could get back to some sense of normalcy pretty quickly. Live in Charlotte County, Zach Oliveri, Wink News.
All right, Zach, thank you very much. Let's get out now to Wink News weather authority meteorologist Casey Sherman. And Casey, you're taking a look at Wink Doppler 3X. What do you make of the latest radar scans and now this eye wall that is so evident?
It is, yeah, and that is the strongest part of the storm. Taking a look at this system, you can see that we're starting to see, of course, continuing to see those outer bands move in. This is what we've been looking at really for the past several hours now. That eye, where you see that center cleared out, that is the eye. Surrounding that is the worst part of the storm there, where we currently have the strongest of the winds. We're now seeing lightning within that too, which unfortunately it is a sign of some strengthening. So this system, it is going to be very powerful. And unfortunately, with the latest from the National Hurricane Center, we have seen a shift in our forecast cone. Let me show that to you right now, where we are now expecting a landfall in areas like Lee County or Charlotte County. Let's get a closer look at that forecast cone, a close-up shot there. This is the track taking it into, you can see here, Sanibel, Captiva, forecasting it to move over areas like Bokeelia into the Charlotte Harbor and then out through Punta Gorda as a major hurricane. Unfortunately, this is not a good scenario for us. This is going to be leading to big-time storm surge, which is something that we've kind of been now predicting here over the past about 12, 24 hours as we continue to see these shifts to the southeast. And this does mean we have now a high likelihood that our area will be experiencing that eye wall, where right now we're clocking winds on a velocity of about 120 miles per hour in spots. It is going to be a very strong system, certainly no doubt about that. Now, we still have the potential, remember, because this is a system that runs parallel to the coast, if it shifts even a little bit down the road here to the west, that would mean that we could see little less impacts. It could also, though, be shifting still farther south and east. These are the things that we'll be watching here. But right now, regardless, we are going to be looking at some significant impacts. We're beginning to feel those right now. but the time of the most impacts is going to really kick off once we start to see daylight today. And we're expecting landfall sometime, I would say, between noon and 6 p.m. It's going to depend on how far south or how far north across the coast is. But noon to 6 p.m. is when we're really going to be in the thick of things and looking at what's going to be kind of our worst conditions when it comes to the rain and the wind, when it comes to also that storm surge threat, as we start to see all that water being pushed up across our coastal zone. So let's take a look at that storm surge threat. With this latest forecast cone, we have seen now upgrades to our numbers for Collier County. So Collier County, if you're from Bonita Beach southward, along the Collier County coast, we have seen those numbers increase now to 6 to 10 feet. As far as our storms, potential storm surge map goes, and this is the one with a lot of colors, I will say the National Hurricane Center cautions using this just because it's a reasonable worst case scenario, but we'd rather prepare for the worst. If you have not yet evacuated in these areas in red, right now is your time to do so. It doesn't mean you don't have to go far. You can just go to a friend's house that's a little bit farther inland. But these areas, you need to be evacuated and take this situation seriously. We're looking at the potential of seeing over 9 feet of storm surge for these areas in red. And you see these time frames on here. These are the high tide time frames. That's when we're going to be looking at the water being pushed up against the shore, coupled with the fact that it's going to be at its highest level from high tide. Now, I will say storm surge forecasts, they do forecast in high tide. That is baked into the forecast. But this would be a better scenario if it were more towards, rather the landfall, the time that's going to be parallel, was more towards the low tide time frame. Unfortunately, that's not the case. By around anywhere between 3 to 6 p.m. where those high tides are showing, Boca Grande, Gasparilla Sound, Englewood, Charlotte Harbor, that's about the same time that the system is going to be paralleling the coast. And that's the same time we get that onshore flow that pushes this water up against those coastal lines. So there's a look into Charlotte County. This is Lee County, same kind of messaging. Our high tides range anywhere from 2:38 p.m. in Captiva to 5:41 p.m. in Matlacha, 6:13 p.m. in Cape Coral, and 7:06 p.m. in Fort Myers. Similar, as we see these tides rise at the same time, we're going to start to see that onshore flow, that water being pushed up from Ian in its strong wind field. Notice those areas in red. Those have issued are under evacuation orders. Again, right now, you're going to be, if you do evacuate, dealing with some rain, some gusty winds, but nothing you can't handle. If you have not evacuated in those areas, I highly recommend doing so because we will be looking at the potential of seeing 9, perhaps up to 12 feet, as you just saw, on that storm surge range that I gave you for both Charlotte and Lee County. Traveling farther south into Collier County, these areas in red here, this is for everyone from basically the Naples area, at least if you're along Naples Bay here. We've got some yellow there as well, along with orange. Here is around the downtown Naples area, Naples Bay. Traveling farther south, let's go over to Marco Island. We've got quite a bit of red and also orange for Marco Island. That indicates storm surge of 6 to 9 feet. That high tide time frame is 3:21 for Marco Island. Everglades City, you are all in the red. That is for the potential of seeing storm surge of 9 feet or over, and that high tide is around 3:35. If we go ahead, let's go ahead and time out Ian now with that future track model, because I do want to show you what those winds could be potentially looking like. So this is this morning, very early on. We're seeing Ian approach the coast. From here, it starts to travel northward. This is 6 a.m. tomorrow. So Collier County, your high tides, while they do occur around 2 to 3 p.m., likely going to start to see most of the storm surge beginning at 6 a.m. or so this morning. Those winds pushing that storm surge up, that is going to create those certainly water inundation for areas like Everglades City. The water doesn't have anywhere to go at that point in time. It pushes it up against the coast and it kind of just piles there. 6 a.m. today, we're going to start to see that then begin piling up also for areas as this travels northward, like Lee County, Estero Bay, over towards Sanibel, Captiva. This is 8:30 this morning. Here is the eye of this system. We continue with this onshore flow for the 10,000 Islands area, Chokoloskee, Everglades City, Marco Island. At that point in time, you're going to start to see that storm surge kind of piling up. As we travel northward, you can notice kind of the progression of the storm surge here. As the system travels northward, the storm surge is going to be shifting northward. So we're looking at 10:30. We start to see this piling up across areas like Estero Bay, Fort Myers Beach. There is that southerly onshore flow that piles up the water, and here's that center of circulation. By that point in time, we're also going to begin to see the water levels rise along the Caloosahatchee River at that point in time, areas like Pine Island Sound. As this travels north, and you can see this model, it does show that landfall pretty close to what the National Hurricane Center is showing. Somewhere across Captiva, Sanibel, into the Charlotte Harbor. Here are those winds piling up. By 1:30, 2 p.m., that's when we'll be looking at those storm surge rising in those areas, and then out towards areas like Captiva, Sanibel, and those are around the times, 2, 3 p.m., that we're going to be looking at high tide. So again, it's around that landfall time frame that we will see some of the highest storm surge potential. We're talking about anywhere between about noon today through about 6 p.m. And then we continue to see that even with the storm exiting as we head into tonight. So even with the system beginning to pull away, we're still looking at an onshore flow that continues to pile up the water. As we head into tomorrow, we're going to start to see at least some improvement. So this is a very strong system and one to be taken seriously. It is a Category 3 hurricane with 120 mile per hour max sustained winds right now. We are going to continue to track this out, and I will have much more in regards to what we're expecting with rain. I'm going to time out the winds fully coming up in just a bit. But right now I'm going to toss it back to Corey and Lindsay.
All right, Casey, thank you. And if you're looking at the 11 p.m. update and hoping maybe there's going to be a change, at this point, folks, this is very much a Southwest Florida storm. We do get our next full advisory at 5 o'clock in the morning, and that's when Casey and Nash Rhodes and our team are going to be alerting you. But I think waiting to see if it shifts west, it doesn't matter at this point. We are going to feel the brunt of this.
Yeah, you know, earlier, I even think Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt said the time has passed for those major shifts. So we know that this is going to be a storm that's going to be devastating parts of Southwest Florida, and we have been preparing for that. So let's go to reporter Liz Byro, who is on Vanderbilt Beach. Liz, what are the effects you're feeling right now?
Well, I don't know if you guys can hear it at home, but the wind is just howling. It's whistling. And the trees, you can see they'll stop for a little bit. The wind will slow down, and then it will just pick right back up again. The palm fronds will just start spinning around, and the rain is definitely coming down. Like you said, we're at Vanderbilt Beach Resort, and this seems to be one of the few hotels that is still open and not evacuated. Now, the staff has been very kind to us, brought us water, checking in, but right now it seems that they are locked in now. The lobby is closed, and we'll bring you more updates as they come in, but stay safe out there. For now, in Naples, Liz Byro, Wink News.
All right, Liz, thank you very much. And if we can, show the Punta Gorda camera, because this gives you a good idea of what it's like outside, even a lot of lightning coming in. We're seeing a lot of the wind and a lot of the rain coming down. It's been coming down now, I'd say, since Tuesday morning, since earlier this morning, a steady rain. So if you have a pool in your backyard, you're probably seeing the pool start to get fuller and fuller already.
And those low-lying areas that we know of that traditionally flood just with our heavy rainstorms going to be dealing with a lot of that too. Again, this is a live look. Fisherman's Village is what you were looking at in Punta Gorda. I'd like to turn now to Adriana Shepard, who is joining us from downtown Fort Myers, an area that is very quiet. We saw businesses boarding up yesterday. And Andy, how is it where you are?
Still very quiet, not seeing many people, if people at all. I did see a man just over this way walking his dog, but he's since disappeared. I would assume that he went back inside. And in terms of weather, pretty quiet too. It's a little windy, it's a little annoying if anything, but it's nothing bad. You can see a little bit of the wind in the tree back here, but nothing terrible. Same goes with the rain. It's a slight sprinkle. Barely anything at all. We've definitely seen worse in our normal everyday afternoon storms. So that doesn't mean it's going to be like this all day. Still a little windy, still a little rainy, still very, very empty. The water doesn't look terribly bad right now either. It is kind of moving out toward the Caloosahatchee, if I could pick a direction that way. But still not a terrible condition out here right now. Just a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain. but all in all, pretty quiet. Live in downtown Fort Myers, Andriana Shepard, Wink News.
And when she talks about the water moving out, that is something that we saw firsthand in 2017 with Hurricane Irma. It's kind of an eerie moment, but you see that reverse storm surge where everything goes out. And then that's when you know, eventually after Ian moves through is when we are going to see the surge come in. So we'll deal with the wind, and then we'll get the storm surge.
And speaking of the storm surge, this is a big reason why these mandatory evacuations were ordered earlier today for many parts of Lee County and Charlotte County as well. Let's go over to Taylor Petrus showing those evacuation zones. And Taylor, I have a lot of questions from viewers asking, how can I find out my specific address and what zone I am in?
Sure, Corey, Lindsay. So we have a really great map here from Florida Disaster on the emergency management page for the state. Really maps out the colors that you need to be looking at. And you can even put in your address to really pinpoint and find out what zone you're in. So here in Lee County, we know mandatory evacuations for all of A, B, parts of C. So A is in the red here. These are our coastal barrier areas, also areas along the waterway. So you should probably know you're in Zone A. They made those evacuation orders at 7 o'clock yesterday, giving you ample amount of time to prepare, make a plan, find a place to go if you do need to. So again, they are our coastal areas. We have Captina and Sanibel, Pine Island, Matlacha, parts of Cape Coral even, going down to Estero, Fort Myers Beach, even along the Caloosahatchee. Even though you're just by water, you don't have to be by a beach. Those storm surges are possible. Zone B is in orange. So again, those are parts of Cape Coral, also going into other parts of Fort Myers. That's in the Whiskey Creek, Fort Myers Villas area, down by the shops down there, Bell Tower shops, going into San Carlos Park. And then parts of C, those are in yellow as well. We have all this information for you, of course, on winknews.com to help you know where you are. Again, up here, you can type in your address to even pinpoint it even further. And as we've been talking about, we are already starting to see some of those rains and that some wind coming through our area. We are already experiencing power outages. I want to show you this picture from Punta Gorda. They put this out just a couple hours ago, showing this picture of linemen staged and ready to go right there in downtown Punta Gorda, ready to respond as soon as it is safe to respond to those power outages. And we are starting to see those already here coming in overnight. Taking a look at LCEC's map. We are seeing several outages right now. Nothing crazy from LCEC customers, just a few here and there. And important to note during this time, they cannot guarantee when this is going to be back on for you. They are going to wait as soon as it's safe to get out there, try to restore your power. You do have to be patient. And they say the numbers that you may see on this outage map may not be accurate either. So take that in consideration as we move through the next 24 hours. So at LCEC's map, I can't zoom in very far here, but it looks like we have some on Pine Island, a couple on Sanibel, some parts in South Cape Coral, looks like a couple maybe near the downtown Fort Myers, possibly North Fort Myers area as well. Not too many at the moment. Taking a look at FPL's outage map, I believe Lee is the most right now with a little more than 1,000 people without power right now. I was seeing about 500 in Collier County. Actually, the worst of those outages right now over on the East Coast, places like Broward, Palm Beach County, where they saw some tornadoes move through just a couple hours ago. And I've seen videos of those trees knocked down, some pretty significant wind and storms moving through the east coast of Florida. So they actually have more power outages right now. But again, this is something we are going to keep an eye on. We are expecting as we move through the next 24 hours. And again, those linemen, they are going to wait, ride out the storm as soon as it is safe. They are going to get out there, try to restore your power as quickly as they can, but you do need to be patient. Also a good time to have all your devices charged at this time. That way you can stay with us here at Wink News as we continue to track Hurricane Ian.
Taylor, thank you. And, in talking with FPL back when we did our hurricane special, FPL has the smart grids now. So they're going to know exactly where the power is out. They say if we have power outages, you don't have to necessarily report it because they can zero in of where they have to respond to first. LCEC also saying if it's a widespread outage, don't worry about reporting it because they're more than likely going to already know.
And unfortunately, I think as we look at the eye wall, you noting it's very defined now. We are going to be dealing with power outages. It's not if, it's a matter of when. We are going to take a short break and check in with meteorologist Casey Sherman afterward. But as we leave you here, I'd like to give you a live look in Key West at the southernmost point. I know it is very dark, but look there and you see the waves crashing over that iconic red buoy.
This is Wink News special live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
When you think Miami, lots of things come to mind. But when you think Homestead Miami, it's everything. The vibrancy of South Beach and the calm of the Keys. It's where you get a weekend of a million thrills, leading to one of the final chances to make it to the championship four. It's everything we all think of when we think Miami, but so much more.
I love this damn racetrack.
Get your tickets now at HomesteadMiamiSpeedway.com.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn. And here the horses come. Maverick is moving up the outside. And they're racing on the track. It's Maverick coming down to the 8 pole. Liberty Bell racing. He comes down to the line again. He's there. Back and back. And through the goal. He's the wire. And
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
Hey, off-roaders, decorators, even lunchtimers. AutoNation Toyota is here for you and every driver, and we love getting you on the road. Right now, lease a new 2022 Toyota Highlander for just $369 a month, or new 2023 Camry for only $279 a month. Hurry to AutoNation Toyota or AutoNation.com. What drives you drives us. AutoNation Toyota.
Just outside of a town called Basic is Basic Lake, where families gather together for some basic fun. And if you have the 2022 Nissan Rogue, with a VC turbo engine and 5 drive modes, you can climb above Basic and find a trail where no one else goes. The 2022 Nissan Rogue, anything but basic.
Get 1.9% financing for 36 months on 10 models, like Rogue, with best-in-class fuel economy.
We now return to Wink News special continuing live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Well, welcome back to Wink News here. We are going to bring in our meteorologists, Nash Rhodes and Casey Sherman. They're fine-tuning this forecast. But we're getting a lot of different questions from you. And, this is the next 24 hours is really when we are going to be in the main weather event. First of all, let's start with that shift just so slightly. Casey, I'd like to ask you, Collier County, we've been telling you all along to be prepared, but unfortunately, that shift, it's now impacting that area more. And I was thinking as Taylor was highlighting the evacuations, folks along Bonita Beach Road who maybe were debating that now. They were in Lee County, but right on that county line, Zone B. What should they be anticipating, and even further south into the heavy portion of Collier County on the coast here now we're talking?
Right, yeah. If you are on the coast, I mean, the likelihood of seeing storm surge for those immediate coastal areas of Collier County, it is likely. We're forecasting storm surge 5 to about 8 feet there, where you are also going to be feeling some strong winds. I will say coastal Collier probably won't see the brunt of the impacts, but if you can evacuate, if you are in those evacuation zones that have had those evacuation orders, that's for a reason. The officials give that because if you do perhaps have a medical emergency and you stay, there's a chance that the medical emergency, or rather the emergency officials, they won't be able to get to you. Firefighters, policemen, people that do work for emergency services. So I would just, in my opinion, heed those warnings. I know it's kind of hard because you want to stay with your home in this scenario. You want to make sure everything goes smoothly. But those evacuation orders, they are issued for a reason. And especially when you account for, and they do account for this from those emergency officials, they account for these possible wobbles and they over-prepare, but that's what you should be doing. You want to over-prepare. It's always better safe than sorry.
And I think, when we got that new 11 o'clock forecast cone, that was a very sobering moment, I think, for a lot of people who were on the verge of leaving. I have family members who saw that and said, okay, like now is the time to leave. So we're all in this together. You know, we all have to make those decisions. I want to get Nash to a question from a viewer, Wendy, and I'm getting questions from people who are living southern but inland. She lives in Golden Gate Estates, asking what are they going to be feeling even if they are further away from the coastline?
The important thing to remember with Ian specifically is, of course, every storm is different, and Ian is a very large storm and growing still. We're looking at a wind field of tropical storm force winds that could extend roughly 300 miles, if not just under that, away from the storm. So inland zones will more likely than not feel those tropical storm force winds. Potentially, we could even see hurricane force winds inland, depending on where exactly that eye makes landfall and how far it stays consolidated as it tracks inland eventually.
And so you don't just have to look at, obviously the coastline is going to bear the brunt of it, but even if you live inland, you're going to be feeling this storm.
And that's why you need to be thinking about, if you haven't already, identify that interior part of your home. For me, it's the laundry room, you know, the closet maybe, the pantry, all places, you know, you shouldn't be seeing the storm. Hopefully you've got those shutters up, but on top of that, you still want to have that extra protection, that layer. And we are simulcasting on 96.9 and 101.1. So you guys are going to be here along with Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt, walking people through and saying, okay, just because it's quiet does not necessarily mean it's safe to go outside. Let's prepare people, Casey, for what's to come during the daylight hours. When do you think, starting south, working north, we're going to start to see the main event for this?
Main event, it's probably going to begin for Collier County first. So we're talking about for Collier County about 6 a.m., I would say, through 11 a.m. for some of the strongest of the winds. But even as that system moves north of Collier County throughout the day and it's beginning to pass your area, storm surge on the backside of it's still going to be an issue. Moving up through Lee County, I would say beginning at around 10, 11 a.m., those winds really starting to pick up, continuing through about 3, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock into this evening. And these times may be a little bit shifting. It depends on how far south this makes landfall. If it is more of a southerly track, that means you could be feeling those impacts a bit earlier. If it's more of a northerly track, a little bit later there. But I would say plan for in Lee County, biggest time frame is going to be between 10 a.m. through about 5, 6 p.m. Charlotte County, kind of similar timing. And even as the system moves northward, though, into tonight, storm surge is really going to still be felt on the backside of it, and that's going to be kind of our main concern from this system just in general. I think a lot of us, we can't handle the winds, we can't handle the rain. It's the water, the rising water that you can't, you know, really run from.
And let's talk about the storm surge, because, you know, you may start seeing that water rise, especially if you live along the water, and think, okay, not too bad. It keeps rising, though, after the storm, and that's where we get into that trouble.
Right, yeah, and even as the winds, you know, lighten up, just thinking, and the rain lightens up, oh, the storm's past us. But with this kind of track, you know, it's going to continue to pile up. And with a persistent onshore wind, it's going to prevent it from receding for a while. And that's really kind of the key message with storm surge.
Okay.
I know I had so many friends text me saying the tornado warnings from late last night, you know, through the evening kept my kids up. I texted my husband, how are our kids doing? Nash, tornadoes, are those still a threat until we get into the main event, as we are entering now the early morning hours of Wednesday?
Yeah, unfortunately, tornadoes will likely, or at least tornado warnings will likely be the new norm for the next 24 to 36 hours or so. As that eye wall gets closer to us, and as those storms continue to grow and get stronger within the strongest of those inner bands, I think we'll start to see that threat increase, especially within the next 6 hours. Many of our models actually maximize that tornado threat, and that's why those tornado watches were extended farther north earlier this morning. You may have gotten those alerts for that.
We heard them, that's for sure. I mean, they're very startling. And we were talking about finding that location in your home. You know, even my daughter was kind of walking through the house, questioning, okay, where are we going to go if one of these tornadoes does pop up? I want to pull up the satellite image. I believe it's on Weather One, and this just shows you how large this storm is, Casey. This is a massive storm, very well defined at this point.
It is, and you know, unfortunately, we are anticipating even additional strengthening. And you can see kind of this span this takes up. We're seeing those outer bands right now reach all the way to portions of the Bahamas down through Cuba. and of course up through our area where we're seeing some of those rain bands push through. We've begun to see those winds get gusty, and as it continues to travel northward, we could see that wind field expand even more. So, we've been saying throughout the week, this track is reminiscent of Charlie, but the thing is, this is a much larger storm than Charlie. So the impacts are going to be felt a bit wider because of the fact that this is just a larger system.
And we know you guys are going to be here with us, walking us through all of that. We are just hearing from our producer that the winds are really picking up on Fort Myers Beach. And I believe reporter Annette Montgomery is live there for us now. Annette, walk us through what you're hearing and seeing out there.
Lindsay, I have to tell you, this is an area that is experiencing some serious wind. I'm actually going to have my photographer show you. We have sandbags on top of this light, and it keeps flying. I've actually been flying myself at certain points because of this wind. It's just really bad. I'm going to show you actually behind me. You can see a downed palm tree. Right now, we haven't seen any trees down, but I will tell you, we told you all yesterday afternoon that we saw Fort Myers Beach gas stations boarded up, and I can confirm they are still boarded up today. And not only are the windows and doors boarded up on the buildings, but all of the gas pumps that we have passed do have bags on top of them, so none of the gas stations are open. Now I'm going to walk over to this side because I know that you all have been talking about the water today, and I just want to show you the water that we're seeing right here. This is the beach.
And we apologize. It sounds like we're going to be losing a little bit of connectivity issues with Annette, who again is giving us a live picture on Fort Myers Beach. We'll try and check back in with her. That's bound to happen as our crew is live television. Things are kind of moving all around there, but she was explaining very windy conditions. We're going to leave her there just to kind of give us an idea of what's going on a little bit through the morning, but then at some point we are going to be moving her too. We want to make sure all of our crews stay safe out there.
If we can, let's take a camera looking at the Sanibel Causeway, and here you can see, I know it's dark, but the water, we're starting to see that negative surge, the water being sucked out more and more from this storm. And reporter Claire Galt is on Sanibel right now, an area where evacuations have been taking place. Claire, what are you noticing on Sanibel out there? I imagine it's pretty quiet at this point.
I'm standing out here on the balcony of my hotel right now, and it's too dark for you to see, but there is water here behind me. Now, I'm starting to notice that water is getting a little bit choppier, rain is getting a little bit heavier, and wind is picking up a bit. Now, about 15 minutes ago, my photographer Jack and I drove by the Sanibel Causeway to try to get an idea of what's going on, and we saw a similar situation, water starting to get a bit choppier. Now, like you guessed, the island is pretty quiet. We really haven't seen anybody at all except for one family who was checking into our hotel about an hour ago. They told me they left their home in Cape Coral because they were scared of flooding. And so they came all the way here to Sanibel, packed up their family of 5 and their puppy and checked into this hotel because they told me they thought being at an elevated height in a hotel would be a better option.
Well, we knew some people here, and they said that we could get a room, so we decided to come here because it's safer because of the surge. And you never know how bad it's going to be until it's coming directly at you. So we decided to be wise and go higher ground.
Now, remember that evacuation order for Sanibel is mandatory, so the city is urging you to evacuate. And as of 10 p.m. last night, fire and EMS will not be taking any calls. In fact, they are off of the island. So if you choose to stay here, if you choose not to evacuate, and you need help, you're on your own. Live in Sanibel, Claire Galt, Wink News.
Thanks, Claire. And I think if you are thinking about that, I want to just read a little bit of a message from the Sanibel mayor, Holly Smith. She emailed this to our team yesterday, and it says, I left our island about an hour ago, and I can tell you it was surreal to drive a deserted Periwinkle Way and cross that causeway. And she says, I know it's difficult to leave your home and our island, even in the face of a hurricane, but evacuating before Ian arrives is critically important. There's so many new folks down here, Corey. I know it's scary, and Casey mentioned this earlier. You want to be by your home. If you are in those evacuation zones, you really need to heed the warning. Like Casey mentioned, there's science to this, and they are taking into account worst case scenario here, and we need to prepare for that so you're not left stranded somewhere.
And look, it's a very emotional thing, you know, to leave your home and all your memories and your items behind, but sometimes you have to make that really tough decision. for your life and your family's life, even your pets. But if you are not in one of those evacuation zones, maybe further inland, and you're staying put, let's go over to KC because she has some great advice for us on what you guys should be doing if you are staying put inside your home.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you have to prepare for, of course, even if you're inland and you're not in those evacuation zones, is certainly the potential for power outages and also not getting water or gas. So remember, fill that bathtub. You'll want to also adjust your refrigerator to the coldest setting. The reason why you want to fill your bathtub is you can use that water. Take a bucket, set it out next to your bathtub, and use it to refill your toilet, the tank there that's on the top, to be able to flush it. Also, you can use that down the road if you do need something to bathe with, water in sinks. Adjust refrigerator to the coldest setting now before you lose power because it'll be at least at its coldest, and try to prevent opening it as much as you can if you do lose power to keep your food from spoiling. Also, another tip here is going to be fully charge those cell phones, and if you have a portable charger, try to charge that as well. Locate that safe space. We have already had some ongoing tornado warnings across the area, and with the potential and unfortunately with the latest National Hurricane Center forecast cone, it is looking more likely that we are going to see the eye wall of the system move through our area. That's essentially just a prolonged period of time where you're looking at tornado-like winds. So locate that safe space in an interior room of your home, away from windows. Bathtubs are great, that extra plumbing, if you've not filled the bathtub, that is with water, or just in the bathroom in general, that extra plumbing that surrounds the bathroom, if it's an interior room, it actually adds to a little bit of additional structure when it comes to the potential of seeing some of those extremely strong and damaging winds. Also, turn off major appliances if you do have a power outage. That's to reduce the chance of damage from storm surge. The generator, if you have one, it needs to be a minimum distance of 15 feet from the home. So that does not mean putting it in the garage. It does not mean having it in a faraway room in your home. It needs to be outside, and it needs to be about 15 feet away. So all good tips if you are planning on staying, and I'm sure a lot of people have, if you're not in those evacuation zones, you'll be able to ride out the storm. Those that are in the evacuation zones, though, there's a reason why you had a mandatory evacuation, and if you have not yet left, I would highly encourage you to do so. Winks Live Doppler 3X showing the center of the system as it continues to make its way away from Cuba, bringing outer bands through portions of the Keys, where that center of circulation, that eye, is currently about 98 miles away now from Marco Island. Of course, this is the strongest part of that storm, where we have begun to see quite a bit of lightning across the eye wall. That is a sign of strengthening, and we could certainly see additional strengthening. In fact, our forecast to see additional strengthening into a Category 4 hurricane with a landfall now projected here in Southwest Florida. It is a very serious situation. I don't want to scare anyone, but this is a very serious scenario that we have been preparing for the potential of. We've said throughout this week, it has a potential of shifting south and east, and we still could see that even today. Any little wobble, a mile to the east, a mile to the west, will eventually make a big time track difference in where this thing makes landfall. If you were here for Charlie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This eye wall, it's about 14 to 20 miles wide. That is going to be the region featuring those winds of up to around 120 miles per hour. Locally right now, many of us were just dealing with some light to moderate rain, some gusty winds. Again, if you have not yet evacuated for those areas where they had mandatory evacuations, not bad right now. I would say do it. And remember, you don't have to evacuate very far. You can just head to a friend's house that's inland. Even that would make a huge difference. Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda right now dealing with some light to moderate rain, some quick bands passing through the area. We've been tracking some rotation from time to time. Thankfully, we have not had any reports of tornadoes touching the ground here in our area. area. Though you may have kind of woke up to what was some loud soundings on your phone. We had some tornado warnings issued even for Lee County earlier this morning. And this is going to be a potential really as we head throughout the day today and we continue to see these bands rotate in across our area. And it's that kind of high wind field that it's in the upper levels of the atmosphere from this hurricane that, along with the friction from the ground, that leads to that high potential of seeing quick tropical spin-ups. The good news is they tend to not last very long, but they still can be very destructive. So wind speeds right now, these are our sustained winds. Currently, they are picking up as anticipated. They're running anywhere between about 17 to 28 miles per hour on Sanibel. And you'll notice that direction is currently out of the east to northeast. And that's what's currently bringing the tide out actually at the moment. We will continue to see that happen with reverse storm surge as we head through the rest of tonight. So if you're waking up tomorrow morning with that first daylight, and if you do live on those waterways and you did not cover your windows with hurricane shutters, you may see that the water has receded quite a bit for those waterways. We already saw that yesterday in areas like Fort Myers Beach, down through Naples Beach, and certainly we'll be waking up to some of that today. Keep in mind, though, it's going to go the other way. There's going to be a moment in time where it gets and goes back to normal. And then from that point onward, we're going to start to see the water levels rise. So I just want to time out what kind of progression we're looking at as far as the storm surge goes. Here's the center of circulation of Ian as we travel through the overnight time frame. This is 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're still looking at an offshore flow for most areas, but we're beginning to see some water pile up for areas like Sanibel and along the eastern side of Captiva. From there, the system moves northward. Notice that southerly wind at about 10 a.m. Areas like Chokoloskee, Everglades City, 10,000 Islands, you're going to start to see that water rise, water pushing towards the shore. This is also going to be the case for areas like Sanibel, that water pushing towards the shore, along with areas like Fort Myers Beach beginning at that point in time, and even the Charlotte Harbor with these winds out of the, the southeast by about 10 a.m., you'll start to see that on the western side, the Cape Hayes Peninsula of Charlotte Harbor. Progressing this farther north, here's about 3:30 this afternoon, so we're talking about 2 to 3 p.m. That's when we're likely going to continue to see more storm surge up against Fort Myers Beach, Estero Bay. By that point in time, Naples, Collier County, areas like Vanderbilt Beach, you'll start to see storm surge 2, 3, onward into 4 p.m., and we'll continue to see that through the Charlotte Harbor in the opening of the Myakka and the Peace River. Here's through 6 p.m., we start to see those winds now out of the south and west. Caloosahatchee River, it's your turn. That's when we'll start to see that storm surge. Winds out of the southwest at around 5, 6, 7 p.m., we'll really start to see the water levels rise at that point in time, along with areas like Pine Island and ongoing still for the Charlotte Harbor. Here's 11 p.m. tonight. You can kind of get the progression, how it moves from south to north here. The system moving inland. We still have storm surge as these winds are still pushing that water on shore as they come out from the west. Still ongoing storm surge for the Caloosahatchee River, Charlotte Harbor, and even down through coastal Collier County for areas like Naples. So timing out your winds, that's your storm surge as far as the winds go. Already starting to see them pick up. These are our future wind gusts. Heading into tonight, we're looking at what should be by tomorrow morning, some hurricane force winds across areas like Sanibel, up through Captiva, down through areas like Fort Myers Beach, those gusts of up to and over 75 miles per hour. This system begins to approach and get closer to our inland zones. Winds strengthen 1, 2, 3 p.m. Eye wall projected to move on shore, I would say anywhere between about 3 o'clock through about 5, 6 p.m. this evening, and that would be bringing the strongest winds on shore at that point in time for Lee, Charlotte, and also DeSoto County. For more on the track of this system and what the system is doing right now, we're going to turn it over to meteorologist Nash Rhodes with a look at that satellite.
Yeah, I want to give you the latest information as far as the details on Hurricane Ian. As you can see here in the top right corner, advisory as of 12:30 a.m. They did put out an updated advisory, but we got no new updated wind speeds with that advisory and no new updated pressure level. It was primarily just to tweak a few warnings and advisories they already had in place. Currently, Category 3 status with 120-mile-per-hour sustained winds. Let's get into what exactly that Category 3 status means. I do want to pull up the Saffir-Simpson scale. This is the gold standard as to what we use to show the categories for hurricanes. And as you can see right now, squarely within that Category 3 status, 120-mile-per-hour sustained winds with devastating damage possible. However, as we are keeping a very close eye on Ian, it does look like it is strengthening in the latest scans, and I would not be shocked if the National Hurricanes forecast does come into fruition, and we do see this eventually become a Category 4 hurricane with at least 130-mile-per-hour winds as it does make its approach into southwest Florida. Winks Live Doppler 3X showing those bands continuing to pour into Collier County. We're also seeing Hendry and Lee counties with more of those spotty showers and storms, and these rain bands are prolific producers of rain. It's not like your average thunderstorms that you would typically see here during the rainy season with the big, thick water droplets. No, it's more like a mist or a heavy water vapor that basically starts from a trickle and then comes down very quickly. In fact, these lighter bands, these yellow bands you can see here, can be a little bit deceiving at times. Some of those storms fairly strong in their nature and also packing a punch as far as the gusty winds are concerned with them. I want to give you a closer look at that eye right now. Currently about 80 to 70 miles to the south and west of Marco Island, at least that outer eye wall. You can see all of that lightning there on the outer edge showing that this is likely intensifying. And we actually did see Ian go through an eye wall replacement cycle earlier tonight. And what that does is actually it punches a hole in that eye wall. When that eye gets too tight to sustain itself, you start to see these bands file through and replace that eye. And now that it is nearly completely encapsulated and has pretty much completed that eye wall replacement, we would expect this system to then strengthen. The last advisory actually bumped up the pressure levels with this storm, which actually means that it would be weakening, and that was likely because of that eye wall replacement cycle. Now that it has completed that cycle, I would expect it to strengthen within the next advisory that we do see. The number of lightning strikes we see around that eye solely between that 70 to 80 mark within the past 45 minutes. Expect that number to uptick as we do see this storm strengthen. Winks Live Doppler 3X showing some of those storms with a deviant motion to the west, actually pushing through Port Charlotte. We were tracking these earlier for some loose rotation. For now, all clear. If anything changes, we will be the first to let you know. Farther to the south, Collier County, we're seeing more and more of these isolated cells. These are the ones that we'll have to watch for some loose rotation. We're already seeing a little bit of it with those storms, at least high off the surface. As they do get close to Winks Live Doppler 3X, we will be able to pinpoint exactly which one of these storms are capable of producing a tornado if any of them were to get warned. For now, though, we are in the all clear. The National Weather Service actually about 15 minutes ago highlighting these cells and highlighting additional thunderstorms rolling off the Atlantic to have that potential to see some rotation over the next few hours. We talk about that front right quadrant of the storm. As you can see here, the strongest winds, highest storm surge, but additionally that tornado potential possible. That's what we've seen over the past few hours, and it will be maximized over the next few hours as well. Tornado potential at the moment, you can see these light green shadings just loosely encapsulating all of the wink viewing area, and especially out there on the east side of the state where we've already had confirmed tornadoes out there east of Lake Okeechobee. For now, we haven't had any confirmed tornadoes here locally. We will see that tornado threat potentially increase or ramp up over the next few hours as this storm does approach us and we stay on that front right quadrant beginning by about 2 to 3 a.m., that maximum tornado threat there. And that's why we do indeed have tornado watches in place for all of South Florida. They didn't just put them up for just Southwest Florida. In fact, that tornado watch going as far north as Highlands County, it looks like in this latest update, DeSoto County as well, and that tornado watch continuing until 5 a.m. And by that point, they will either renew these watches or we will start to see some of the stronger impacts from Ian as it makes its approach. More details on the tornado threat, and of course, if anything goes warned, we'll continue to keep you updated here at the Wink Weather Authority.
All right, Nash, thank you very much. Here is video just coming in the newsroom of the destruction left behind in Cuba. Ian made landfall in Cuba at 4:30 Tuesday morning, so just yesterday, and look at this. Wow. And these children there, their homes are flooded, roofs are ripped. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's all the water that was inundating parts of Cuba. And I just read that virtually all the power now has been knocked out, offline there in Cuba.
Very tough situation for them, stranded on the island. And we know so many folks here have ties to that island, many families there. And the days and months ahead are going to be recovery. Let's get over to Lisa Hudson, who is getting brand new video coming in from Key West showing us the conditions there. Where specifically is that, Lisa?
So this is a live cam from the Washington Examiner. It's basically looking out over downtown Key West. We have another cam right here that is right on Front Street, and you can see the water filling up all the way up to the cones right here. It's kind of been a slow mover. You can slowly see, I've watched it just over the last 30 minutes or so, and you can slowly see the water rising there. This fence, a lot of people commenting, watching live from other parts of the country, kind of watching this fence here, wondering when that's going to go. Again, the storm, we're starting to see those wind bands hitting some of the palm trees. Again, this is Front Street in Key West. Here's another look as well. It kind of gives you an overview of the tops of the buildings there. You can see the trees swaying. You can see how much wind is really blowing in that area. Again, we're just starting to see some of the bands hit this area on Front Street here. Again, this Ian making an impact all the way through the state of Florida, guys.
That's just the start. We've got to deal with us still here and then the potential crossing over to Lisa. Thank you. And those families down in Key West, they know and understand the drill here. You think back to Hurricane Irma, what they've had to deal with, and the recovery there. I mean, they know how to batten down the hatches and then to come back on the other end. I think that's, well, if anyone's new to Florida, that's what you'll find with most Floridians is they all know how to come together afterward.
And, you know, obviously, living in Florida, living in paradise, this is something, unfortunately, that we have to deal with every now and then. But what gives me comfort is that when the warnings have started to come out, you saw people go to the store. Your neighbors were preparing. They were getting the water. They were taking this very seriously. So that gives me a little comfort knowing that people are taking this seriously. Let's go to Wink News reporter Annette Montgomery, who is live for us on Fort Myers Beach. Annette, earlier we even saw some of the water start to suck out from the tide there, and it's very windy already where you are.
Yeah, Corey, I would say the wind is for sure the major factor right now. Now, this is Zone A, so one of the areas around 9 a.m. that Lee County issued a mandatory evacuation order for. And I can tell you I completely understand why, because I know our meteorologist said this morning the wind is only going to pick up. And look how windy it is. You can see those trees just blowing. You can see that flagpole blowing. You can see this down palm. I have to also say, as we've been out here, we've been hearing large bangs. So I don't know if that's things falling, but I can definitely tell you this wind is so windy, it's actually physically pushing me. Now, another thing to note, I know we said yesterday around 1 p.m. that the gas stations here were boarded up. I can confirm, me and my photographer drove from Vanderbilt Beach to this area. All of the gas stations we passed in Fort Myers Beach are not only boarded up, the buildings are not only boarded up, but they do have bags over all of the gas pumps. So getting gas in Fort Myers Beach, I don't know how likely that is because the gas stations we passed have all been boarded up. Now, like I said, this is an area under a mandatory evacuation order, and I can tell why, especially with this wind. It's just very windy. The rain is starting to come down. It wasn't really rainy until just now, but yeah, the rain is now starting to come down. But I would definitely say the biggest issue right now is definitely this wind. And if it's picking up, it's only a matter of time, I can say, before things start flying because it is very, very windy, pushing me to a point.
And Annette, if we can hang with her for just a second, I wanted to ask her a quick question about her commute over because I believe she was down in Collier County and then worked her way to on Fort Myers Beach. So I'm guessing she went through Hickory Island and Lover's Key. There was a lot of flood mitigation that was done on the island. Do we still have Annette that I can ask her what her drive over was like? Did you see a ponding or any kind of issues on the roadway on the island already?
Yeah, Lindsay, we did. I have to say, at certain points, we were a little bit concerned because our car did start hydroplaning. The tires did start, sliding because of that water. I'm going to have my photographer pan down, but look, you can actually see right now, we're seeing ponding right here, and the rain literally just started, and it's already ponding. So I can only imagine with the wind picking up, with the rain picking up, as our meteorologist said, especially with us being on the coast, it's only a matter of time before it gets worse. So that's especially why Lee County officials, try to get people to evacuate. They're asking people to evacuate. I know you all said this morning that this is their last minute to get out. I would say this is your last minute on Fort Myers Beach. If I were giving my opinion, I would definitely say this is your last minute because this wind is pushing me. We're hydroplaning already on the road, so I can only imagine if the wind picks up, if the rain picks up, how much worse it will be out here.
And Annette, hang with us for a second. You're right. It is the last moment. It's bad out there. For anyone who's just listening via radio here, when she showed us pan down to her boots, it's not covering, it's not mid-knee at that point. The flooding not too bad. Really, Corey, it seems like it's the wind that we're hearing over her microphone.
Yeah, and I was actually just asking Nash what the winds are right now in Fort Myers Beach, around 35 miles per hour, Annette. So that's what you're feeling right now. And unfortunately, it's just going to get worse as the day moves on. So Annette, stay safe out there. I don't know, it's about to get really wet there as well in Fort Myers Beach. Thanks for bringing that to us live.
And it is worth noting the reason that they do these evacuations is partially because of those sustained winds. Once they hit 40, 45 miles an hour, they are going to close bridges. Doesn't mean they put barricades out. That's not safe. But essentially, no one's going to be crossing to help you out, and that's why. Let's go back to that video we were just showing because our crew in Lehigh Acres captured this. This is the National Guard gearing up. They took this footage right outside of Lehigh Acres Library, and you see those high-profile vehicles, and that is why they're able to respond so quickly. They can move in when a lot of other vehicles cannot and get into high-water areas. We heard the governor mention early Tuesday morning, I believe it was, 5,000 Florida Guards, men and women, already activated and pre-positioned. That is essential. They are already in place. That's why they're at Lehigh Acres Library inland. So the moment that it is safe to go back out onto the roads, they can do so. But then also another 2,000 Guards, men and women from Tennessee, Georgia, and North Carolina. And these are the folks that they are trained to do anything, whether that's go door to door and rescue people if we get to that point, to hand out water, blankets, essentials, or to help in shelters. They are all hands on deck. And it's, I think, comforting to see that they are stationed here in Southwest Florida and ready to respond once we get through this.
Yeah, and earlier we were talking to officials, even from places like LCEC, they are spreading out. So you have the Florida National Guard, LCEC, the local hospitals are gearing up. I'm actually talking to someone on Facebook right now. He is in the hospital team B, ready to go right after the storm passes to make sure the hospital emergency rooms are staffed properly. So they're getting ready right now.
Let's get back over to Weather Authority meteorologist Casey Sherman giving us another look at this system right now.
Yeah, and it is strengthening, unfortunately, but this is as we anticipated across portions of the southern Gulf of Mexico. I want to show you a look at the latest forecast cone. This came out. It's now about 12:59. So this came out just about a couple hours ago. If you have not watched us since, we have seen a change in our forecast cone that has brought this now farther to the south and east. That track now for potential landfall from the National Hurricane Center, showing that center of circulation with the strongest part of the winds moving through areas of Sanibel, Captiva as we head into this afternoon. This is by 8 p.m. today. It's tracking through portions of northwestern Lee County into the Charlotte Harbor and then out through Punta Gorda as still a major hurricane. Even as it moves inland, this is going to be a very strong system. This is a dangerous scenario for us. And even if it takes a little bit of a wobble off to the west, a little bit of a wobble off to the east, either way you cut it, this is not a good scenario for Southwest Florida, but it is one we prepared for. The good thing is about hurricanes, we have days to prepare for it. We see this coming for days. And yes, while we have seen these shifts in our models and shifts then consequently in our forecasts, these are all possibilities that we have prepared for. This is a fairly reminiscent track of Charlie. Charlie is the line in pink and red behind it. Look at how this lines up with that. And every storm is different. So while the track is very similar, keep in mind this system, it is a whole lot larger. That wind field is a whole lot larger than Charlie's. Charlie, for size reference, you can see that size compared to what we have with Ian right now. But it's currently growing, and we are expecting that wind field to expand as it continues that northward track. And Irma, for reference, which did not make the same kind of trajectory and track as about that kind of size compared to at least where Ian is now. But we'll see if it can get to the size of Irma here as it continues over some warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico. So with that forecast track that came out at 11 p.m., that update, we'll have another one out at 5 a.m. By the way, we have seen some changes with our storm surge, specifically for Collier County, they have increased it with the more southerly track, and we've said these numbers are subject to change with any kind of forecast track farther to the south. That would mean more storm surge for Collier County as you're closer to then that center of the strongest of the winds. Stronger winds would result in more of a push of water as it kind of backs with more power with those stronger winds. So 6 to 10 foot storm surge possible for coastal Collier County. 8 to 12 foot storm surge still possible for Charlotte Harbor, out there areas like Captiva, Sanibel, those areas along the Pine Island Sound, Fort Myers Beach, along with the Caloosahatchee River. Here's a closer look at our high tides, and we look at these because high tide is when our water level's at the highest on just kind of a normal day. When you factor in storm surge, then that adds to, of course, the high tide plus the storm surge would be that peak storm surge, which is what you just saw in that graphic there. The high tide is baked into that. Unfortunately, our high tides today, they are going to be very close to landfall time. We are looking at landfall likely sometime this afternoon. I would say it could be anywhere between about 2 p.m., maybe as early as 1 p.m. through about 5 p.m. today. High tides for Charlotte County, Cape Hayes Peninsula, Englewood Beach, and Charlotte Harbor, anywhere between about 3, 4, 6 p.m. It's at that point in time and onward that we're going to continue to still see that onshore flow that would be bringing us that peak storm surge, which is why they have asked areas in those red shadings there certainly to evacuate. Those mandatory evacuation orders need to be heeded in these areas because this is just a worst case scenario for that with high tide occurring at landfall. Traveling farther south into Lee County, those high tides also ranging close to landfall, anywhere between about 2, 3, 4, 6 p.m. And notice even 7 p.m., even if it has made landfall at that point in time, even once the storm is lifting northward, the threat of storm surge does not stop. We have projected storm surge, and this is reasonable worst case scenario for those areas in red of 9 feet or more. 6 to 9 feet in orange, 3 to 6 feet in yellow, in blue 1 to 3 feet. And if you want to find out exactly what projected storm surge your home, your backyard has, you can actually go over to the National Hurricane Center website. Just go type in nhc.com, scroll down to Hurricane Ian on that website. And under that, there's going to be a little box there indicating storm surge inundation. And you can literally zoom in to your level, showing exactly what kind of storm surge, again, reasonable worst case scenario your home could have. Farther south, high tides, Marco Island, Naples, Everglades, Everglades City, also running between about 2, 3, 4 p.m. So high tide occurring when we're going to see one of the biggest pushes of water, which is why we have to take this scenario very seriously. But we have prepared for it. Wing slide Doppler 3X showing that I is currently about 100 miles or so south and west of Marco Island. We've begun to see those rain bands push on shore where we continue to deal with some gusty squalls through portions of Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Rotunda right now. You're currently dealing with a heavier band moving through. We've been hearing it here in the studio, kind of the rain lightening up at times, getting a little bit heavier at times. That's what's happening all across Southwest Florida right now. Arcadia, you just dealt with a fairly heavy band. Lighter the farther south and east you go in DeSoto County. We also have some heavier bands for Ave Maria, Immokalee, Bonita Springs, and Vanderbilt Beach. It's wet, it's breezy outside, but if you have not yet evacuated and you are under those evacuation orders, I highly recommend doing so. I know it's hard to leave your home, but now would not be a bad time still. You still can be heading out on the roadways. I would say it's still going to be fairly windy. We still have seen already some of those tropical storm force wind gusts, but not bad. And you don't have to evacuate very far. You can just go to a friend's house that's inland, and even that would help outside of that evacuation zone. The wind field, you can see that expanding from Ian as it continues to track northward. And yes, we are now in that hurricane winds kind of circle here that's highlighted in red. Lee County, Charlotte County, even DeSoto County, and even potentially northern Collier County. So timing this out as we head throughout the overnight time frame, we're going to start to see winds pick up. On average, we've seen gusts between right now for southern zones, clocking in at around 30 to 40 miles per hour. As we head into what should be later on this morning, we'll be looking at those winds picking up. This is 10 a.m. Notice we start to see those hurricane force wind gusts arriving for Sanibel, Captiva, portions of coastal Lee County, and even northern Collier County. Traveling through the rest of the morning, this is 1:30. Winds continue to strengthen as that eye wall gets closer to our coast. This particular model, I will say, has that landfall a little bit farther north, but we could see it again anywhere between really areas like Sarasota County down through portions of southern Lee County is still where that cone extends. But bottom line, we're expecting the strongest of the winds this afternoon, about 1, 2, 3, here's about 4:30. And onward into the early evening hours, about 5, 6 p.m., we should start to see those then lighten up thereafter as this continues to work its way northward. There's still some very breezy to even windy conditions across the area heading into tonight. By tomorrow morning, winds lightening up even more, but the direction is still onshore, so we're still going to be dealing with the potential to see some storm surge. We have actually had some tornado warnings. I don't know if meteorologist Nash Rhodes is actually about to explain those, what we have seen. We actually even had a report of what could be some tornado damage in Lehigh Acres. We've been getting some emails about that. We did have a tornado warning earlier on in Lee County, and it's important to heed those as well. So we're going to turn it over to meteorologist Nash Rhodes at the moment.
Yeah, we had an unconfirmed tornado report out of Lehigh Acres, which is a little bit tricky as we did have tornado warnings in that area. But additionally, we had some very strong straight line winds with a cell that pushed through there right around midnight, just about an hour ago here. Roughly right now, that eye still about 60 to 70 miles away from us, and those wind speeds are only going to drastically increase as it gets closer. And expect that pressure level to drop as well as that eye gets even closer to shore, and more chances for tornadoes will be possible. As we still do have that tornado warning in place for central Collier County. This particular cell drifting to the north and west and crossing portions of I-75 right now. This just to the west of State Road 29 at this point in time, and Winks Live Doppler 3X still showing that rotation not as strong as what we saw moments ago, and that will be continuing that path to the north and west fairly quickly here soon. If you are within the path of any tornado warning throughout the rest of this morning, and we're expecting to see a lot of them, just a heads up, the lowest floor and center of your home is going to be the most ideal place. Put yourself away from windows and protect your head with a helmet, blanket, or pillows. They've done studies just wearing a helmet can increase the likelihood of you surviving even a significant tornado, EF3+, and make it a roughly a 98% survival rate if you heed all of the other safety tips with regards to tornado warnings. Additionally, if you are just weathering the storm, so to speak, and maybe watching Wink News right now, just make sure that you're in the interior section of your home if you are within this warning at this point in time. And as I mentioned, I do expect more warnings to be issued here shortly, as the National Weather Service has informed us more rotating cells are pushing in off the Atlantic, and they are moving very quickly within our viewing area. Currently, tornado watches are in effect for Highlands, DeSoto counties, all the way down south to the southern tip of Florida, really encapsulating all of South Florida at this point in time. Those watches persisting until 5 a.m. As we get new updates on tornado watches and tornado warnings across the region, we'll of course keep you updated. At this point in time, though, I mentioned those wind speeds. Take a look at current wind speeds along the coastline, about to hit that 30-mile-per-hour sustained mark. As we mentioned moments ago there on Fort Myers Beach, sustained winds at about 35 miles per hour is what we saw moments ago on the tower cam. We'll be keeping a close eye on these wind speeds, especially to the south and west, as that eye wall will be approaching. And of course, as far as landfall is concerned, that would likely be farther to the north. But at least as that eye wall approaches the coast of Collier County, we will see these wind speeds uptick significantly within the next few hours, specifically the next 3 hours or so.
Thanks, Nash. And I think it's good that graphic he showed about what to do and where to go in your home for the tornado. Something to keep in mind, too, once we see Ian move this way and we see that eye wall come closer. Because, again, that's when you're going to experience those strong wind gusts, and you're going to need to be in the safest interior-most place in your home and keeping there until you're given the all clear.
And you're probably going to hear a lot of strange sounds too, so just be safe in your home. I do want to mention before we go to break really quick, if you have to, you can listen to us on the radio, 96.9 Wink FM and then 101.1 The Wave. We're simulcasting, so you can listen to us no matter where you are. Here's a graphic again, 96.9 Wink FM and Wave 101.1. You can listen to us all throughout the situation here, and then even when the storm passes. We're going to take a quick break. Our continuous coverage on Hurricane Ian back next.
This is Wink News special live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Charlie Crist is increasing costs, hurting Florida families. He voted for inflationary spending that exploded the cost of gas, groceries, and housing, costing Florida families $500 per month. Crist voted to increase taxes on gas and opposes affordable American energy. Charlie approved the largest increase in taxes and fees in Florida history. Charlie Crist, he wants to raise your taxes.
I don't like to raise taxes. I did it as governor. Would you do it again? If necessary, I would.
Today, push harder, push forward, push vigorously. There are things that I am hiding from people that I'm trying to inspire. You can do whatever you set your mind to. I feel like a hypocrite a lot of the times. Don't give up on yourself ever. Smoking, I hide it because I'm ashamed of it. I want to get out of the shadow. I want to show people there is light away from the darkness. I am going to quit.
Visit tobaccofreeflorida.com to find free resources to help you quit your way.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Dude, they're fragging C. Res, hit me. I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
Well, what's up with this team sheet? Inverted fullback and a false nine?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it, so you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
I met Governor DeSantis in 2009 when he was on active duty. He was a Navy commissioned officer and served in Iraq. When you're advising SEAL Team 1, you're making life and death decisions every day. And as someone who has served side by side with him, he is selfless and he will do what is in your best interest, not his best interest. The Navy's core values are honor, courage, and commitment. And Governor DeSantis embodied those core values on active duty, and he embodies them every day as the governor of our state. Governor DeSantis is a true servant leader.
We now return to Wink News special continuing live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
And welcome back. Again, we are in a continuous coverage for Hurricane Ian. And here you see it right behind us on Wink's live Doppler 3X. A very strong storm, very well-defined eye at this point. And we're feeling the bands coming through. You're probably hearing the wind outside and all the rain already.
And that's just the beginning. And if you're hearing that and you've got the shutters up in your house, I know you're thinking this is very scary. Yeah. The good news, I guess you could say, the silver lining in this is the majority of this, it seems like, as we're talking to our weather team, is this is going to be a daytime event. So hopefully still not seeing anything because you've got your shutters up, but at least not having to deal with that unknown of what's happening overnight and then waking up in the morning.
And that's pretty frightening, too, when it's all at night. You know, Hurricane Irma that way, there was a lot of things happening in the dark. It was pretty frightening. So hopefully we'll not have to deal with a lot of that during Hurricane Ian.
Let's get out to reporter Liz Byro, who is stationed at a hotel along Vanderbilt Beach. First, Liz, it looks like not dealing with too much wind where you are?
Well, the wind actually, it's interesting. It'll stop for a little bit and then it will just pick up out of nowhere. And we just a few moments ago were having wind and therefore rain coming through the screen and splashing onto us. And right now, I mean, it's hard to see from outside, but this is the lagoon. This is not the Gulf. But the water is very choppy and all the homes around this lagoon do have their boats lifted up. But we do feel fairly safe here right now. Again, we're at Vanderbilt Beach Resort where the staff has done a very good job of making us feel safe. They stopped by a few hours ago, bringing us cases of water, just checking in on us.
Yeah. Liz, you're talking about the staff there. If we can hang with you for a moment, kind of explain to us what the safety precautions have been where you guys are to make sure everyone who's in that facility is okay.
Well, they closed down the elevators around 6 o'clock today. I mean, just for safety in case the power goes out or anything. But like I said, they've been dropping off water. When we checked into the hotel, the woman we spoke to at the lobby was very kind, checking in on us, making sure that we feel safe.
That's good to know. There, you know, and we've seen that a lot of hotels, especially, you know, some in downtown Fort Myers, take the precautions as well, closing things down because at this point, it's just not safe for people to be coming and going in and out.
Yeah, and checking in. You'll find that a lot of people check in with each other just to make sure. I believe we have Adriana Shepard, who's a little bit north of there in downtown Fort Myers. Andy, what are you seeing where you're at?
Right now, the wind picked up a little bit compared to when I talked to you guys about an hour ago, but it's still not terrible. Overall, downtown is calm in all aspects of the word. There's no people out here. The wind, it's all right. The rain, barely anything at all. 1 or 2 drops are hitting my eyes every now and then. But the most concerning thing is the water here, that it's pulling out toward the Caloosahatchee. We don't like that at all. But the wind, not terrible. The water is the most concerning thing at the moment. Like I said, pretty calm down here. I wouldn't come down here if you don't need to be, but there's nobody else here besides us. The wind just picked up right now. Barely any rain at all. Other than that, pretty calm. The water's pretty terrible. But other than that, not too bad down here in downtown Fort Myers. Live in Fort Myers, Andriana Shepard, Wink News.
Andriana, thank you. And, what she was talking about, places being boarded up, driving into work even throughout your neighborhoods. It is an eerie sight, seeing all of those homes, even the businesses boarded up. Reporters on 5th Avenue in Naples earlier, usually bustling with people, the restaurants open. Nobody is out. Everything is boarded up, and they're getting ready for the hurricane.
And you could even hear in her voice, it's calm, like almost like, I don't know. It's just, that's
awkward.
How it's going to be until it's not. And that's good news. That means people are heeding the warnings going inside, which is where we want you at this point. Let's get back over to Weather Authority meteorologist Casey Sherman, really breaking down today and tomorrow and what we are facing.
Yeah, today is the main day of impacts. And in fact, we are only about 5 hours away from starting to feel those for our southern zones. That time frame is going to continue to kind of get later as you move northward into Lee and Charlotte County, where we are projecting a landfall of the system in southwest Florida sometime late in the afternoon between about noon to, I would say, 5 p.m. today. Main threats with this, we've been breaking these down. Wind, beach erosion, storm surge is going to be really the biggest one we have most concern about. We're going to, of course, continue with that threat for freshwater flooding for those inland zones, so some of the heavy rain we're expecting. And we continue with a at least medium threat for tornado. We have seen a tornado a warning or 2 across the area. And power outages with this kind of wind and this kind of storm, we're going to be dealing with several across the area, likely for days in some spots, perhaps even weeks in the more rural areas with these kind of extremely strong winds that are forecast. It is a Category 3 hurricane after all, major hurricane with additional strengthening expected. It is currently about 92 miles, at least that center, that eye where you can see no rain is present, 92 miles to the south and west of us. And if you've not been in a hurricane before, the eye, it's nice and calm. So while we see this pass over what will likely be areas like Charlotte County or into Lee County, we'll be looking at what will be a period of calm conditions sometime late this afternoon in those areas. You'll notice it. You'll step outside and you'll see the sunshine. You'll see the blue sky. But just remember, after you pass through one side of the eye wall, you get into the eye, you have another eye wall on the other side of that still to get through. So you need to stay inside as that eye is passing, as this will be a fairly quick moving system by the time it's then moving over our land areas. Right now, that eye is currently about 33 miles wide in diameter. It is a wide eye wall, so you'll have about a 33, or if this manages to stay about the same, we're talking about 30 miles of dry weather once the system passes over land. You can see the outer portion of this where we've got the yellows, the reds, along with lightning. That is the eye wall. That is the most dangerous part of a hurricane, with those strong winds along with some very heavy rain. And that would be the most dangerous time frame, is when we see that pass over land sometime late this afternoon into the evening. So we are currently, I would say, about roughly 12 to 15, 16 hours away from that eye wall passing over our area. Right now, we're currently just dealing with some gusty bands of rain. We're doing okay right now across the area. Of course, we have seen a lot of rain, to some ponding, a little bit of localized flooding already, because we have such, unfortunately, saturated grounds because of all the rain we've had this rainy season. But we're doing fine nevertheless. We've got these passing bands at the moment that continue across Charlotte County, Lee County, Collier County, they're moving pretty quickly as anticipated with this quick flow around Ian. We're tracking some moderate rain through Punta Gorda, out through the Cape Hayes Peninsula, light rain for Rotunda. We're heading into a period that's just going to be featuring the same kind of thing over and over again, at least into, I would say, tonight. So we have about almost a 24-hour time span of seeing rounds and rounds and rounds of rain, which is why freshwater flooding, it is going to be a big issue with this system, along with saltwater flooding from storm surge. Arcadia, you're actually currently beginning to dry things up at the moment. As we travel a little bit farther off to the south, we currently have some additional heavier bands of rain. Bonita Springs, Ave Maria, Immokalee, and along that stretch of I-75, Naples, Golden Gate right now, you're currently looking at some light rain. A look at the statistics from the National Hurricane Center. We had those stats updated at 1 a.m. We should have a new forecast cone coming out at 5 a.m. this morning. So in the next about 3.5 hours, 120 mile per hour max sustained winds, pressure at 953 millibars. The system is moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. We're likely going to continue to see this expand as it does so. It is currently forecast to be a 130 mile per hour Category 4 storm on its approach to landfall. This is 8 a.m. this morning. So within about the next 6-7 hours, this is going to be paralleling the Collier County coast. At that point in time and onward, Collier County are going to start to see some of that storm surge thanks to the motion of the winds around this hurricane. So Collier County beginning this morning, that progression is going to move northward as this system continues to move northward throughout the afternoon. Eventually, this should be paralleling areas like northern Collier County, Lee County. We're talking about Bonita Springs, Estero, Fort Myers Beach. I would say anywhere between about lunchtime to about 1, 2, 3 p.m. Current forecast has us making landfall at that point in time around the Sanibel Captiva area, pushing inland into the Charlotte Harbor, likely around 6, 7 p.m. And this is about 8 o'clock. It's over about DeSoto County. The good news is, I will say, as opposed from yesterday, this does look like it's going to be moving a bit faster. The trough that unfortunately did also manage to push it a bit farther south and east, it is going to help it kind of speed up a bit. So notice, although it pushes inland at a little bit of a slower pace, it jets out of here as we head towards Thursday evening. It's already going to be off the East Coast. So by that point in time, we're going to start to see improvements. I would say by Thursday morning, improvements already, certainly in the rain and the wind, that we're still going to be dealing with some storm surge on the backside of this through at least the first half of the day for Thursday. I'll look at those model plots. We have seen, of course, tighter agreement as we would anticipate now that we are just hours out from the main event. We still have some solutions that take it farther north, looking more likely to have a scenario that does take it into our northern zones. That's what the consensus models have been agreeing upon. But it doesn't take much. Each and every mile counts when you have a system that's paralleling our coast. It doesn't take much in terms of wobbles to have it maybe shift a little bit farther to the west, maybe a little bit farther to the east. We're going to hope for any kind of westerly, any mile west that we can get. But we're preparing for a direct hit here in either Lee or Charlotte County. At this point, I wouldn't even take off the table, though, the potential to see a direct hit closer to Collier County if we do see additional shifts to the east. Rainfall totals, I'll apologize, these contours not loading, but you can see the numbers at least. We're talking about anywhere between 3, 4, 5 inches of rain, heavier totals of up to 10 inches of rain, perhaps even up to maybe a foot closer for some of those areas north and west. Cape Hayes Peninsula, southern Sarasota County for this system. As far as winds go, or wind gusts, picking up as we head into this morning. This is about 7 a.m., so this takes us into about the next 6 hours from now. We start to see some stronger tropical storm force winds across our coastal areas. Here comes that center moving northward. This is 9 a.m. this morning. We'll be looking at what should be some hurricane force winds at that point in time for some of our coastal areas. And from there, we'll continue to see these winds increase as this system gets closer. 11 a.m. a.m., talking about gusts at that point in time, possible near about Sanibel, close to 90 miles per hour, about 65 mile per hour gusts at that point in time for Fort Myers. Bonita Springs dealing with hurricane force wind gusts at that point in time. This is late this morning. This continues to travel northward. This is a look at 1 p.m. Gusts between 60, 70, even closer to 90 miles per hour for some of those coastal areas of Lee County. And then this begins to make that turn to the northeast. It's at this point in time, 3:30, 4, 5 p.m., that we're going to see that eye wall beginning to pass through. At this point in time, if you're in these areas that experience the eye wall, most likely it's going to be somewhere around the Charlotte Harbor area, Sanibel, Captiva. It is going to sound loud if you are still in your home. You need to shelter in place at that point in time. It's going to sound very loud. A lot of people describe it like a train rushing through with these winds picking up to and over 100, 110, 115 miles per hour. We'll continue with the windy conditions as we head into even 7, 8 p.m. this evening. Improvements will likely begin as we head into after about midnight tonight, and we're going to start to see those winds lighten up as we head into Thursday morning. A lot of us, at least, the rain certainly looks like it's going to begin to end, but again, that ongoing storm surge, because you can still see the direction is coming out of the west. For more on specific impacts, county by county, we're going to turn it over to meteorologist Nash Rhodes.
Yeah, Casey, as you mentioned, the model's coming to a consensus, so we can start getting into the exact details of this forecast county by county. First up with Collier County. I do want to note, though, before we get into the exact numbers, that Collier County, your tornado warning we covered moments ago has now expired, so there are no active tornado warnings currently in Collier County. Rainfall totals are between 2 to 5 inches. Of course, those are preliminary estimates, but we're starting to pin down that exact forecast now that we do have model agreement. Wind gusts from 50 to 85 miles per hour will be possible. And watch that storm surge graphic down here. 5 to 8 feet possible for Collier County. This is on the southern side of our viewing area, so this will receive those impacts slightly earlier than our northernmost counties. But as we travel farther north towards Lee County, that storm surge graphic now updated to 8 to 12 feet. That is the latest forecast from the National Weather Service, and all of our forecasting models tend to agree with those numbers. Tornadoes will be possible, as we've already seen warnings earlier this morning, and wind gusts between 70 to now 105 plus. That plus is very important. Miles per hour will be possible, and that's because the potential for a landfall in Lee County, and additionally the potential for a landfall in Charlotte County. A quick check-in with the latest updates for Charlotte County. 4 to 9 inches of rainfall is to be expected. A few spots with 10 plus inches of rain. Some models much higher than just that 10-inch mark, so we will be monitoring that situation carefully, as we will be monitoring Sarasota County also. Tornadoes will be possible for the next few hours in Charlotte County as well, but note that storm surge 8 to 12 feet, just like Lee County. We're going to keep those numbers as we progress into Sarasota County with the 8 to 12 foot storm surge. Gusts from 85 to 125 miles possible. We would expect this storm to still be on the strong side as it does make its approach into southwest Florida. A few days ago, it looked like some shear would at least weaken this storm as it did make its approach. For now, that's looking less and less likely. We are planning on a high-end Category 3 or middle to low-end Category 4 storm, as it would make landfall later on today. DeSoto and Highlands counties, those impacts beginning to drop, especially as you get away from the coastline. Storm surge no longer an issue, but 4 to 8 inches of rain will be expected, with a few spots over 8 inches of rain, depending on where those outer bands begin to set up shop. When you get outer bands that are very slow moving, they can drop a lot of rain in a very short amount of time. We've mentioned these tropical systems are prolific producers of rainfall. They drop heavy totals within very short periods, and that's likely what we would expect, not just for the coastline, but also our inland zones, where we could see flooding in spots like Arcadia, which unfortunately do not need to see that flooding at the moment. Gusts between 70 to 100 miles per hour will be possible there. Think of this as a slider. As you approach Lake Okeechobee, those impacts beginning to drop, but as you go farther to the west towards LaBelle, those impacts increasing. You'd be more on the higher side of that 80 mile per hour wind gusts possible. Tornadoes will be possible as well for these inland spots, and as we'll talk about in just a moment, it looks like a cell with a little bit of rotation will be working its way into Hendry County here shortly. One last thing I do want to touch on, and Casey has mentioned this as well, that wind field is very large with this storm. The amount of tropical storm force winds will extend very far away from the storm center. We could even see lots of reports of hurricane force winds sustained as this system does push inland into many of our interior counties like DeSoto, Highlands, or perhaps even western sections of Glades County, depending on where exactly this makes landfall. Of course, as we pin down that exact landfall, we can get you better estimates as to our forecast. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Nash, thank you. And part of the way they get all of this information is from the hurricane hunters who are flying into Ian right now. This video was shot Tuesday morning, and these pilots keep that aircraft steady. You see them here. And what they do is they go into the eye, and they have equipment that can drop down, and it measures everything from the pressure, humidity, temperature, all this information that they can then analyze, and that's where we get the information, and we get these new cones and different advisories and information about Ian. The next one that's going to be out, which shows us the update on the track, will be at 5 a.m. this morning. So we're sticking with that 11 p.m. cone was the latest to come down. Once they are completing their mission, I believe this will be the last one for them of the day, that information will come down to us and we will pass it along to you again at 5.
A crucial job that they do
Very
for
crucial.
every storm. Let's go over to Lisa Hudson. Lisa, you're getting in some reports of really bad damage on the East Coast, and they're seeing this even though, the storm is not exactly going to hit them directly. They're still seeing the damage over there.
Exactly. You're seeing how wide this storm really is. I mean, it's affecting everyone here. This is a video from a journalist that is there in Southeast Florida right now. You can see this is video from a Home Depot. It's a little dark. It was taken at night, but you can see some of the flashlights, people out there trying to see exactly what's going on. Whole trees uprooted and laying in that parking lot. This again in Southeast Florida. I'm going to see if I can stop this video real quick, keep it playing, and then I'm going to show you another video. Here you go. You can see some of the trees laying down there. My goodness. If you look also, FPL, they put out a video. They have actually been restoring power in Miami-Dade. Here's a video that they have. They had crews up. This was just 6 hours ago, restoring the power there in that county. They're already they're on top of it down there. So that is something good to know. But again, we are seeing this damage, not just we're seeing most of it right now in Southeast Florida. Cuba, of course, saw so much. We're seeing a lot online from photos that, again, losing the entire power grid in Cuba. Again, now we're seeing some of this damage in Southeast Florida. You can see Ian making its progression, and this is what we're going to have to deal with, guys.
It's just unfortunate to see, and that's the fact of the matter. If you're from the Midwest, I know I was used to those tornado warnings that lingered, much like we're experiencing with a hurricane. And here with all the perfect conditions, these tornadoes can pop up seemingly out of nowhere. And that's why it's so important, if we get these warnings, that you just go straight to where you can, a safe space in your home, because they do pop up quickly, and they can cause a lot of damage.
And you can't see anything, especially in the dark. That's what's so scary. I do want to show you some video out of Hollywood, Florida. Look at this here. My goodness. Planes ripped to pieces. Some just thrown around like toys. You see this here? This is a result of a tornado spawning from Ian. And again, Hollywood, Florida, at an airport there. Look at that. The power of the wind just knocking these planes around just like little toys there on the tarmac.
That does almost look like a toy. You have to remember how large these different vessels can be. Let's switch gears and get another look at our conditions here right now in Southwest Florida. Turning to Fort Myers Beach, where reporter Annette Montgomery has been dealing with some wind gusts. I think last time we checked in with our team of meteorologists, it was around 35 miles per hour there. How's it feeling right now, Annette?
Lindsay, still feeling windy. It's actually now starting to feel a lot more wet. I'm going to show you the back of my pants completely soaked, and I'm somewhat under an awning, so that's surprising. I'm also going to show you we're seeing more minimal ponding. Again, for the radio viewers, it's not covering my boots, my rain boots at this time, but it's obviously rising. We're seeing this rising slowly. But yes, again, the wind is the big problem here. I'm going to move out of the way and have my photographer just show you. You can see from the way these trees are swaying, you can see from that flag how it's swaying up and down. We do see see some downed palms. We have yet to see any downed trees, but we have heard a lot of noises since we've been out of here, a lot of bangs. So I don't know if that's things knocking down. Now, to give perspective, this is Zone A, Fort Myers Beach. So one of the first areas around 9 a.m. yesterday morning that Lee County officials actually put in a evacuation order for a mandatory evacuation order. So they knew wind was going to be a problem. They knew water was going to be a problem. I would walk and show you the water, but the last time I tried to do that, the mic went out. So I don't know if it's the wind. So I'm going to stay here. But yes, we're seeing the water. It's starting to sway as well. So definitely wind, water, a major issue for people here in Fort Myers Beach. Now, I know yesterday afternoon we told you that a lot of the gas stations were boarded up, and I can confirm this morning they are still boarded up. We've seen several gas stations that have wood on the doors and on the windows of the building, and then the gas pumps do actually have bags over them. So I don't know if there's any gas stations currently open in Fort Myers Beach, but all of the ones we passed from Vanderbilt Beach to here are boarded up. Another thing to note, we drove from Vanderbilt Beach to here, and as we were driving, I was getting several warnings. I got a severe weather warning, I got a storm surge warning, and then I also got a hurricane warning. So obviously a huge concern down here, but like I said, the major issues right now is wind.
Yeah, Nanette, I'm curious. I have family members evacuating. They say there is no traffic right now on their route to the other side of the state. Are you seeing any traffic on the beach? Maybe people leaving with just hours to go left that they can do it safely?
Corey, we have yet to see any cars drive on this road, and I have to say, actually, on our way here from Vanderbilt Beach to here in Collier County, we did see some traffic. Once we got to Fort Myers Beach, there was no one on the road, absolutely no one. Like I said, the gas stations were boarded up, so I don't know if people either they decided to evacuate or they're deciding to shelter in place, but I will say if people do want to evacuate Fort Myers Beach, I would say now is the time, because as I said, I'm showing you just the wind and how bad it is, and you've heard from our meteorologists this morning, Nash and Casey, that the wind down here, the water down here, it's only a matter of time before it gets worse. It's not going to get better. So I would definitely say if people have the idea of evacuating Fort Myers Beach, now this morning would be the time, because the wind is only going to pick up. And right now at this point, it's pretty bad.
Annette, you mentioned you couldn't walk over to the water because of your microphone cable. Understandable, but you are our eyes and ears out there. So if you can paint that picture, where are you standing? What were you walking towards? And describe what you were seeing in the water there. And are we talking about the Gulf here, or are we talking about ponding on roadways?
We're talking about both, mainly the ponding on the roadways. As I showed you this pond. This is very minimal compared to what we saw. We were actually hydroplaning on our way here in Fort Myers Beach. Certain roads you were hydroplaning, so definitely the water is a major concern. So if people are on the roads, they should definitely drive slow and be careful. Yes, I was going to show you the beach. We're right actually next to the beach. Maybe let's try, Doug. Let's try to walk. Let's try to show them the water. I know you all want to see it. We're going to walk very slowly so we can show you all it without my mic cutting out. But in the meantime, I'll just give you all an update again on what I've been saying. We are in Zone A, Fort Myers Beach, an area that is under a mandatory evacuation. Now, I know Liz Byro, one of our reporters, was here yesterday, and she was saying around 10 a.m. she saw people trying to evacuate off the bridge. So definitely, I know some people evacuated. I don't know if others are, but I'm going to show you what we're seeing with the water. I'm going to try to have my photographer zoom in. What we're seeing right now is definitely high tide. We're seeing a lot of water rising high. So definitely a major concern, obviously, why leaders decided this was one of the areas that they should evacuate first. But as I said, if people are deciding to stay, they should shelter in place. But if you are on Fort Myers Beach and you're considering evacuating, I would definitely say now is the time. Wind is picking up, water is picking up, but right now I would say that this is the safest time to get out of Fort Myers Beach if you're considering it. Live on Fort Myers Beach, Annette Montgomery, Wink News.
Annette, thank you. And I would say if you are considering evacuating, your window is closing pretty quickly. So if you need to make that decision, you got to get out, especially if you're on an island where you have to go over a bridge. The wind already, your car might be swinging a little bit on the roadway.
Yeah, you got to be careful out there. A little bit earlier, our Nightside colleague sat down with Senator Rick Scott to speak about Hurricane Ian and what he has to say about all of this.
Storm surge is a killer. Water's a killer. So always think about it this way. You can rebuild your house. You can't rebuild your life. If you're in an evacuation zone, if they told you evacuate, do it now. Don't wait. I'll do everything. Marco Rubio and I, we made sure that Joe Biden declared national emergency before landfall. So we did that. So I'll do everything I can to be helpful.
And Senator Scott said that he knows FEMA's committed to doing everything they can to help, and he will too, hearing that from state leaders across the board.
Right, and they've made sure to declare these states of emergencies beforehand so that funding is in place and the people and supplies are in place. Team in the back, if we can switch to our Sanibel Causeway camera, this shot is very telling. You can see the water here, and every now and then you'll see the raindrops come down and then a big gust of wind start really moving that water. And what we've seen over the past few hours is the tide slowly go out, basically Ian sucking this water out, and then eventually it's going to push it back in. This is something we saw with Hurricane Irma. If you remember, we saw these images and it was quite startling because some of us have never seen anything like that before, the water all the way out. But here again is where the Sanibel Causeway is. And we were talking about wind and bridges. And you can see in this photo the waves of the water, the rain droplets in the wind. That's why it's not safe to be driving on bridges, especially when the winds reach 40 miles per hour.
And that's when you will see emergency personnel not going out because it's just not safe. I believe we have Lisa Hudson standing by, just getting us the latest update on power outages. Anything in our area yet we're seeing, Lisa?
We have a few, but not a lot. Again, this is a marathon, not a sprint. We know this is going to increase throughout the day, but right now we're sitting pretty good. Only 158 outages. We're seeing just a couple on Sanibel, a few right over here in Cape Coral that are a big cluster here in the red and orange zones, the evacuation zones there. They have got a couple of outages here. And then if we look back over here, just north of Immokalee, there's a few over here as well, about 74 out, 47 there. So a good cluster right here as well that are without power. Again, this is on LCEC's map. If we flip over to FPL, you can kind of see down here, they're actually not dealing with many outages at all. They're doing really well at this point. Just a few off on some of these barrier islands, but beyond that, looking pretty good at this point. Again, we expect these outages to go up as the storm continues. Lindsay.
All right, Lisa, thank you. And we are going to be keeping a very close eye on that. You talked directly with FPL before hurricane season even started. What were some of the main messages they had for homeowners at that time?
So the big message they had from homeowners is, you know, they have spent a lot of money in many years trying to what they call harden the grid, right? They're trying to put power lines underground in areas where they can. They have the smart meters now. So basically, if your power is out and a lot of people's power is out because of a storm, they can go on their computer literally down to your street and your home and know that it's out. So that, you know, they tell me that's how they position their crews. They know where to go because they know where the most people have power outages, and they can rebuild it quicker.
And you know something that's interesting, I experienced this in Irma, just talking to my neighbors. I never lost power. Apparently in my home, I wasn't there. A couple doors down, they did, and they explained that happens, you know, it's a whole artery, and sometimes there might be one extension that's okay, but if another one gets cut off, that's why. And so there is rhyme or reason to it. I know we don't always feel like that. Let's turn back over to Weather Authority Meteorologist Casey Sherman. We are getting very close to when we're really going to start feeling some of this eye wall moving in towards Southwest Florida.
Yeah, I would say eye wall starting to move in. We're talking about 12 hours from now, but a lot of us already feeling some effects, including, of course, the wind and the rain. The main effects are going to be starting to start being felt, I would say, about 5-6 hours out from now, beginning in the morning hours for Collier County as the system continues to move northward. That center is now about 92 miles per hour, around now 92 miles, I should say, offshore of Marco Island to the west-southwest. Now, a closer look into the track of this system, we've seen a lot of wobbles with it. Really over the past several hours, that little yellow line, that actually shows the previous path of this system. And you can see we've seen some shifts to the east with this. We've seen some brief shifts to the west. I will say, and this is the forecast track for the National Hurricane Center, right now you can see it is currently moving northward. They are projecting this turn to the north and east to happen pretty soon if it follows that projected trajectory, it would have to make that turn to the north and east fairly soon. Right now, we're showing a little bit, though, of a due north direction. We'll have to see if this is just kind of a wobble from that track and if it does actually happen to make that northeasterly kind of turn here. But any kind of east-west motion, any even mile, half mile, would make some kind of difference in our impacts. But right now, the scenario does not look good for Southwest Florida. Look at those model plots. We still do have some that keep it at least a little bit to the north of our viewing area for landfall. Most of them, though, do take it at least through the northwestern portion of Southwest Florida, or kind of right on that edge of our viewing area. The consensus models certainly do so, with that landfall through Sanibel, then out through Pine Island and up through the Charlotte Harbor area, through about DeSoto County, and then it is out of here. So that's what the National Hurricane Center's track. It currently follows those, which is why we've seen this shift in our forecast cone over the past couple of hours. If you had stayed tuned for the 11 p.m. update, you know what I'm talking about. Here is that forecast cone from 11 p.m. showing that landfall here in Sanibel, Pine Island, and then eventually crossing into areas like Punta Gorda, close to the Charlotte Harbor. I will say, at least from yesterday, and this is a little bit of a silver lining here, we have seen, because it is going to be impacted by the trough of low pressure that actually pushed it a little bit farther south, it's going to be picked up by it more. And that's actually going to lead to a little bit more of a fast forward motion with this system, as opposed to what we were looking at this time yesterday, where the cone really kind of the system stalled it out and moved very slowly by about Wednesday through Thursday. You'll notice, well, tonight at about 8 p.m., it's over about DeSoto County. It jets out of here, and by tomorrow, it's already entering into the waters of the Atlantic. So I want to time this out for you with your future track model. As we head throughout this morning, this is 9 a.m., showing those bands of rain increasing for Collier, Lee, Charlotte County. Collier County are going to start to feel those very strong winds. And notice at that point in time, where we start to see those winds out of the south and pushing up against those land areas, that's for especially areas like Marco Island, down through areas like Everglades City. Your storm surge is going to begin as that water begins to push up. As it continues to move farther north, here we go until about lunchtime. This is going to be paralleling about Vanderbilt Beach area. Winds increasing at that point in time. Here is that eye wall. It is still offshore through about lunchtime, but we're going to start to see those winds push water into areas like the eastern side of Captiva, parts of also the Cape Hayes Peninsula from the Charlotte Harbor. And of course, we can't forget about Lake Okeechobee either. They also do get a little bit of storm surge. I would say their levees probably going to hold it with this particular event, with that center being farther away from them, but they would certainly see some choppier waters. This is actually the second largest contained lake in the United States, the other one being Lake Michigan. So they will see some effects. Lake Okeechobee, if you live near the Moorhaven area, Clewiston, that's right along that area, you certainly may see some choppier waters there, those waves pushing up. But then the main storm surge will be felt more across the coast. Here's that center circulation moving north. Here is about 4 o'clock. We start to see that eye wall beginning to push on shore to areas like Captiva and Sanibel, into areas like the Charlotte Harbor. This is the point in time we're going to be looking at some of these strongest of the winds, 3, 4, 5 p.m. and on into about 6, 7, 8 p.m. this evening as this continues to push on shore. Also, storm surge continues across areas like Fort Myers Beach, across areas like Sanibel. At that point in time, we're going to begin to see that storm surge still through portions of the Charlotte Harbor area. This moves northward, and notice it's now pushing inland at this point in time. Eye wall moving through areas like Charlotte, northern Lee County by around 5 o'clock this evening. That is going to be the most dangerous conditions. 3, 4, 5 p.m. You need to be hunkered down at that point in time. By this evening, it's going to sound very loud with that eye wall pushing through. A lot of people describe it like a train running through. You need to be in an interior room at that point in time in your home, even if you have those storm shutters up. Still would recommend it to be safe rather than sorry. Here comes this system tracking off to the north and east, 9 p.m. Arcadia. That's going to be your time. DeSoto County, eye wall pushing through. 8, 9 p.m. And at that point, we start to continue to see that storm surge now beginning out of the west, forward down through Lee County. So Charlotte Harbor still now Punta Gorda, it's your chance to see some storm surge. 9 o'clock, your chance to see storm surge will then be on the western side of Captiva, still for Sanibel. And the Caloosahatchee River, we're really going to start to see it pick up likely at that point in time. The system continues to lift northward. 2 a.m., a lot of the rain, look at that, dissipating at that point in time. The rain beginning to lift out, at least the heaviest of it. But the storm surge continues. So the overnight time frame tonight and into your Thursday morning, a lot of the rain will be lifted out by Thursday morning. This is 8 a.m. as we're waking up tomorrow morning, but we're still going to be looking at that ongoing storm surge threat. It's by late Thursday into Friday that we're going to start to see those winds lighten up enough. We should start to see those waters recede, and then we're going to get back to normal Thursday night into Friday. We're currently dealing with some heavy rain across the area. For more on what we're currently dealing with locally and a closer look at the radar from Charlotte Lee down through Collier County and a look outside right now, we're going to turn it over to meteorologist Nash Rhodes.
Yeah, quick check in with our Sanibel Causeway camera. You can see the rain is just coming down in buckets. A bit of a spray thanks to this being a tropical system, but still, as we've mentioned multiple times, a very prolific producer of rainfall with these outer bands. We're going to see more and more gusty winds continue to push through the area as this does eventually get closer. And if we could switch it back here to weather one, please, behind me. Thank you so much. Temperatures are in the upper 70s for now. Those will continue to rise only into the 80s this afternoon, a stark contrast from what we saw yesterday. Quick check-in with the wind speeds. Notice along the coastline, we are seeing these wind speeds quickly ramp up. These are sustained winds, not gusts. Notice sustained winds now surpassing 30 miles per hour in Northport and Englewood, even down to Marco Island. 30 miles per hour is the current sustained wind speed there. Winds decreasing as you travel inland, but I'd expect some of our southernmost coastal counties to see some of these stronger winds first as that eye wall does eventually get a little bit closer. A quick check-in with Hurricane Ian's latest updates. 120 mile per hour sustained winds, 953 millibars is that current pressure level. That was slightly up from an earlier advisory that we did have. However, it was going in under an eye wall replacement cycle. To explain what exactly that is, I am going to pull out Winks Live Doppler 3X. As you can see, over the past 3 hours or so, several holes in the outer layers of this eye wall, and an eye wall replacement cycle really means those inner bands actually fading away, it becoming reorganized and reforming those outer walls, and that's what we typically see when we see a hurricane try to re-strengthen. Now that it has completed that eye wall cycle, it has sealed off all of those edges, and we are now noticeably seeing more lightning on the northern side of that wall. We are expecting this to at least maintain its intensity, if not strengthen, as it approaches southwest Florida, and that would fall right in line with the National Hurricane Center's latest forecast advisory. The number of strikes that we are still seeing out of the center of this is about 70 to 80. That has been consistent over the past 45 minutes or so, and as we've seen that eye wall ramp up, we have seen the bands that have been pushing through southwest Florida pick up speed in big numbers. Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, and Bonita Springs, you're seeing those bands zooming through the area right now. As we've seen with some of our reporters, at times it will only be a light rain with only light wind gusts, and then things will quickly take a turn as those bands push through, and what we call squally conditions will take place. That's when those winds pick up along the leading edge of a line of storms, and really quickly, and we see those wind speeds jump up from where they were. Winks Live Doppler 3X also showing some storms now passing through Bonita Springs. Bonita Springs, you're in the clear for a moment before more bands will fill in the area from the south and east. Estero, some of those heavier showers now passing through your area. However, Sanibel, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, some of these storms showing loose signs of rotation. We will continue to monitor them for a tornado threat, as we will keep an eye on a few storms that we have tracked inland out towards Hendry County, just south of Clewiston. This particular cell had a warning on it about 30 minutes ago. It has since expired, but as it drifts to the north and west, we will be keeping a close eye on spots like Moorhaven and Clewiston to see if they reissue tornado warnings for those areas. For now, loose circulation with these storms, and unfortunately for us, all of these storms that we will be tracking this morning will likely have some loose circulation. That's just the nature of the beast when you have these strong forces of winds on the outer edges of Ian.
All right, Nash, thank you. Staying on top of it for us. Let's take you out live. Well, this is supposed to be where you can see the southernmost point buoy in Key West, but it's very, very dark. You see the outline of the white on that red concrete buoy, but waves crashing. There you go, right over it there.
And let's take you back local here, even Punta Gorda. Fisherman's Village, look at this. The palm tree is really whipping in the wind. The rain's coming down. And you see up there the clouds really starting to move. Very eerie looking outside. We're going to be right back with more continuous coverage of Hurricane Ian.
This is Wink News special live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Every storm is different. Every story unique. But our commitment to you never changes. If it's your storm, it's our storm, and we'll face it together.
Injured? Call Wilbur Smith Law, serving Southwest Florida for 50 years.
When you think Miami, lots of things come to mind. But when you think Homestead Miami, it's everything. The vibrancy of South Beach and the calm of the Keys. It's where you get a weekend of a million thrills, leading to one of the final chances to make it to the championship four. It's everything we all think of when we think Miami, but so much more.
I love this damn racetrack.
Get your tickets now at HomesteadMiamiSpeedway.com.
When a storm comes through, I talk to my son and my daughter, and I say, listen, Dad's going to be away. And they understand that. They understand Dad's going to help other people.
What we're trying to do for the people is give them a lot of hope. They're seeing their neighborhoods coming on.
We're not done until everybody's power is restored. For my younger daughter, it's tough. I hope that she goes back one day and says, you know what, Dad did what he could for the community, and this has made a difference.
When people need our help,
we answer the call.
Just outside of a town called Basic is Basic Lake, where families gather together for some basic fun. And if you have the 2022 Nissan Rogue with a VC turbo engine and 5 drive modes, you can climb above Basic and find a trail where no one else goes. The 2022 Nissan Rogue, anything but basic.
Get 1.9% financing for 36 months on 10 models, like Rogue, with best-in-class fuel economy.
Get 0% interest for 12 months this week at Recreational Warehouse. Full-featured hot tubs from just $19.95 in Fort Myers, Naples, and Port Charlotte.
We now return to Wink News special continuing live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Well, thanks for joining us again. We are going to be staying on air with you as we continue to monitor Hurricane Ian.
More from live Doppler radar coming up next.
This is Wink News special live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
When you think Miami, lots of things come to mind. But when you think Homestead Miami, it's everything. The vibrancy of South Beach and the calm of the Keys. It's where you get a weekend of a million thrills, leading to one of the final chances to make it to the championship four. It's everything we all think of when we think Miami, but so much more.
I love this damn racetrack.
Get your tickets now at HomesteadMiamiSpeedway.com.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn, and here's a horse come. That brake is moving up the outside. And there we go, the stretch. It's Maverick coming down to that eight ball. Liberty Bell takes it to the inside. What's the one run? He comes down to the line again. There, again, that second. You know the goal. He's the rider. And
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
Hey, off-roaders, decorators, even lunchtimers. AutoNation Toyota is here for you and every driver, and we love getting you on the road. Right now, lease a new 2022 Toyota Highlander for just $369 a month, or new 2023 Camry for only $279 a month. Hurry to AutoNation Toyota or AutoNation.com. What drives you drives us. AutoNation Toyota.
Just outside of a town called Basic is Basic Lake, where families gather together for some basic fun. And if you have the 2022 Nissan Rogue, with a VC turbo engine and 5 drive modes, you can climb above basic and find a trail where no one else goes. The 2022 Nissan Rogue. Anything but basic.
Get 1.9% financing for 36 months on 10 models. Like Rogue, with best-in-class fuel economy.
We now return to Wink News special continuing live coverage of Hurricane Ian. Wink News, the weather authority.
Thank you for joining us now at 2 o'clock as we are in now continuous overnight coverage as we monitor the impacts of Hurricane Ian as the storm continues to slowly make its way closer to southwest Florida and other parts of the state as well. We have team coverage for you in these overnight hours as that storm becomes closer to us. Our teams are spread out all across southwest Florida as we are already seeing the impacts from that hurricane. But first, our team of meteorologists are working hard, looking for any updates that come in. We have Nash Rhodes and Casey Sherman standing by with us this morning. I want to go over to Casey first. Casey, we've been tracking this, and it's been a lot of happening overnight. If people are maybe still up with us as we're watching this, what do you want them to know right now?
I want them to know that we are going to be with you every step of the way. This does look like it's going to be a very serious scenario here for southwest Florida, especially with the fact that we have seen with the latest forecast cone a shift to the south and east yet again. I want to get weather 2 here, if we can throw that up behind me and take a look at this, at least the 2 a.m. advisory that we did have from this system where we didn't have much of a change, at least. There is a look at Hurricane Ian. There it is, weather 2, thank you. 120 mile per hour winds moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. Haven't seen any change in pressure or at least a change in the wind speeds from the 1 a.m. advisory. The National Hurricane Center will continue to issue these intermediate advisories every hour now. The system is getting closer to us, but we'll have a new full forecast cone coming out at 5 a.m. Right now, though, it's fairly set in stone that we're going to be dealing with some major impacts here in southwest Florida from the system. I do say, and I will urge you, if you have not evacuated and you are in those areas that we're having or in order to mandatory evacuation, I would highly recommend doing so. This is not going to be an Irma for a lot of areas. If you are thinking, hey, I fared well during that storm, completely different storm on our hands. It's moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour, where we are expecting this to eventually make a landfall here in southwest Florida. And that'll be for what right now the trajectory has it into Sanibel, then over towards Pine Island, and then out towards the Charlotte Harbor area as a major Category 4 hurricane with around 130 mile per hour sustained winds as it approaches the coast. That is a big-time storm here. Not trying to scare anyone, but this is a situation that we really need to take seriously. Storm surge is going to be a big deal with this, with especially something that has this strong of winds pushing that water right up along our coast. That is a threat we deal with here in Florida because we are so close to the water. So if you are just now tuning in, this is a change from what we had yesterday. Really even the last night, if you're watching the evening coverage, where we now have a direct hit here in southwest Florida. Notice as we take you through 8 p.m. tonight, it begins to move inland. I will say one little silver lining is, at least from yesterday's updates, this does look like it'll be moving a little bit faster than previously thought, where after about 8 p.m. tonight, it's going to be picked up by a trough of low pressure. It's the same trough, unfortunately, that kind of dug this south a little bit more. But because that trough is going to be more prevalent across the area, it's going to pick it up and help it really drive out of here so that by late Thursday, it'll be out towards the waters of Atlantic. So we're really heading into the thick of things now until this afternoon, this evening. Tonight, still going to be looking at that storm surge potential as around this system, we've got that counterclockwise flow that's going to continue with that onshore flow, pushing the water up and preventing it from receding, even through the overnight time frame as this moves to the north and east. So be mindful of that. We should be out of the woods, I would say, really beginning late Thursday night, transition day by Friday, and then we're done with this. But we're hunkering down right now. Here, look at those model plots, which continue to suggest that landfall very close to at least northern Lee or Charlotte County. We still do have some solutions that do take it a little bit farther to the north and west. We're preparing for this one. The consensus models are the most accurate. That's what the National Hurricane Center based their forecast most heavily upon, and that does take it right through Sanibel, Captiva area, Pine Island, and then eventually through the Charlotte Harbor and out close to at least DeSoto County. So this is a big time deal for Southwest Florida. Here is that center right now, about 92 miles to the west-southwest of Marco Island. We've seen what has generally been a little bit of a wobble, I would say, with a bit of a due north track over the past 2 hours. But with the latest scans, it does look like it's following now that more northeasterly trajectory that the National Hurricane Center is showing with that forecast track. We'll continue to monitor this, though, as any kind of wobble to the west would help us. There is that eye wall. The eye is about 30 miles or so in diameter. If you do have the eye wall pass over you, and right now, if that forecast verifies, that would be portions of North Lee, Charlotte County. You're going to notice by tonight, this evening, 5, 6, 7 p.m., bit of sunshine peeking out. Now, it's not a good idea to be stepping outside in that eye wall because we've got the eye of the hurricane, because we have eye walls surrounding it. We get through the first eye wall, we have a bit of calm, and then we've got the second one. So just be mindful of that if this is your first hurricane experience. I know a lot of people have moved here from northern areas over the past year, so it very well could be. Out the door right now, what we're currently dealing with are some rotating bands of rain along with some wind. If you have not evacuated, now is the time to do so. This is still manageable. If you're out on the roadways, it is a little gusty, but all you need to do is evacuate a little bit farther inland. Again, we're highly encouraging you to do so if you are in those mandatory evacuation zones. The officials, they issue those for a reason. There's science behind it. So highly recommend doing that. And right now, again, not a bad time. We do have some quick rotating bands. These are packing a punch in terms of some rotating cells, which we have seen with some tornado warnings. Right now, no tornado warnings in effect for our area. Just some heavy rain pushing through the Cape Hayes Peninsula, Port Charlotte, down through areas like Punta Gorda, Arcadia. You're now seeing some light to moderate rain at the moment. Farther south, we currently have some pockets of heavier rain now through the Immokalee area. Ongoing light showers through areas like Naples, Golden Gate, and also Lately Resort. As far as winds go right now, currently they're sustained between about 19 to 25, even 30 miles per hour right now sustained in Englewood, Punta Gorda. 31 mile per hour sustained winds currently in Port Charlotte. We will continue to see those winds pick up. At the moment, gusts at least not picking up reading, at least for us. Peak storm surge, 8 to 12 feet for Charlotte Harbor, Caloosahatchee River, Pine Island Sound, Fort Myers Beach. We have seen the numbers for Collier County increase due to that recent shift in the forecast cone to the southeast. So that is now 6 to 10 foot storm surge for coastal zones of Collier County. That is the possibility in the range here given by the National Hurricane Center. Again, Hurricane Ian, there is that latest and close-up forecast track showing a landfall here in Southwest Florida sometime this afternoon or early this evening. Of more in terms of specific timing with your latest future track model. I'm going to time it all out for you, show you when each area is going to be experiencing and when they're going to start being experiencing some storm surge coming up.
All right, Casey, thank you. We want to go out now to Wink News reporter Andriana Shepard. She's live in downtown Fort Myers. That's one of the areas in Lee County under mandatory evacuations in that Zone A. It's right along the Caloosahatchee there.
It's really picked up since the last time we spoke. The wind pretty gusty. A little while ago, it was really hard to actually get out of the car. I actually had my photog jump over the seat so that we could get out without the door flying completely open. But you can see how windy it is right now. Just look at these trees. Very windy. As for the rain, still not that rainy. It's just really windy. Now we're over in downtown Fort Myers where a lot of the businesses here are boarded up. Right now, it's all the businesses kind of alongside Wise Guys Deli. All of them have these shutters kind of pointed down. Not seeing that many people outside. If there are people outside, they're kind of driving around almost like they're trying to leave. So now would be the best time to leave if you wanted to evacuate, if you decided to right now, because not many people are on the roads and the winds are just now starting to pick up. So not terrible. It is drivable, but if you're going to evacuate, I would do it now. Live in Fort Myers, Andriana Shepard, Wink News.
Well, the National Guard gears up in Southwest Florida. A Wink News crew took footage outside of the Lehigh Acres Library. This is where guardsmen will wait out Hurricane Ian, and they'll get directions from Lee County Emergency Operations Center. Their presence comes as Governor Ron DeSantis announced 5,000 Guard members have been activated and pre-positioned across the state. And of course, we already are seeing a lot of those wind speeds start to pick up, even where Andy was. We just talked with our meteorologist team, and they've seen gusts up to 30 miles an hour, right around that number. Remember, 40 miles an hour, that's where you do not want to be caught on those bridges. Certainly, it's not recommended.
And that's also the wind speed where emergency crews do not respond to service. Matt Lachey and Pine Island Fire District, in fact, one of those who has suspended service for the time being until the storm passes.
And what that means, right? Fire crews, they say any calls to 911, they will be logged and then responded to once those conditions allow. Obviously, also based on, is the need right now? Do we have to be there? And that precedence.
Yeah, it's important that our crews stay safe so they are able to help us later on after the storm. And take a look, these 18 Lee County EMS ambulances and 5 supervisor vehicles, they're bunking in for the night at the Lee Civic Center. When Hurricane Ian passes, they're going to swap out for any trucks that may have some problems, any mechanical difficulties on the roadways, and will boost operations as crews work through any backed up emergency calls. So they are on standby and ready.
And you see all those vehicles right there. Well, our Wink News reporter, Annette Montgomery, she has been live on Fort Myers Beach in these early morning hours. Of course, she's shown us a whole lot right now. Annette, what are you seeing?
Well, Belinda, I don't know if you all just saw, but I turned around because for the first time since we've been out here, and we've been out here for hours now, I saw cars finally on the road. So I don't know if they're watching the news and they decided to evacuate, but we are in Zone A. We're in Fort Myers Beach. So one of the first zones, one of the first areas that Lee County officials issued a mandatory evacuation order for. Now, the wind, as I said, has been the major issue. It's not too bad right now, but earlier we saw the trees flowing. We saw that flag flowing. We saw downed palms. But right now, the wind isn't too bad compared to what we were seeing earlier. What I will point out, though, is that the ponds have grown. Now, I know for our Wink News viewers or our Wink News radio listeners, they're not able to see, but I'm showing you all not only has the amount of water grown, but also how big the pond. When we first showed you it was very small. It's definitely grown exponentially. Now, I'm also going to walk over this way. I showed you all this the last hour, but I want to show you it again. We are seeing high tide on the beach. We're seeing high water levels. So definitely this is major issue, major concern for county and city leaders, which is why this is one of the areas they issued a mandatory evacuation order for. Now, a few things to note that I want to make sure that I voice right now. On our way, we came from Vanderbilt Beach to Fort Myers Beach, and on our way here, we saw all of the gas stations that we passed boarded up, all of the windows, doors with wood boarded up, and then all of the pumps had bags on them. So we didn't see any gas stations open on our way here. Another thing to note, as we were driving here, our car was hydroplaning, so definitely people are evacuating. Make sure to be safe. Make sure to drive slow. Belinda, I know you also mentioned the wind. Wind, a huge thing when driving. I know when we spoke with Nash last hour, he said the wind in this area was around 35 miles per hour. So definitely very, very serious concern when driving with the wind as well. So be careful. Again, as I said last hour, I'm definitely going to try to reiterate this as much as I can. If you're in Fort Myers Beach and you're considering evacuating, now is the time. The wind is picking up. The water's picking up. Right now, it's died down a little. So maybe get out now if you can. But right now, it has died down. But as we've heard from Casey and Nash all morning, the wind, the water is only going to increase. It's not going to get better in this area. So definitely, if anything, if any takeaway you get from this, if you are considering evacuating, now would be the time because we have been hydroplaning. The wind is pretty bad, and it's only going to get worse here in Fort Myers Beach. Live in Fort Myers, Annette Montgomery. Live in Fort Myers Beach, Annette Montgomery, Wink News.
Right, Annette, thank you for being descriptive out there, helping us kind of visualize and understand what you are experiencing out there. Stay safe out there for us. And meantime, Hurricane Ian, it knocked out power all across Cuba.
And take a look at this video. You saw that water. It washed right over the seawall into the streets of Havana. Cuba's electric union said in a statement, work was underway to gradually restore services to the country's 11 million people during the night. Of course, that's how many people are in the dark. Now, a possible tornado, it touched down Tuesday at North Perry Airport in Hollywood, Florida. It damaged multiple planes and a few hangars. Right now, you can see some of those planes from that overhead shot just ripped to pieces from those powerful winds. They look like they were tossed around just like a toy. At least 2 tornadoes touched down in Broward County between 7:15 and 8 p.m.
Now, if you have not yet evacuated to a shelter, Charlotte County Emergency Management is warning you. They put out this tweet that as soon as there are tropical storm winds, they are going to have to shut the doors to their shelters. They will not open and close them to anyone. They were estimating those would be around 2 o'clock this morning. Our weather team is keeping a close eye on when those would approach. But again, those doors will not open or close for anyone. No one can get in and out of shelters in Charlotte County once we reach those high winds.
And water. Let's take a look here. Rising in Key West because of high tide. Key West residents, they show us these high water just below their homes. Again, it's all flooded in there. And another thing we'd seen, again, just across that famous 7-mile bridge that connects Marathon to the lower Keys, a lot of people evacuating because they know the drill, right? They know put the storm shutters, put those storm doors up, and get out, especially when this advisory is issued.
I want to go out now to Wink News reporter Liz Byro. She's live at Vanderbilt Beach for us. I believe she's on a balcony of a hotel there. Liz, what are the conditions looking like where you are right now?
Well, the rain has just been coming down consistently for the last couple of hours, and the wind, it just howls and it whistles. And even just based off of sound from being in the hotel room and being out on this balcony, it's just getting louder. That whistling is getting louder. That howling is getting louder. You can just hear the palm fronds even moving, and the rain is just coming down. And it's interesting, if you look out at the road, I've been paying attention to it, just, how many puddles are forming, and you can see there are just slight puddles in the road right now, but we're paying attention to that to see if it gets any kind of flooding coming soon.
All right, Liz, thank you. We'll continue checking with you throughout the morning as we know conditions will soon start to deteriorate. Well, Wink News sat down earlier with Senator Rick Scott to speak about Hurricane Ian and what he has to say to all of you this morning.
Storm surge is a killer. Water's a killer. So always think about it this way. You can rebuild your house. You can't rebuild your life. If you're in an evacuation zone, if they've told you to evacuate, do it now. Don't wait. I'll do everything. Marco Rubio and I, we made sure that Joe Biden declared a national emergency before landfall. So we did that. So I'll do everything I can to be helpful.
So that includes about 3,500 reservists, or 2,500 reservists that are ready to go. 2 urban search and rescue teams that are now stationed in Miami. There's a 3rd search and rescue team that's now stationed in Mobile, Alabama. And then they have a 7,500 person surge capacity force ready to deploy within 24 hours if they're needed.
And Senator Scott said he knows FEMA is committed to doing everything they can to help, and he will too, he says.
And Senator Marco Rubio, he gave an update with resources from FEMA. He says supplies and personnel, they have been pre-positioned between Georgia, Alabama, and here in Florida.
And Rubio says the Army Corps of Engineers has a power restoration station in Alabama that will help utility companies bring back the power when it is safe to do so.
Well, these are photos of Ian from the International Space Station. Take a look at this. These are actually from the 26th. So they're a couple of days old. This storm is even bigger than this right now. But this is some of the photos. You can see how massive they were able to capture that photo. You can see the wind bands there in the back. And then this one, pretty incredible. Again, from the International Space Station, Ian showing up from space right now, Petrus.
All right, Lisa, thank you. I'm hoping we can bring up the Sanibel camera that we have here so we can give you a look at what conditions are looking like there. Pretty eerie sight right now with that reverse storm surge, that water being sucked back in from the force of Hurricane Ian. Here's a live look near the causeway there, and you see just how low the water is. Very few people are left on Sanibel Island ahead of Hurricane Ian this morning.
But we do have a crew there. Wink News reporter Claire Galt, she is on Sanibel Island. So Claire, paint us a picture. What are you seeing right now?
I'm standing here on the balcony of my hotel right now, and the rain really is
starting to come down. It's a much different situation than when I last touched base with you all around midnight. But really the biggest difference I'm noticing is the wind. It's getting stronger. I had to go and grab a windbreaker because it's getting pretty chilly. Now, as you mentioned, there's not too many people on the island, not really any at all. But I did run into one family who was actually checking into the hotel where I'm staying. They drove all the way from Cape Coral because they told me they were scared about flooding in their home. So they packed up their family of 5 and their puppy and drove all the way to Sanibel. They said they thought being in a hotel at kind of an elevated height would be a better option.
Well, we knew some people here, and they said that we could get a room, so we decided to come here because it's safer because of the surge. And you never know how bad it's going to be until it's coming directly at you. So we decided to be wise and go higher ground.
Now, remember that evacuation order for Sanibel is mandatory, so the city is urging you to evacuate. And as of 10 p.m. last night, Fire and EMS is no longer taking any calls. In fact, they're off of the island altogether. So if you're here, you choose to stay, you choose not to evacuate, and you need help, you're on your own. Live in Sanibel, Claire Galt, Wink News.
All right, Claire, thank you. Now, some breaking news. Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to give us another update from Tallahassee this morning ahead of Hurricane Ian's landfall in Florida. He'll be joined alongside Florida Department of Emergency Management and a major general with the Florida National Guard. Now, late last night, during his last press conference, Governor DeSantis says the storm is not something to joke about.
There will be catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge on the Gulf Coast region. And of course, the highest risk will be in that Southwest Florida region from Naples up to Sarasota. There's also potential for flash flooding and river flooding with 10 to 20 inches across central and northeast Florida.
And that meeting is happening this morning at 7:30 at the State Emergency Operations Center. Trust Wink News will bring that to you live as soon as the governor is ready to speak.
And we have seen photos of all those Guard members ready to go, and that is some sort of a reassurance, at least during a time when our Weather Authority meteorologists are just tracking every movement
of this storm. And it is a massive storm, as we have reiterated over and over again. Casey Nash joining us now. It's bringing everything, really, including tornadoes, which you guys have been sending out alerts out all morning long. Any indication of how long that tornado threat is going to last?
Yeah, so the tornado threat is going to last with these main bands moving through. So we're talking about right now, it's happening right now, through this afternoon, through this evening. It's likely going to be letting out beginning tonight. That's when we're going to start to see those rain bands let up, and also the system lifting northward. It's the northeastern quadrant of the system that features that tornado threat. So once that's past us, I would say that's going to be around 9 p.m. this evening is when it's going to be completely past our area. That's when we should start to see that tornado threat let up. Of course, so then we've got some additional issues after the storm, once it even is lifting north and east, like storm surge, which is really going to be our biggest threat with the system.
What are you anticipating over the next 12 hours? Any major changes you're anticipating with the storm to come, or are we in the final moments of pretty set in stone?
Yeah, this is the time to really just hunker down. We are now, I would say, roughly, it's 2 a.m. now, so we're roughly about 12, 13 hours away from landfall, which we're projecting around 4 or 5 p.m. this afternoon. So we are beginning to hunker down. I think if you have not evacuated, today, right now, I would say is the time to do so. You are heavily urged to evacuate. If you're in those evacuation zones, I know we all got the alerts to our phones if you are in those zones. And right now, we're really not bad. As we take a look at radar, we've been tracking just some showers, some of these heavy and bands. If we take a closer look at weather 2, please, this will show the entire system moving through the area, where we have had some gustier winds across the area, and we currently are dealing with also what has been just some ponding across roadways too, but nothing that you can't deal with if you are about to hit the roads right now. We've seen some gusts of up to around 30 miles per hour for some of our coastal zones. zones, but overall, nothing you can't handle on the roadways. It is going to get worse, though, as we progress throughout the remainder of these very early morning hours, and certainly after about sunrise. So here's a look at the center of the system. It is about 90 miles away or so from Marco Island at the moment. You can see those rain bands rotating in, and you can certainly make out the eye wall here. This is the area of the heaviest of the rain, along with, you can see lightning firing up. That is a sign of strengthening at the moment, which we're anticipating. We are continuing to anticipate what could be as strong as a Category 4. It could be a strong Category 4 at landfall later on this afternoon. These are the wobbles the system has made so far. You can see in yellow, we've had some wobbles to the east, wobbles to the west. We could continue to see those, but the general track here, it's going to be to the north and east, and it does eventually take its landfall into around Sanibel, Captiva, and from there up through Charlotte County. So this is not meant to scare anyone, but this is one of the worst case scenarios here in Southwest Florida, especially when it comes to storm surge. This is going to be a big time storm. Don't get complacent with it. If you're waking up, or really if you're up right now and you're just noticing, hey, it's some rain, it's some wind, things are going to get worse, especially as we head into this afternoon with that landfall and with that storm surge picking up later on today, which is why we're saying heed those evacuation orders. If you're told to evacuate, you need to leave. You cannot run from storm surge. You can't run from water. You can board up your house from winds, but you can't stop the water really so much from coming in. It's about 70 miles away from that projected landfall is the eye wall. That is the strongest part of this storm. Right now, just some bands of rain traversing through the area. Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, we've seen some rotation with some of these. We've got some heavy bands through Cape Coral, Fort Myers right now. The Moorhaven area in Clewiston, and down through areas like Naples, Layla Resort, and Marco Island. I want to time out the storm surge. We look at the wind direction for the storm surge because that's what eventually drives the water onto our coastal zones. So here's a look at the wind field. We've been looking at this generally this morning out of the east, southeast, but as the system continues to lift its way northward, we're going to start to see some storm surge likely beginning around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., right around that sunrise time. Water is going to start to pile up first along areas like Everglades City, down through Marco Island. You can see that southerly wind pushing the water up against that shoreline. Same thing beginning for areas like Sanibel, beginning for the southern tip of the Cape Hayes Peninsula. Here's 10:30, mid-morning. We're starting to see that storm surge pile up, still along Sanibel, still along Marco Island, and now then on the eastern side of the Cape Hayes Peninsula. As we head into 2 p.m. today, we'll start to see that really piling up across Fort Myers Beach at that point in time, along with then the northern portion of the Charlotte Harbor. So Port Charlotte around that time, you'll start to see that water pushing towards the shoreline. This is also, by the way, going to be around the time that a lot of us are seeing high tide. So we're looking at that water being pushed up at the same time that water levels are at their highest. The good news is, though, the storm surge forecast that we've been showing you, it bakes into account that high tide. So we've been showing you that range with high tide factored in. Today at 5:30, notice we start to see still ongoing storm surge, Charlotte Harbor. By that point in time, 4 or 5 o'clock, these winds out of the southwest, that means it's the time for the Caloosahatchee to start to see some storm surge at that point in time. We're going to start to see some storm surge along the river, ongoing for Estero Bay, Fort Myers Beach, and at that point in time, also Collier County, coastal Collier County. You'll continue to see that storm surge through about 11 p.m. Here's the system moving its way to the northeast. By that point in time, 11 p.m., it's likely out of our viewing area, but still on the back side of this, and still because winds are going to be pretty strong at that point in time, even through the overnight time frame of tonight. Ongoing storm surge with those winds coming off the Gulf of Mexico from the west, it won't let that water to recede. So we're still going to have some high water storm surge the overnight time frame. I do think by lunchtime tomorrow, while we still have an onshore flow, we're going to start to at least see those winds lighten up a little bit more. which would lead to at least some improvements. The water may stop, and then we'll start to see that recede as that system pushes out towards the Atlantic Ocean. That'll be by Thursday evening. So there's that system, the eye about 87 miles south and west of Marco Island. For more on the wind gusts, I just talked about the storm surge. We, of course, also have that high wind potential. We're going to turn it over to meteorologist Nash Rhodes.
Yeah, I want to time out the exact future wind gusts you can expect. And remember, this is just one particular model run. We could see wind gusts higher than the numbers you see here. We could see wind gusts slightly underneath the numbers you see here. These are just a basic guideline as to what you can expect as that center of Ian gets a little bit closer to the shoreline. Future wind gusts by about 10 a.m. especially begin to ramp up for our island zones. Notice Sanibel, potentially Boca Grande and Captiva. All of those locations experiencing wind gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour in this particular scenario, as that eye would drift towards Sarasota counties, potentially out towards Charlotte County as well. You're seeing Englewood, Northport, Port Charlotte also exceed that 70 mile per hour wind gust mark. Sanibel at 95 in this particular simulation, and it only increases as you travel north, so I would expect Captiva to be just a hair over that. Areas inland beginning to uptick in the wind gusts that we see as we approach that 4:30 p.m. time frame. Lehigh Acres, Fort Myers exceeding 70 miles per hour. Immokalee, Ave Maria, LaBelle, even out towards Glades County like you're seeing there. Wind gusts continuing to climb by 4:30 p.m. as we continue into this evening. Things shifting to the north, still seeing those numbers continue to rise in Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, Fort Myers. This is bad news as far as wind gusts are concerned, and unfortunately, we will continue to see those carry over until late tonight into early tomorrow morning as that eye begins to drift farther to the north towards potentially Highlands County later on into the following morning. So those are the exact wind gusts you can expect as this system moves in and then moves out of here. Another thing I do want to show you right now is actually as this does proceed out of here completely, we should see those wind gusts be very similar to what we're already experiencing right now. 30 mile per hour gusts we've seen round after round in Fort Myers Beach. Sustained winds right now in Sanibel are 22 miles per hour. Marco Island, we have seen a big uptick in where we were about 10, 15 minutes ago. Now not just into the 30s, but right at 34 mile per hour sustained winds recorded out there. And we will see that number continue to climb as Marco Island is currently the closest within the wink viewing area to the center of this storm. Pay attention to this very stout band that you're seeing here on the outer edge of Ian. This is the center. This is the eye where the impacts would be maximized. Lots of lightning in the northwest quadrant of that eye, indicating a little bit of strengthening right now as it is pushing on shore. But this particular band I wanted to draw your attention to is drifting to the north and east and will be impacting sections of not just Marco Island, but Everglades City and the majority of Collier County here soon. Naples, this one's about 15 to 20 minutes, maybe even less than that as it is progressing rapidly to the north and west. You will be receiving more squally conditions, very rapid wind gusts, and if you are just receiving a light rain for now into western sections of Collier County, expect those wind gusts to ramp up significantly here momentarily. Farther to the north, we're still seeing some more of those outer bands tracking through the area. Fort Myers and Port Charlotte, you are seeing those on and off showers and thunderstorms. Another interesting observation, though, as these do push to the north and west through Fort Myers and Cape Coral, no lightning with these storms, even a little bit of rotation with some of them, but storms to the east have been the only ones we've seen tornado warnings on recently. Those are the ones that are now tracking through eastern sections of Hendry County and noticed by Clewiston and Moorhaven. Lots of lightning out towards the Lake Okeechobee waterfront. That's showing that these cells mean business. They have staying power, and we will be watching these as they track to the north and west and potentially continue that tornado threat that we have seen all morning long. One quick reminder, I know we've shown this graphic once every hour, but we'll continue to show it. Until Thursday through 5 a.m., we do have a tornado watch in place for all of South Florida. This goes as far north as Highlands and DeSoto counties and continues all the way farther south towards the southernmost extent of our viewing area and even progresses out into the Gulf of Mexico. As we have more updates on not just tornado watches and potential advisories, but also tornado warnings, we'll continue to keep you up to speed here at the Wink Weather Authority.
All right, Nash, thank you so much. First responders in Texas are on there. I actually want to take you out live now to Key West. This is a live look at Duval Street where you can see a little bit there, the wind pushing that rain as that Hurricane Ian made its way past Key West already. I was looking at another shot of Sloppy Joe's bar there. I saw they had their sandbags out. And I was seeing videos and images of the storm surge that is coming near the southernmost point there after the storm has moved through. They are also seeing that storm surge, kind of indicative of what we could see here in southwest Florida as Hurricane Ian makes its way here.
It's really important to note, too, when you do see standing water, just don't go in it. Now let's take a look at this live video. You can see the waves. They are crashing. People out there in Key West, they are taking selfies. Again, the waves, they are kicking up. This video from yesterday after Hurricane Ian hit Cuba, it moved to the Keys. Now you can see people in knee-deep, stormy waters and boats at the marina. They're already taking a beating there. We've seen that in other shots. Again, you can see the wind whipping trees down right there. Again, absolutely not advised. Stay inside.
Yeah, absolutely, Belinda. Good advice. Cape Coral Fire Department, they're putting out this advice on their Facebook page. You can dial 311 in Cape Coral if you have any questions related to Hurricane Ian. They say for questions related to Hurricane Ian, please call the city's 311 call center by dialing 311. You can also dial 239-533-3000 or 239-574-0425. There may be a wait time, but your calls, your questions will be answered. Another video I wanted to show you real quick. This is some actual photos from Delray Beach. We were just talking about some of the destruction that we're seeing in other parts of the state. This is Delray Beach, just north of Pompano on the east side. You can see what they are seeing in these late hours here. Some of the cars flipped. This is, again, from the same bands that are coming our way. This is what has just occurred there on the east side of Florida. You could see busted windows. Pretty scary, some of these photos. Pull up some more here. Again, that's the scary part about this, Taylor, is that this is really, some of these bands are coming in overnight. It's dark out there. Nobody can really see this coming. And so for us to even have some photos, you know, at this late hour is pretty incredible. But man, when the sun comes up, my goodness, what are we going to deal with? I think that's what everybody's thinking.
Yeah, definitely, Lisa. A lot of cleanup to come, no doubt, from this storm. And as Casey and Nash just mentioned, that threat for tornadoes for all of southwest Florida is until Thursday, once Hurricane Ian is well out of its way through other parts of Florida. So until then, you've got to be on alert. Make sure you have those emergency alerts on your phone to let you know when those potential tornadoes are coming to your area. Meantime, first responders in Texas are on their way here to help with storm recovery and that aftermath, similar to what Lisa just showed you. The Texas A&M Task Force 1 is deploying. They're one of several teams FEMA is counting on to help in the wake of Hurricane Ian. They are bringing 2 semi-trucks full of equipment and several boats to help out. And we are keeping a very close eye on Hurricane Ian as it continues to make its way here to southwest Florida. Our team coverage will continue.
Right, and one of the best things, at least, seeing those people come in from Texas. Of course, we've seen the photos of all the Guard members who are standing by, but also we do want to add that the White House press secretary did send a note out through Twitter saying that actually our president had spoken with Governor Ron DeSantis about possible federal help coming. Again, so they did spoke and open up that communication yesterday.
They did, so lots of federal, state, even local resources. They are on standby, ready to prepare to help out once the storm passes. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back.
This is Wink News special live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
I'm Sharon. And smoking caused my throat cancer. After all those surgeries and treatments, dog walking every day makes me feel like myself again. Wow. Almost.
Tobacco-Free Florida offers free nicotine patches to help start your quit journey. 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
Over the years, people have asked me, how did your firm get so big? The answer is simple. We won a lot. Why do you think some of these other firms are so much smaller? Maybe it's because not many people hire them. In this business, you grow by winning. As America's largest injury law firm, we have more lawyers than any other injury firm. Proof's in the pudding. Size is our strength. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Just outside of a town called Basic is Basic Lake, where families gather together for some basic fun. And if you have the 2022 Nissan Rogue, with a VC turbo engine and 5 drive modes, you can climb above Basic and find a trail where no one else goes. The 2022 Nissan Rogue. Anything but basic.
Get 1.9% financing for 36 months on 10 models. Like Rogue, with best-in-class fuel economy.
We now return to Wink News' special continuing live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Good morning and welcome back. Well, we've been talking about this really for the past couple of days. Storm surge is going to be a big worry for us here in Southwest Florida, especially now with the track that has shifted this farther off to the south and east. We're looking at a higher storm surge potential. We've been showing this map a lot. I will say and caution you that this is the reasonable worst case scenario. The National Hurricane Center, they use this map specifically to give it to emergency management officials so they can make those decisions on things like evacuation. So the numbers you see here look a little bit scary. I will say they do this to kind of encompass the entire range except for a 1 in 10 kind of event. So anything that would be in this kind of range, that's in this map, which is why some of these numbers look a little scary, but I want to break it down kind of neighborhood by neighborhood here, just to kind of give you a closer look in to each and every individual location. And if you want to look at this by yourself, the National Hurricane Center website, just type in nhc.com into Google, into your web browser. You can pull up the same exact map and zoom into exactly where your house is to show you that your storm surge, reasonable storm surge, potential here. Reasonable worst case scenario, I should say, storm surge. But this is what we base our evacuation orders off of, what the officials base their evacuation orders off of. This is Charlotte County, and you can see for the mouth there of the Peace, the Mayaca River, and the Charlotte Harbor, those areas that are highlighted in red, those are where we're expecting the highest storm surge, and that is exactly why we've had evacuation orders in that area, because this is to be taken seriously, especially with the new forecast track that does project this system to move right across perhaps Charlotte Harbor as a major hurricane that is going to be heavily increasing our storm surge potential. So zooming in here, let's take you first to some of those northern areas. This is Port Charlotte in Murdoch. You can see Murdoch, we're looking at about 1 foot plus, 1 to 3 feet. Areas in orange, that includes Port Charlotte as we zoom in here. Port Charlotte area, that is the area in orange and also area in yellow. That's 3 to 6, that area in orange indicating 6 to about 9 feet of storm surge. And storm surge is the water rise above sea level. It does factor in high tide. What it doesn't factor in is your elevation. So you need to know that however high you are above sea level, subtract that amount from that forecast storm surge, and that would be roughly about the amount of water that you could see on essentially your lawn, basically. Meadow Park Elementary, you are in that orange to red shading. That means 6 to about 9 feet plus. We've got that for Charlotte Beach Bar. You can see those areas in red right there, showing 6 to 9 feet plus, and Grassy Point Estates. As we move over to areas like the Cape Hayes Peninsula, Rotunda, you currently have areas in yellow. You also have that stretch of areas, that little red kind of stripe there. That's near Oakland Hills in Pine Valley. That is indicating storm surge possible of over 9 feet. Coral Creek Airport, 6 to 9 feet plus. Let's zoom out here and look over towards areas like Punta Gorda. And they currently are also dealing with, in that Punta Gorda downtown area, we're talking about 6 to 9 feet plus. Charlotte High School, 6 to 9 feet plus. Farther south, let's take you into Lee County now. Zoom out here a little bit, give you kind of a broader picture. We have a lot of red in Lee County. You'll notice it's especially along the Caloosahatchee River, which we are expecting to experience a lot of storm surge, along with areas like Sanibel, Pine Island Sound, and also Pine Island. So a closer look in, let's go to Cape Coral first. That southern tip is going to be experiencing the highest amount of storm surge. So Cape Elementary, you can see it there. We've got Cape Coral Yacht Club. If we zoom in, there's Cape Coral Yacht Club. You can see that on the map behind me. Let's zoom in over and go to Tarpon Point. They currently are looking at 6 to 9 feet of storm surge or over for those areas in red. That's the plus, the over 9 feet, I should say. If you live close to Trafalgar Elementary, you're looking at the range of 3 to 6 feet plus. Some of those areas in orange, that's the 6 to 9 foot range. Pine Island Center, you're looking at anywhere between that red area showing what is currently 9 foot plus. That's right as you travel across from Matlacha on that road. Pine Island Center, you're in that yellow to orange shading. Pine Island Elementary more towards the orange shade, indicating 6 to 9 foot storm surge. Possible, reasonable, worst case scenario. But keep in mind, we're preparing for the worst case scenarios. This could be a very, very serious situation. Fort Myers Beach, 9 foot plus, all that area in red. Estero Island, all in red. Lover's Key, all in red. Let's take you over now to areas like Fort Myers, downtown in Lee County. There's Pagefield Airport for reference point. That is in the yellow, the orange, blue, just off to the west, east of that on East Airport Road. And that's about 3 to 6 foot storm surge possible. It's the areas that are along the Caloosahatchee River in Fort Myers that will have the highest potential of seeing most of the storm surge. There is Edison and Ford Winter Estates. You can see right there along State Road 82. That is 6 to 9 foot storm surge. Anything that's nearer to the river than that, that is the 9 foot storm surge range. Let's travel into the Tice area. Rainbow Groves, Tice, there's Orange River Elementary. The red is we're expecting the highest amount of storm surge. There's New York Drive. The yellow indicating 3 to 6 foot storm surge. Piedmont Gardens in the yellow area. Taking you down through Collier County. As we just, again, and you can go to, if you want to know, I know I'm not hitting on every single area, but if you want to go to your specific neighborhood to figure out your reasonable worst case scenario storm surge, National Hurricane Center website, you just scroll down. There is a option for Hurricane Ian, and it's going to be one of the little tabs, the little boxes that's right below the stats on Hurricane Ian. Okay, down through Collier County. Here is an overview. I want to give that to you right now. There is Golden Gate. We've got Naples, Lely Resort, Golden Gate Estates. We also have Vanderbilt Beach and Pelican Bay. Zooming into Vanderbilt Beach, you can see the orange, the red, 6 to 9 foot storm surge there. Some areas looking at in those little canal ways where you see the red, over 9 feet of storm surge or over. There's Pelican Bay. Looking at 3 to 6 foot storm surge in yellow. Areas that are just off to the west of Pelican Bay, 9 feet of storm surge or over that. This is a look at Park Shore. You're in that 6 to 9 foot storm surge range. And as we look over towards areas like Naples High School, Naples Zoo, Lake Park Elementary, Lake Park, we're talking about a range of 3 to 6 feet in those areas in yellow. The orange, 6 to 9 feet. The areas that will be experiencing likely the highest storm surge in this particular area, would be Naples Zoo up through that area of Golden Gate Parkway. There's NCH Baker Hospital right there. Naples Pier. You're looking at about 9 feet of storm surge for exactly those coastal areas. It decreases as you go inland. Aqualane Shores, you're in the orange, you're in the red. And as we go down towards Keyway and Island, Isles of Capri, you're in the red there. That's where you could see possibly 9 feet of storm surge over. Same for Port of the Islands, 10,000 Islands, Everglades City, those areas that are very close to those low-lying regions of the Collier County coast. And I know this is a lot, but again, if you want to check out exactly your neighborhood, there's a lot to look at here. You can go over to the National Hurricane Center website. If you are in those evacuation zones that were asked to evacuate, this is what they base that off of. It is science, which is why we highly urge you, if you are ordered to evacuate, to leave now. You still have some time. The weather right now, some rain, some wind, nothing you can't handle, and you can just travel even just a few miles inland could help and get you out of that evacuation zone. We're going to have more live radar updates coming up on this system, and of course much more on Ian, but I'm going to toss it over to Taylor and Belinda right now.
Casey, thank you for breaking down all those specific areas. Right now, we are moving to some video. Brand new to us. This is storm damage in Miami. So you saw those trees. That is completely covering a white vehicle there. If you can make out that front bumper. Again, it takes strong winds to do that, to break down a tree. You're seeing it pretty much from the root or either where it broke in half. We know that these are close to homes. That black vehicle just covered there again. This is one of the reasons we have been urging you to take shelter. Be sure you're hunkered down.
We are in that tornado threat as well. I've been keeping an eye on the local media there over on the East Coast. Haven't seen any reports of any injuries so far, which is the good news. But here are some new pictures also showing debris across a parking lot at a shopping center in Pembroke Pines. Again, this just last night after storms hit the area, catching those outer bands of Hurricane Ian.
And last time we checked, we had very few outages, but those numbers are going up. Right now, let's see here. We have a few. This is from LCEC. You can see Charlotte has 640 outages. Lee is at 1,040. Collier 430. If you bring this up on your phone, you can actually look and see what outages are happening around you. The green dots indicate about 11 to 50 outages. The purple dots are just one particular outage. So we're seeing just a few homes that are without power in Cape Coral, and then a few clusters here north of Immokalee, and then here in North Fort Myers, we're seeing a few clusters of folks without power in those areas. If we go down just a little bit to Naples, we're seeing a few down in Marco Island, but nothing too bad yet. And for FPL, they really are showing no outages at this point. A few multiple outages in some of the barrier islands, but for Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Charlotte County area, so far power is good right now.
And we do know the largest electric companies in our area have addressed this, saying, we are ready, we know, we are braced for this, but you could be without power for some time. Again, should something happen with the generator, something like that. So we will keep that up to date over the coming days. Now, Charlotte County, they are working to keep you safe from Hurricane Ian's path. Wink News reporter Zach Oliveri has the latest from the Charlotte County Emergency Operations Center.
Ever since we first got here to the Emergency Operations Center here in Charlotte County, we've started to see the storm pick up a little bit. The rain's picking up, starting to come in sideways. We could feel some of the wind. We can even hear some of it outside occasionally. And the biggest message that I've gotten from public information officers that I've spoken with since we arrived here is that people need to take the storm very seriously, to stay inside. Don't go out in this storm, and especially because there's some people who didn't follow the evacuation, and they're in some serious danger, especially because first responders won't be able to come get them. They're going to be pulled off the road once the wind hits 40 miles per hour. And then once that comes in, they won't be able to help you if there is an emergency, that we'll be able to go back out once that recedes, and then Public Works will go out as well to assess the damage, along with Charlotte County Fire with chainsaws to clear up any road debris. And we're going to have a latest update from Charlotte County officials at 10 a.m. this morning. We will be at that press conference to bring you the absolute latest information on what Ian poses as a threat for Charlotte County. In Charlotte County, Zach Oliveri, Wink News.
Thank you, Zach. Of course, a lot of folks are standing by ready to help as soon as this storm moves through. We're in the beginning phases, right? So once that storm moves through, that's when all the helpers are needed, like these ladies right here. These are nurses in Sarasota. They're staying up the next couple of nights to take care of many loved ones. You could see someone's mom actually posted this photo. It's pretty good. You could see a little sleepover party that they're having there. And we hear that there are nurses actually doing this at Health Park as well, right here in our area. So thankful for our nurses, our medical professionals, our first responders that are waiting for this storm to move through, knowing the impacts that it will bring, and ready to step in and help whoever they can as soon as they can. Pretty incredible that we have these kind of people in Southwest Florida for us. Taylor, Belinda?
Absolutely, Lisa. And we've been getting several updates from Lee Health and NCH as they navigate through this severe storm as well. We know Lee Health operating as normal. They do want to stress they are not a designated hurricane shelter. You cannot go there to seek shelter. They are there, though, if you do have an emergency.
And that's really important to note because there are several of those shelters listed in Southwest Florida. But we do have to think about all those nurses and doctors. Any staff member who is working, they probably have to hunker down at the hospital. They probably can't go home.
Absolutely. Just like us, they're away from their family, trying to do the best. We're here to be a reassuring voice throughout the early morning hours as we prepare you for Hurricane Ian, now making its way to Southwest Florida. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this break.
This is Wink News special live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
It's a penalty to pay more than a dime. One dime down.
At Kia of Cape Coral, 33 acres, new and certified pre-owned. Plus, we're the pre-order pros. Order now and get it right off the truck.
KiaofCC.com.
You gotta get it. You gotta go. I'm about to pass it to you.
I caught it.
Okay, pass it back, man.
It feels too good. I'm keeping it.
The Neighborhood, tonight at 11:30 on CW.
Our middle son left to go to work, and a twice deported illegal ran into him, and he killed him. This is what happens when we have open borders. We were able to go and meet with Governor DeSantis. He said, I want to hear your son's story. And to see the compassion in his eyes, he wanted to make sure other lives were protected. He's been very strong on safety. He's been very strong on law and order. He has made our state one of the safest states to be in. There's no greater leader than Governor DeSantis.
That's good. Since my mother got cancer from smoking, I've learned a lot of things. Like how to help her out of bed, how to help her in the bath, how to keep track of her medication, and how to keep her spirits up. Good night, sweetie. Sleep well. I love you. I love you.
Tobacco-Free Florida offers free nicotine patches to help start your quit journey. 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
Do you want some more? Hustle, hustle, hustle. Yeah, you don't need fresh air. Do you want some more?
Wait till you see me on the downhill.
See you at home.
Real luxury, real confidence. Enjoy it with the advanced safety features of a Lexus ES.
Get 2.99% APR financing on the 2022 ES350.
Love is treating all our guests like family.
Love is fixing the vehicle right the first time.
Love is offering price transparency on every Subaru.
Love is respecting your time.
Love is helping our community.
Subaru of Naples loves our customers and community.
Come by for exceptional offers like 2.9% APR on all 2022 and 23 models with no market adjustments. Subaru of Naples, 1 mile south of Pine Ridge at Goodlet Frank and Solana Road.
Searching everywhere for great prices on appliances? No, you have better things to do. Besides, Good Deals has it for less. And we have many items in stock despite shortages everywhere. So get in here, get a deal, save your money.
It's a penalty to pay more than a dime. One dime down.
At Kia of Cape Coral, 33 acres, new and certified pre-owned. Plus, we're the pre-order pros. Order now and get it right off the truck.
KiaofCC.com.
We now return to Wink News' special continuing live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
And we are continuing to track Hurricane Ian. And as of the latest advisory that we received at 2 a.m., we are tracking Ian with sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. That has remained stable over the past few hours. We've noted a slight increase in pressure, which typically means that it's weakening. But the only reason we likely saw that was because that eye wall was being replaced, and it has completed that eye wall replacement cycle, meaning that it will likely strengthen from here. And that should be reflected in the next advisory that we do receive. A quick check-in with the Saffir-Simpson scale. This is the gold standard for the exact rating that we assign to a hurricane, or at least the category, you could say. Currently, 120 mile per hour sustained winds puts it squarely in that Category 3 scale. In the devastating category of the Saffir-Simpson scale, just 10 more mile per hour of strengthening could bump it up into that Category 4 level. But for now, we will keep a close eye on the sustained winds on the outer edges of that eye wall where the maximum impacts of this storm are held. The latest satellite imagery showing that cleared eye still at least visible there on satellite as this is drifting to the north and east, and landfall will likely happen during the daytime here somewhere likely in southwest Florida. A quick check-in with what we're seeing as far as the size of Ian. Ian much larger as far as the impacts and scale of this storm relative to Charlie, and is continuing to grow as it has cleared out that eye wall and is fully expected by the National Hurricane Center to still strengthen into a Category 4 storm moments before landfall. Irma a little bit bigger, but Ian a very large wind field and prolific rain producer, still expected to grow before it does push on shore, and we're already starting to see the impacts of those sustained wind speeds. A quick check-in with what we're seeing along the coastline. Some spots like Marco Island already recording sustained winds of over 30 miles per hour for now. We've watched this number slowly start to creep up over the past few hours, and it'll likely continue to do so as that eye will be directly offshore Collier County first and then push up the shoreline towards coastal Lee and then eventually coastal Charlotte counties if it does get that far to the north before it does move on shore. Areas inland seeing those sustained winds drop into the teens in some spots right now. That won't be the case by this afternoon as those maximum impacts will be felt. For now, wind gusts, so these are temporary wind speeds that we get measured from time to time from our local sensor data, still showing some wind gusts at, if not exceeding 40 miles per hour like we're seeing there in Punta Gorda, just updating live on air at 45 mile per hour wind gusts locally. This is also, as I mentioned, a prolific rain producer. These outer bands from these systems are known for being very efficient at dumping a lot of rain in a very short amount of time. That's why storm surge isn't always just the only impact, salt water being the impact, but also fresh water falling from the sky. You can see those bands carving out these very stout rainfall totals over the past 24 hours leading into portions of Hendry and Collier counties especially. Expect these rainfall totals to slowly creep up farther to the north, and you'll see spots like Highlands and Charlotte counties start to bump up those rainfall totals locally as well. One thing I do want to stress with this is these rainfall total estimates are from our radar. These are not confirmed, but we get a good ballpark from our Wake Live Doppler 3X as to what people are seeing right now. Over 7 inches of rainfall likely into sections of, I'd say, northern Collier County, right on the border of Hendry. Farther to the west towards Fort Myers, only about 2 inches of rainfall over the past 24 hours. Those rainfall totals quickly ramping up, though, as you drop south into Collier County, between 5 to 7 inches of rain locally there. I want to show you sky camera right now with what we're seeing in Fisherman's Village out towards Punta Gorda. Those clouds zooming across the sky as they are quickly wrapping around that center of Ian as it does approach landfall. We're going to even see those clouds pick up in speed, and the intensity these squalls do push through will also ramp up as it does approach the coastline. Winks Live Doppler 3X showing that in Punta Gorda, they did just have one of those bands push through moments ago. You're seeing those yellows there in a straight line. These pushing through Port Charlotte right now, Rotunda, you're getting some gusty winds and heavy rainfall from those bands as well. More bands are on the way, though, as we zoom out here. And in fact, more stout rain bands a little bit closer to Ian Center. We're not quite at that eye wall, but still some of these bands look awfully stout and mean. Lightning within these as well. And you can expect some very high wind gusts as these do push on shore into Collier County here relatively soon. We're already seeing Naples and Marco Island actually getting the outer sides of this band. And I'd be keeping a close eye on those wind gusts here shortly in Marco Island and Naples, as those could, of course, exceed that 35-mile-per-hour mark that we saw moments ago, as those wind gusts will eventually rapidly exceed, likely over 50 miles per hour by the late morning as that eye gets closer and closer to our coastline. Winks Live Doppler 3X also pinpointing some more thunderstorms to the north and east with another stout band. These looking like they're trying to rotate a little bit more than the others. We have previously had tornado warnings drifting into sections of Hendry and Glades counties. For now, it looks like no warnings, but still a little bit of rotation with some of these, and we'll be keeping a close eye on any of these if they do eventually get warned. For now, tornado watches do exist not just for Southwest Florida, but all of South Florida. These in effect until 5 a.m. on Thursday. So a very long period of time. The outer bands of hurricanes are known to be, again, prolific producers of not just rainfall, but also tornadoes. You know, historically, Katrina produced roughly 50, almost 60 tornadoes in its lifespan as it pushed inland on its outer bands. So something to keep a close eye on will be the tornado threat moving forward. I do think that threat will be maximized later on this morning, and we'll start to see those tornado warnings shift from just into Collier and Hendry counties to eventually farther to the north into Highlands, Charlotte, and eventually spots towards Glades County, you know, spots that have been spared from the majority of these tornado warnings thus far. I'll continue to keep you updated on these tornado watches and warnings, but for now, back to you.
All right, Nash, thank you so much. I want to take you out live down to Fisherman's Village in Punta Gorda. This is a live look there that kind of gives you an idea of the conditions there right now. If we can drop the super below so I can show you that the palm tree at the bottom of your screen. You see the winds moving through there. Obviously the rain on the screen as well. Nash just said, as he was live on air, a recorded wind gust there in Punta Gorda of 45 miles per hour. So we are keeping an eye on the conditions all across Southwest Florida. And we hope you're joining us here live on air. But we know at some point today, many are likely to lose power as Hurricane Ian makes its way here to Southwest Florida. So you can also join us on the radio as well. We are simulcasting on 96.9 Wink FM, as well as 101.5 Wave FM. And then if you are able to have a charged cellular device, maybe an iPhone or an iPad of some sort, we are also streaming our newscast live on our Facebook page, so you can check in there with us as well. We're going back out now to our team of reporters who are scattered throughout Southwest Florida, keeping an eye on those conditions. Sanibel Island, one of the very first places evacuated yesterday when Lee County announced Zone A, those most vulnerable to hurricanes, the impacts of it, advising people there to leave.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because their city council on Monday night had approved this a local emergency. Then it went to voluntary and then mandatory. That's what we saw with the rest of those Zone A in Lee County. Again, mandatory evacuations there. So Wink News reporter Claire Galt, she is on Sanibel Island. Claire, what are you seeing this morning?
I'm out here on the balcony of my hotel. It's a pretty good spot. I can see everything, monitor it, and give you guys updates, but I'm still safe under this covering here. Now, Jack, if you'll follow me over here, I want to show them. You can see these palm trees sort of swaying back and forth. As you can expect, the rain is picking up, the wind is picking up, especially the wind. It's really getting stronger as these hours go on. Now, there's not too many people in this hotel, and there's not too many people on the island, but I did run into one family earlier this morning. They were checking into my hotel. They told me they left their home in Cape Coral, packed up their family of 5 and their puppy, and came all the way here to Sanibel. Now, they said they don't necessarily think that the storm will be any better here in Sanibel, but they do think that they'll have a height advantage because of the hotel.
I think it's going to hit just the same, but the elevation is definitely going to be better. Being higher up, you're not going to be scared to be flooded out of your house. So that was the biggest thing, especially with a family of 5.
Now, it's still too dark to see any further behind me, but I am standing in front of water, and I went down to that water earlier, kind of checked it out. It was getting pretty choppy, and as I'm watching as the hours go by, it seems to be getting a little bit choppier, but I'll keep bringing you updates as the hours go on. Live in Sanibel, Claire Galt, Link News.
Well, right now, several areas in Southwest Florida are under evacuation orders. We have been bringing you that up-to-the-date, to-the-minute information every time it's released.
Absolutely, and still we are getting a lot of calls into our newsroom. When I was sitting back there earlier, our poor assignment desk editor, Robin, just taking phone call after phone call, people wondering what evacuation zone they are in still. So we want to go now to Wink News anchor Lisa Hudson in the studio with us with a look at all of those evacuations. Lisa, can you kind of break it down for us area by area?
Absolutely. Everything in red, you should be gone. Absolutely. Everything in red. This is Zone A. So this is right next to the water. Anything on Sanibel, Captiva, anything along the Caloosahatchee. If you're in those areas, you definitely need to get out. Now, Zone B, C, that's when we go to orange and yellow. I'm focusing mainly on Cape Coral right now because I know that's kind of a confusing area for people. Am I in the evacuated zone or not? Now, all of Zone A, B, and select parts of C are under evacuation orders in Lee County. So that means everything in red, everything in orange, and some of these yellow places as well. So let me tell you exactly where this is. If you look at this line right here, the dividing line between the red and orange, this is Del Prado. Okay, and then Veterans Memorial Parkway, this is what separates the orange from the yellow. So B from C is Veterans. If you live south, put it this way, if you live south of Veterans Parkway, going towards the water here, you need to be out. Anything above that, you should be pretty good. Now, the real line in Cape is Kismet Parkway. Usually once you get there, or Northeast Pine Island Road, for the most part, if you are north of those areas, you should be fine in other zones. Now, let me zoom this back in. Let's see here if we can play with it a little bit more. Oh, there we go. And kind of see some of these other areas. Now we're in this is Old Burnt Store Road, again, all in red there. Let's see. And then if we move up just a little, we're kind of playing with this map. It's kind of worn out. It's been used a lot today. We've been paying attention to this religiously throughout this storm. You can see down here, Naples, again, anything along the river or anything along the Gulf, absolutely, you're in that Zone A. And then down here a little bit more, the orange, Everglades City, you need to be out. Up here at Port Charlotte, anything along the Peace River, anything along Charlotte Harbor, you should definitely be out. These, again, you can look at this map for yourself. You can actually put in your address, and it will tell you exactly where you need to be. Again, this is Charlotte Harbor. Anything in red, orange, you need to be out. Part of that yellow, you need to definitely pay attention. But go to Know Your Zone. This is floridadisaster.maps, and you can put in your address. Make sure you check. But if you're close to the water, it's best to just drive inland. And we're really closing on that window, Taylor, Belinda. I mean, if you're not out by now, you really need to get out because that window, you're going to be stuck.
Exactly. Lisa, thank you so much. And for people who may be looking for that map, we do have a link to it on winknews.com. It's under the story with the headline, Know Your Southwest Florida Hurricane Evacuation Zone and Path. You can find everything you need to know right there. We want to turn now to downtown Fort Myers. Again, another area susceptible to seeing some of that storm surge because it is right along the Caloosahatchee. I got to say, when I saw pictures yesterday and I drove downtown and saw the businesses boarded up. I mean, that's something I have not seen here in my few years here in Southwest Florida. That's when I finally realized, okay, we are serious. This is happening. I want to go now to Wink News reporter Andriana Shepard, live in downtown Fort Myers for us. Andriana, what are the conditions looking like there now?
You know, every time I talk to you guys, the conditions change right now. Still not looking too bad. An hour ago, everything was very windy. The rain was coming very hard at us sideways, but now just straight down kind of sprinkles and kind of no wind. No wind at all. It's not too bad out here, but we do see some of these businesses boarded up here. We see these metal kind of shutters hanging down. over near the City of Palms parking garage. Other than that, weather conditions aren't too bad. There is some puddling going on in the middle of the streets, but still nothing terrible at the moment. It's very calm, very light. No one's downtown right now. Everything's very, very calm at the moment. Live in Fort Myers, Andriana Shepard, Wink News.
All right, Andriana, thank you. Turning now to a little bit more south in Collier County. I want to go to Vanderbilt Beach. That's where we find Wink News reporter Liz Byro, who has been keeping an eye on how things are looking right there. I think we have Liz live to tell us more about what's it looking like out there, Liz.
And so since I checked in with you guys first around midnight, the wind has just only strengthened. You can see behind me, I mean, the trees are just blowing. You can hear the whistling. You can hear the howling of the wind, and it has just only been getting louder. So right now, behind these buildings is the Gulf side, but on the other side of our hotel room is the lagoon side, and the wind just felt stronger over there. There was bursts of wind coming in through the screened-in area, and with that bringing rain. Now, I did also attempt to go downstairs, and like I said, the wind was just too strong. It was hard to stay up stable, so we did head back upstairs. But when I was down there, I did get a look at the lagoon, the water, and it was very choppy. And so most of the people living around the lagoon have their boats elevated up, and from that, I was able to gauge that water level. And so that distance between the bottom of people's boats and the top of the water has shortened, indicating that the water level is rising. So I'll keep you updated on all those conditions. Live in Naples, Liz Byro, Wink News.
Well, right now we are, we've been out at Vanderbilt Beach for a while. We'll actually say Taylor Wirt, she was out there, and this is a really note on how conditions can change quickly. She was out there for her live shot, I think around 6. Then by that 7 o'clock when she was there, she had actually moved inside of a resort there, inside of the hotel, because again, they didn't feel like conditions were safe because those wind speeds, they were picking up. But right now, Verizon, they are providing unlimited calls, texting, and data for their customers. Again, this offer, it begins tomorrow and it runs through October 4th. Accounts with those billing addresses in the following Florida counties. That's going to include Charlotte, DeSoto, Hardy, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pinellas, Polk, Sarasota. And Taylor, one of the things about this, all those counties, I believe, at some point have been under that watch or warning that they could be seeing some significant damage. So again, if that indeed is why Verizon is doing this, that's great.
Absolutely. And as we continue to monitor Hurricane Ian, our team of meteorologists are tracking any fine-tuning to the track of this here. We're going to let them analyze that data, and we'll come back after a quick break.
This is Wink News special live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Wink Weather is sponsored by Roof RX. Call now for your storm estimate.
It's Ford Truck Month. Now's the time to get our best deals on the full Ford lineup of trucks. Get after it. Get to Ford Truck Month. Don't miss 2.9% financing for 72 months and no payments for 90 days on the 2022 F-150.
When a storm comes through, I talk to my son and my daughter, and I say, listen, Dad's going to be away. And they understand that. They understand Dad's going to help other people.
What are we trying to do for the people is give them a lot of hope. They're seeing their neighborhoods coming on.
We're not done until everybody's power is restored. For my younger daughter, it's tough. I hope that she goes back one day and says, you know what, Dad did what he could for the community, and this has made a difference.
When people need our help,
we answer the call.
That's a pretty tight spot.
Watch this.
Your Buick Park said so. That's so you. Of course you know where we're going. That's so you.
I got a 6th sense.
And a head-up display.
They're here.
You brought all these players in your Buick?
Yeah.
So you.
It is.
At the heart of every Buick SUV is you. Pay no interest on Buick SUV models. Buick, ranked #1 brand in the industry for new vehicle quality.
The radical left will destroy America if we don't stop them. They indoctrinate children, try to turn boys into girls. They allow illegal aliens and drugs to flood into our country. And if you speak out, they ban you on social media and they call you a racist. Congresswoman Val Demings is for all of this. She votes with Pelosi 100% of the time. I'm Marco Rubio, and I approve this message because I was raised by people who lost their country. I'm not going to let us lose ours.
Day or night, your loved ones show up for you. At HCA Florida Healthcare, we do too. Because you're the center of our family, Florida's largest healthcare family. And you'll feel it in everything we do. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you.
If you're looking to do your kitchen or bath and you're interviewing contractors, what should you ask? What should you know about materials and craftsmanship? Do they do the work themselves or do they hire others? And what about a warranty? Bottom line, who you choose makes all the difference. So go to our website for a copy of 10 things you better ask before you choose a contractor. Our name, by the way, is Cornerstone, and we love tough questions.
It's Ford SUV season. Get great deals on Ford SUVs like Ford Explorer and Bronco Sport. See your local Ford dealer today. Don't miss 2.9% financing on a 2022 Explorer, Edge, or Escape. And your local Ford dealer will add an additional $500 bonus cash.
We now return to Wink News special continuing live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Thank you for joining us. Now, Wink News reporter Annette Montgomery, she is live right now on Fort Myers Beach. Annette, you have been there all morning. What are you seeing right now?
Well, Belinda, I can't only tell you what I'm seeing, but I can actually tell you what I'm feeling. It is very, very windy. I'm actually having to hold my hat on my head because it keeps flying off. I'm going to have my photographer pan to show you the light that's moving right now. You can actually just see the wind coming from that direction, which is closest to the beach. But I'm going to have him also pan to show you this side, and this is what we've been seeing since we've been here since 12:30. Just trees blowing, that flag blowing, downed palms. Now, I told you all during the last hour, for the first time, I actually saw 2 cars on this road. I don't know if they were evacuating, but since that time, I have not seen anyone else on this road. So no traffic, no roadways. But I'm going to have my photographer pan down to show you the ponding that we're seeing. Again, for our radio viewers, it's still not over my feet yet, over my rain boots, but it is expanding just the amount of water. So just a few things to note. I know you all were going over the evacuation zone. So just to give perspective, this is evacuation zone A. This is Fort Myers Beach zone A. So this is one of the first areas around 9 a.m. yesterday morning that Lee County officials issued a mandatory evacuation order for. And you can see from this wind, you can see how I'm being pushed by the wind, just how important that evacuation order was and why leaders thought this was an area that needed to be evacuated. Now I'm going to take you closer to the beach. We're going to go slow because the mic has been cutting out, and I think it's just because it's so windy and so choppy out here. But we are seeing high tide, and with this wind now, we are definitely seeing this water pushing a lot more. So definitely, like I said earlier last hour, this is the time to get out if you're on Fort Myers Beach. Now, a few things to note if you're just checking in. We did drive from Vanderbilt Beach around midnight to Fort Myers Beach, and on our way here, all of the gas stations were boarded up. They had wood on the doors, on the windows. The gas pumps had bags on them, so we have yet to see any gas stations open. Another thing to note, if you are evacuating now, make sure to drive slow because, as you all have said, once winds reach a certain speed, they are dangerous. Now, I know when we last checked in with Nash, he said around 30 to 35 miles per hour winds here on Fort Myers Beach. So definitely getting to dangerous levels to even be on the road. So definitely if you're driving on the road, drive slow. Our car was hydroplaning, and that was earlier before we saw all this downpour. So I'm pretty sure the roads might have a little more water on them now. So definitely drive slow. But as you can see, I'm just showing you all, you can see the wind. The wind is coming. The wind has been consistent. What hasn't been consistent is the rain. It's been a little bit spotty. So at times it's really raining. At times it's not. But the wind is the one thing that has not stopped. It's just constant. It's definitely increasing. So again, I know Casey made the mention that if people want to get out, they should do it before sunrise because that's when things might get worse. So definitely I would say, again, this is the time to get out if you're on Fort Myers Beach because it is pretty windy. It is pretty rainy. But we'll stay here as long as we can and bring you all any new updates on air and online. Live in Fort Myers Beach, Annette Montgomery, Wink News.
Yeah, and what she's saying is certainly all correct. If you have had those evacuation orders issued for your area, you still have some time. I would say by about sunrise, things are really going to start to deteriorate across the area. I highly urge you to get out now if you have not yet evacuated in those areas that have been under mandatory evacuations. This is not something to mess around with. This is quite literally, and this is not to scare you, just to prepare you for those, again, that have not
not evacuated and were ordered to do so, that this should be a worst case scenario here for Southwest Florida with the kind of track we're seeing and with the kind of strength we're seeing with the system. So take this storm very seriously. We have 120-mile-per-hour winds, the 3 a.m. advisory. Really haven't seen much change. Pressure remains the same, 953 millibars. Motion remains the same to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour, where we are anticipating this northward trend to continue as we head into the rest of the day. You can see that on a satellite. We had a little bit of an eye wall replacement. Now starting to see that eye kind of expand yet again. An eye wall replacement cycle is typically the diameter collapses and the new eye then begins to expand. And we're beginning to see that and are expecting additional strengthening over the very warm waters just off of our coast as it gets closer to our area. So forecast cone, this was issued at 11 p.m. last night, where unfortunately we did happen to see another shift to the south and east. Right now, we are anticipating landfall very close to Sanibel, Captiva. This is going to be sometime this afternoon. I would expect around 3, 4, 5 p.m., taking it up through Pine Island into portions of far northwestern Lake County, Charlotte Harbor, Punta Gorda, and eventually through DeSoto County. Still as a Category 3 hurricane. This is at 8 p.m. this evening. And then the good news is we are expecting a little bit of a faster motion, at least compared to what we had forecast yesterday. By Thursday evening, it should be out over the Atlantic at that point in time. The system, it continues to swirl now about 90 or so miles to the west-southwest of Marco Island. Notice it's beginning to move northward with that motion, a little bit now getting a bit more parallel to the coast. And as it continues to and starts to parallel our coastal line, that's when we're going to start to really feel some of these winds pick up. We've begun to really see some heavy bands of rain now track into Marco Island, coastal zones of Collier County. This is a look at the wavering that we've seen with this eye, and we could see some additional kind of slight wobbles as we head into about the next few hours. Current track, though, has it to the north and east. I will say we've seen a little bit of a northerly motion with this. We'll see if that happens to continue. But right now, the current track again, there's a close-up look at that. Right through portions of the Charlotte Harbor, up through Punta Gorda, and out into DeSoto County. That eye wall is about 32 miles in diameter. If this eye does pass over you, you'll be looking at likely some blue sky by sometime late today. Don't be fooled, though, that blue sky will not be lasting because you've got the second eye wall to make your way through. So let's time this all out for today. Here's a look at 5 a.m. this morning. This is fairly close to where it is currently, but it's going to be a bit more parallel to our coastal line. It starts to work its way northward. We see those driving bands of rain, these feeder bands that are going to be bringing some gusty winds and the potential for tornadoes. 9 a.m., this is for 9 a.m. this morning as we head into what should be about the next 5-6 hours. We start to see the winds pick up, and notice the wind direction. It's pushing up against areas like Marco Island, Everglades City, Chokoloskee. Your storm surge threat begins there. From there, we'll continue to see those winds then begin to shift more out of the south for portions of Sanibel and up through areas like the Charlotte Harbor and near the Cape Hayes Peninsula and then out towards Cayo Costa. Winds really increasing at that point in time. This is noon where it's going to start to parallel Lee County. There's the eye wall. This is going to begin to push onshore here as we head towards 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. You're going to be within the strongest winds at that point in time, 3 through about 5 p.m. Charlotte County, Lee County. It's going to be loud. You're going to hear that. And if you have storm shutters on, you won't be able to see it, but it is going to sound very loud. That is the worst part of the storm passing over you. And then begins to work its way inland. We've got ongoing storm surge starting in Charlotte County, starting up the Caloosahatchee River at about 3, 4, 5 p.m. This is going to be right around the time of high tide as well. So that's going to add a little bit to that storm surge. We'd rather have this happen at low tide, but unfortunately with high tide happening right around the time of landfall, that is why we're saying worst case scenario situation here in Southwest Florida. Eye continues to push on shore, 5:30. We've got some strong winds beginning through DeSoto County, continuing out through Charlotte County, down through Lee County. And even as it continues to track northward, here's 9 p.m. begins to enter and pull away from our viewing area. We still have that onshore flow that's going to be bringing still that potential for some storm surge. It's going to prevent those waters from receding and going back out. So we continue with an ongoing storm surge threat. Tonight, I would expect at least some of the rain to start to let up, with most of it lifting northward. This is Thursday morning as we wake up tomorrow. Still going to be looking at some gusty winds, still an onshore flow that's still going to allow for that, or rather prevent that water from receding. I would expect improvements beginning Thursday night. Winds are going to start to lighten up at that point in time, which should at least improve not only the storm surge, but of course the wind threat. And then we'll continue to see that eventually out towards the Atlantic Ocean as it continues to pull away a little bit faster to the north and east. For more on specific impacts of what we should see here locally, including rainfall, along with those gusty winds, county by county, we've got meteorologist Nash Rhodes to break it down.
Yeah, I want to get into the exact impacts that you can expect, beginning with Collier County first, where impacts, although they will be sufficient, they're not going to be as powerful as some of the impacts they could see in counties to the north. First off, notice the storm surge between 5 to 8 feet for our coastal communities, Naples, Lely, Marco Island. Impacts in Collier County will be felt especially by you first. Golden Gate, Nave, Maria, and areas a little bit farther inland as you approach the Alligator Alley, Tamiami Trail regions. Those impacts a little bit less. So 2 to 5 inches of rainfall is to be expected from this system. Wind gusts between 50 to 85 miles per hour. Keep an eye on that storm surge, though, as we progress farther to the north into Lee County. 8 to 12 feet of storm surge is now the new forecast, and that especially goes for our island zones. If you are asked to evacuate, you need to evacuate and get out of these islands. It is going to be especially bad if these storm surge values come true for those low elevations of those islands. Flooding is also expected, with wind gusts surpassing 105 miles per hour. Not out of the question. The reason we've added this here is a landfall in Lee County is not out of the question. With the latest updates that we've been receiving, that eye continuing to wobble back and forward, bringing it closer and closer to us here in Southwest Florida. Our more confidence, and our higher confidence, at least you could say, in stronger wind gusts with an eye wall approach would be just 1 county north into Charlotte County. 4 to 9 inches of rainfall is to be expected. Wind gusts between 85 to 125 miles per hour possible. We could even see higher numbers than that if we did receive a landfall here in Charlotte County, with storm surge still between 8 to 12 feet. A similar stories to what we saw in Lee County, and also a similar stories to what we are seeing in Sarasota counties. 6 to 12 inches of rain, with a few spots exceeding that 12-inch mark. Some spots could see well beyond that, depending on where that eye wall sets up. Otherwise, flooding, wind gusts, as I mentioned, exceeding 125 miles per hour, but also that tornado threat will be possible throughout the region. Most of our counties farther south have received those tornado warnings thus far. I'd expect those warnings to start popping up farther north in counties that haven't exactly seen them yet, or have only seen 1 or 2 thus far. DeSoto and Highlands counties impacts 4 to 8 inches of rainfall possible. Expect this to be a sliding scale as you go farther west. I think we'll be closer to that 8-inch total. Farther to the east, those rainfall totals a little bit less. But of course, if one of those tropical bands sets up and trains over itself for a long period of time, locally, we could even exceed a few of those totals. Tornadoes will be possible as far north as even Highlands counties, as they are included within that tornado watch that continues into Thursday morning at 5 a.m. Notice Glades and Hendry counties. 3 to 5 inches of rainfall expected, a few spots with 5+ inches of rain, and we've seen some stout thunderstorms actually towards the Lake Okeechobee waterfront already in that region. Those actually spinning and even producing a few tornado warnings as they have tracked to the north and west. Those warnings issued by the National Weather Service. Quick check-in with Ian's wind fields. No matter where you are, tropical storm force winds will extend far away from Ian's center, and also hurricane force winds at that. Notice if this were to push up towards, let's say, Sarasota and Charlotte counties, the outer fields that could produce those hurricane force winds extending 1, perhaps even close to 2 counties inland for a short period of time, depending on the forward speed of Ian's arrival by the time it does push its way onto the coast. Otherwise, tropical storm force winds extending far to the south, even as this does make landfall to the north, with the Naples area and the Lake Okeechobee area also seeing tropical storm force winds at minimum. Check in with Winks Live Doppler 3X. Many of us getting off to a wet start to this morning as we continue to see more and more of those powerful bands pushing on shore. It's only going to get worse as this is the new normal. You can see the eye wall here with lots of lightning showing that it is rapidly intensifying as of the latest scans that we are seeing, but still a little bit weaker here on the southeastern flank of it. We will be watching this as it has wobbled back and forth, as Casey just showed you moments ago. Farther to the north and east, one of these stronger bands on the outer edge of Ian is actually making its way through Collier County right now and lifting into Bonita Springs and Golden Gate here shortly. Ave Maria and Immokalee, you've had a little bit of a break in the action, but it is going to get windy and it is going to get rainy here very soon. And these bands are a little bit different than the rain showers you would see on a day-to-day basis here in Southwest Florida during perhaps our rainy season. Those water droplets in our rainy season are much larger and fall much harder. This is more of a mist that only picks up in intensity as some of these bands will track through. Farther to the north and east, leaving the Lake Okeechobee waterfront now, entering into northeastern sections of Glades County and into Highlands County right now. We are seeing more and more of these isolated cells. These are the ones we have to watch for a little bit of rotation thanks to the maximized wind field put out by Ian. That wind field allows these storms to spin like tops if they are separated from the actual band itself. And you can see this separation with those light showers actually moving to the north while these bands are surging to the west. We call that deviant motion in meteorology, and that's a good indicator that some of these storms have mesocyclones, which tells us that there is some loose rotation. Now, for now, no tornado warnings on these, but if anything changes, of course, we'll let you know right here at the Wink Weather Authority. As we take a quick pan out here, just expect more and more of these bands to pick up, and they will pick up in intensity as we progress throughout the afternoon.
And with those strong winds that Nash Rose was just mentioning, one of the threats to your everyday life, of course, you can lose power. The Red Cross does recommend that you can keep food safe. First, use the fridge and then the freezer. And then, of course, go ahead and use that thermometer just to make sure it is at a safe level. Now, one possibility, as Wink News has been telling you, Ian, it could come ashore in Venice. And, of course, that's in Sarasota County.
Yeah, Wink News reporter Jennifer Titus stopped by the area's most iconic spots to check in and see how they're doing.
We are here in Venice at Sharky's, literally right along the fishing pier. You can see they are ready and prepared for whatever Mother Nature throws their way. They have sandbags. Windows are boarded up. They, like we just mentioned, are right along the beach here in Venice. Right there is the ocean and the fishing pier, and that is what everybody is paying attention to because right now there is a storm surge estimated at 8 to 12 feet. And if it was to get that high, a lot of the places along here are going to be underwater. And that's why there are mandatory evacuations in place for Sarasota County for Zones A and Zones B. We spoke to a GM here at this restaurant earlier today. He says they've never seen something like this in 30 years where a forecast is coming right on top of them. So they are hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. In Venice, Jennifer Titus, Wink News.
And this is video of the storm surge from Hurricane Ian out of Havana, Cuba. Golly, I've been saying that too much today. You can see the storm surge here. It's dark video, but my goodness, this was taken from a CNN reporter there in Cuba. You can see the water splashing up there over the side. My goodness. And just a few hours later, that's when that same wind gust started to hit Key West. We're seeing this video. This is from Gabby Orzala. She tweeted out this of Key West. Look at all that water, and you can see the wind pushing it inland just like that. The palm fronds just whipping in the wind there. My goodness. And then Felicia, she sent us this video as well, or posted this video on the weather. She is a reporter with the Weather Channel. She posted this on Twitter, and a good high up view. You can see how that water, again, just flowing down streets, stop signs, just blowing in the wind. Again, Key West really catching some of the brunt right before we take some of that here in Southwest Florida, guys.
All right, Lisa, thank you. I want to go out live now. Just give you a look at how things are looking here right now. This is a look at Fisherman's Village in Punta Gorda. We were seeing some strong wind gusts, as Dash said there earlier this morning. You can kind of see that palm tree at the bottom of your screen. It kind of starting to breeze in the wind there, and you see obviously the raindrops on the screen as well.
Absolutely, and the sky That is cloudy. It looks pretty ominous. We can tell it's strong enough to move that palm tree and go ahead and move those palms.
And obviously, a lot of boats in the water. Hopefully, people took the proper precautions as we now head into the final 12, 13, 14 hours as Hurricane Ian makes its way towards southwest Florida. Joined now with meteorologist Nash Rhodes and Casey Sherman, who've been working hard in the Weather Center for us this morning. We've been talking about evacuations for the last 24 hours now for people here in southwest Florida. Some people may not be going. They might feel better in their home, hunkering down, feel like they're adequately prepared. What should people be doing if they haven't left now?
Yeah, and not everyone was, under an evacuation mandatory evacuation order, I should say. And if you weren't, you can stay. That's the reason why they issue those mandatory evacuations, is because it's those areas that are going to be experiencing life-threatening storm surge. If you're inland and you decided to ride out the storm here in Southwest Florida, no, of course, you can watch us for the entire day. But also, here's some things to know to prep the inside of your home if you are now staying there, which right now would be about the time to start kind of hunkering down and kind of taking sheltering in place, as we're going to start to see these impacts pick up. So on a Take Weather 2, that's where we currently have this list of things you can do to prepare. One of the things you can do is fill the bathtub with water, sinks with water. And that would actually, if you do have a power outage, which is going to be fairly likely here, that would help you, because you can get a bucket, fill things like the toilets, the tanks there, and that actually helps you at least flush. I know it's not comfortable when you're without power, but that can make things at least a little more comfortable. You can use that water to maybe take a little bit of a bird bath there. Adjust the refrigerator too, with that potential loss of power, to the coldest setting. If you can do that before your power goes out, and then you'll have kind of a higher likelihood of at least the fridge staying cooler for longer, and then less spoiled food. Fully charge your cell phones, of course. If you have those portable chargers, make sure those are all charged up so you can continue to use your cell phone even with that potential loss of power. And right now is the time to locate a safe space in your home. Let that be an interior room without windows. Try to make it more in the center portion of your house. Bathrooms are great because they have a little bit of extra support thanks to the plumbing structures there. You're going to need that a little bit later on, not just in case of a tornado, but if you are in the path that the eye wall is going to be passing through, that is going to be leading to an extended time of where you would be experiencing tornado-like winds. So that's areas like northern Lee County, Charlotte County, we're expecting that eye to pass through, and into DeSoto County. Turn off major appliances to reduce chance of damage from surge. That's when you lose power, turn those appliances off. And then the generator, if you have one, great. It needs to be outside with minimum distance of 15 feet from your home. Not in the garage, not in a room that's a bit farther away. It needs to be outside. We have had some pictures coming in now of viewers. This is a flooded backyard that's in Lehigh Acres. This was sent in from viewer Charles Paulette Sr. You can see already that water level rising, as we've seen already some very heavy bands of rain across portions of Lehigh Acres and really now for coastal portions of Collier County.
And that's important to know that people are already seeing some of those effects, because even though you might not be in those mandatory evacuation zone, if you are in a low-lying area that typically sees flooding when we have these summer rainstorms, I mean, you know what to expect. So just because you weren't asked to evacuate doesn't mean the threat of flooding is still there.
And actually, just into our newsroom, Annette Montgomery saying where they're located, the car was actually shaking. And Nash Rhodes, he has been taking a look again at this radar. It does look like a stronger band is moving on shore.
Yeah, if we could pull up Weather 2 very quickly, I do want to show you, or even a live shot here, or either one works. We have multiple bands moving on shore right now into coastal Collier County. You're seeing Marco Island, Everglades City, the downtown Naples area, all getting a stronger band at this point in time. That same band, as big as it is, all the way up towards Fort Myers Beach, and that's what Annette is seeing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we want to give you a live look at what the conditions are looking like there outside at Fort Myers Beach. This is a live camera at Pierside Grill. You can see that wind kind of really pushing those raindrops through there. And as Belinda said, Annette just reported into our newsroom that they want to find somewhere safer to stay because the car is shaking. Nash, you had something to add to that.
Yeah, and we've already seen wind gusts surpassing that 35 mile per hour mark. I would expect that to continue to climb as this gets closer, but specifically with this band, we're going to be refreshing those wind gusts and seeing if we do get higher totals across Southwest Florida.
All right, Nash, thank you. And let's go now to Annette Montgomery, who is live on Fort Myers Beach. She's been there for several hours now, and as we've been checking in with her, Annette, the conditions have continued to get worse. I heard in your last live shot, I could actually hear the wind as you were speaking.
Yeah, Taylor, so I'm sure you can definitely hear it now. And as you said, me and my photographer did have to call it. This will be our last live shot on Fort Myers Beach because the wind is actually, it's now shaking the car. So it is becoming a threat to us. I'm going to have my photographer show you what we're seeing right now. You can see, again, palm trees flowing in the wind. You can see the flag. You can see downed palm trees. Definitely the wind is now at a level where things are flying. We are seeing things flying. We are seeing our light. We have sandbags on our light, but that has been constantly shaking, moving to the point where it's fell several times and my photographer has had to pick it up. Now, to give some perspective, I know you all have gone over the zones, the red zones, zone A, orange, B. We are in zone A. This is Fort Myers Beach, a mandatory evacuation zone. Now, this mandatory evacuation was issued around 9 a.m. yesterday. Now, Liz Byro was out here and said around 10 a.m. officials were knocking on doors trying to get people out. If she saw people crossing over the bridge. Now, since I've been here this morning, I've been here since 12. I've only seen 2 cars on this road right here. I have to hold my hat as you can see the wind. I only saw 2 cars on that road right there. I think maybe they were trying to last minute get out, last minute evacuate. I know Casey said, you know, around sunrise, that's when we were going to see some of the worst conditions in this area. So people really should try to evacuate. But you can see the wind right now. I don't even know if it's safe to be on the road at this time. We're going to do our best, but our car is shaking. And even on our way here at midnight, we were hydroplaning. So I can only imagine now. I'm going to have my photographer pan down to just show you the water. Now, I know we have some viewers listening in. So again, the water is not covering my rain boot at this time, but the amount of water, we are seeing a lot more water. So it's not high yet, but it's just a lot. It's a lot of water. So I can only imagine when more wind, when more rain comes in, what this area will look like. Now, I just want to give you all some few notes before I log off of Fort Myers Beach. One thing, we did come from Vanderbilt Beach to Fort Myers Beach. All of the gas stations we passed were boarded up, which obviously we see why, the wind completely out of control. But they were boarded up, the windows and the doors, and all of the gas pumps had bags on them. So if you are trying to get gas, Fort Myers Beach, you might have to wait till you get out of here because the ones we passed, all of them were closed for right now. But we will bring you updates. We won't be on Fort Myers Beach anymore, but I will definitely try to keep you all updated on what we're seeing here, and we'll definitely bring you updates on air and online. Live on Fort Myers Beach, Annette Montgomery, Wink News.
And you may have been able to hear some of those wind gusts that our meteorology team just checked on, and it looks like some of those gusts have exceeded 35 miles an hour. Remember, you are recommended to not drive on bridges once it hits 40 miles an hour. Even 35, you will feel it in your car.
Absolutely. So they are starting to pick up out there. Our coverage on Hurricane Ian continues right after this break.
This is Wink News special live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Honda SUVs and trucks give you more. Save thousands more with 1.9% financing. Get more legroom, more cargo room, more power. In stock and available with 1.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today.
As hurricane specialists and first responders, Crowther Roofing knows that the only way to combat a hurricane is to be prepared. Crowther Roofing's well-trained workforce, in addition to well-stocked materials and resources, along with our backup generators and gas station, enable us to take action in emergency circumstances. Do not wait for an emergency. Have Crowther Roofing assess your roof and provide low-impact solutions for high-impact weather. Go to Crowther.net. There is only one Crowther Roofing.
All right, slow down a little bit. Check your mirrors, all of them. I'm doing that. Remember that place? Spent our share of nights there, didn't we?
You know, there's something I want to ask you.
Absolutely.
How do I link my phone?
That's what you want to drive.
When it comes to fighting childhood cancer, we're thinking of every mile. It's your journey.
When our
middle son, Brandon, left to go to work. He was only 21 years old. And the last words I said to him is, I love you. And twice deported illegal. Ran into him and hit him so hard that he caused Brandon's car to flip. And he killed him. My child's killed by someone who should not have been here. This is what happens when we have open borders. We were able to go and meet with Governor DeSantis. He said, I want to hear your son's story and to see the compassion in his eyes. And I saw the concern. He wanted to make sure other lives were protected. And as a governor, he truly has been upholding the oath that he took, which is to protect Floridians. He not only talks a good talk, but he walks it. He's been very strong on safety. He's been very strong on law and order. He has made our state one of the safest states to be in. There's no greater leader than Governor DeSantis because he didn't just listen. He put action behind it.
This is it. Inventory is here and game-winning savings. Your Southwest Florida Chevy champion, Victory Lane Chevrolet. Victory Lane has the winning lineup of new Chevy models. Right now, buy any new truck and get a $1,000 accessory allowance. Bring us your trade and get an additional $1,000 off any in-stock vehicle.
After further review, nobody beats Victory Lane savings and selection.
Victory Lane Chevrolet on the corner of Fowler and Winkler. Online, victorylanechevrolet.com.
Does your collagen need a wake-up call? Thermage FLX helps smooth wrinkles and tighten sagging skin without surgery, using stimulating waves of energy to remodel your body's own collagen. It helps address the visible signs of aging in minutes. The most common immediate side effect is mild to moderate pain during treatment. For more product information and to find a provider near you, visit Thermage.com. Thermage FLX. Give your collagen a wake-up call.
Get more with Honda. Hondas are more fun to drive, give you more value, and are in stock with more arriving daily. I'm coming for more. Search your local Honda dealer today.
We now return to Wink News special continuing live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Well, a reminder that once the storm passes, don't hit the roads right away. Sometimes roads can look safe, but they aren't. Take a look at this video. This is from NOAA, Warning Ambassadors. You can see this is the warning that they have posted to drivers with all the rainfall. Look at that. All the rainfall that we are expecting. These roads can literally slide it right out from under you. This is why you definitely do not want to be on the roads right now or drive during any type of flooded roadway. On Tuesday morning, Sheriff Carmine Marcino, he actually emphasized this very thing in a press conference. He wants people in Lee County to remember, even after the storm is gone, do not leave your homes unless you have to. He says crews will be out once it's safe to survey the damage on the roads and the bridges. Of course, with the incredible amount of rainfall we're expecting, Casey, it is going to be a dangerous situation for a while.
Yeah, certainly. And we're starting to see some very heavy bands now beginning to move into coastal Collier County, out through Lee County, really seeing that through Sanibel, up through North Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and also into the Cape Hayes Peninsula right now, Punta Gorda, and Port Charlotte. The center of circulation is now about 75 miles to the west-southwest of Marco Island at the moment. It's going to get to the point where it's kind of close to, or at least parallel to our coast, and that's when we're really going to start to see these impacts, these conditions deteriorate, which we're really starting to see right now, especially for some of those coastal zones with these very heavy bands of rain. We've seen rainfall rates of close to 1 inch per hour in some of these bands, and with that, we actually do have a flood advisory for Moorhaven down through Clewiston. They had a very heavy rain band just a little bit earlier on. They're starting to dry things up, but additional kind of rounds of rain moving in, where over the past 24 hours, some of those areas close to Clewiston have picked up over 8 inches of rain. That's a very soaked area from all the rain that we've had so far this rainy season. Winds begin to pick up. These are sustained winds, sustained right now, 35 miles per hour, Marco Island, 31 mile per hour sustained winds for Sanibel, about 18 to 20 mile per hour sustained winds for those inland zones. We're starting to see these gusts pick up. Check it out. Marco Island now looking at a reported last wind gust of 55 miles per hour. We've seen some reported wind gusts close to about 40 to 45 miles per hour up through portions of Charlotte County as well. These winds are going to start to really pick up here, especially as we approach sunrise. This is about 9 a.m. Already starting to see some hurricane force winds across the area. Naples, Bonita Springs, Fort Myers, Sanibel, gusts between 70 to about 90 miles per hour. Remember, these are gusts and not sustained. These are the occasional winds that we could see. They pick up even more. This eye wall starts paralleling Lee County as we head towards about noon, 11 a.m., noon, 1, 2 p.m. That eye wall approaching and leading to gusts over 100 miles per hour. Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, Englewood as we head towards 1, 2, 3 p.m. Likely to make landfall, I would say, anywhere between, and this is something that's still up in the air with the potential of seeing some wobbles, between about 2 p.m. till 5 p.m. is that landfall time that I'm looking at. That's going to be featuring some of the strongest of the winds, wind gusts perhaps up to and over 120 miles per hour for some areas farthest off to the north and west, like portions of Sarasota County, like portions of northwestern Charlotte County. There's 430 taking us through about 6, 7 p.m. DeSoto County, you're going to be feeling some pretty hefty winds too. Arcadia, gusts of over 100 miles per hour possible through 7, 8 p.m. tonight before that system begins to pull off to the north and east. Potential storm surge we're still looking at. That is really the highest threat here. I'll show you that range in just a bit. I want to get to your future track model showing these bands pushing in, conditions deteriorating around sunrise, around 7 a.m. and really going from there. 9, 10, 11 a.m. Here's lunchtime, very close to the coast of Sanibel, Captiva at that point in time. I just showed you those winds, hurricane force by about the noon hour. Picking up, making landfall sometime between 2 to 5 p.m., likely across the coast of Charlotte County, or rather for that Sanibel, Captiva area, riding up the Charlotte Harbor and close to DeSoto County, southern Sarasota County. From there, we'll start to see the rain begin to let up, but the winds will not. Storm surge threat, it continues for tonight as that system continues to pull off to the north and east. So again, that's what we're going to be looking at. We will have much more in terms of updates on Ian right here on Wink News, so you'll want to stay with us.
Adding on to what you were just pointing out there, Casey, I do want to show everybody the latest Hurricane Ian advisory, still maintaining that 120 mile per hour wind speeds that it has the past several hours. And additionally, that pressure level slowly rising in the last update, but we are expecting that to begin dropping yet again as it did successfully complete that eye wall replacement cycle. A quick check-in with the forecast cone, still expected to strengthen into a Category 4 hurricane prior to making landfall somewhere in either Lee, Charlotte counties, looking at least more likely that those would be the potential locations that landfall would be expected. Otherwise, Winks Live Doppler 3X still showing a healthy center of circulation for Ian. That outer eye wall showing still a lot of lightning as it approaches us to the north and east, even seeing some lightning in the outer bands, which is another good indicator that this storm is fairly healthy. We also tend to see a little bit of lightning once these bands do push on shore, thanks to that interaction of land and friction with these more powerful storms. Look at that outer band that was making its way into Collier County. It's now pushing through the downtown Naples area into Golden Gate and Bonita Springs. Expect that to continue to lift in places like Fort Myers and much of Cape Coral that have only experienced light rainfall for the past 15 to 20 minutes or so. Expect those stronger bands to bring more gusty winds to you. We've already seen wind gusts in Marco Island from this band exceeding 55 miles per hour. One last check in the entirety of southwest Florida. We have seen a little bit of flooding as we do have an aerial flood advisory out there towards Clewiston. This in effect for northeastern sections of Hendry County working into Glades County. For now, the Lake Okeechobee waterfront has seen some substantial rainfall totals thanks to these on and off cells that have tracked to the north and west and dumped quite a bit of rainfall as they have. More rain is on the way and unfortunately more storm surge as we start to see this eye approach southwest Florida.
All right, Nash, thank you very much. And we are starting to head into when you really need to be hunkering down. And we do want to remind you, if you can't be in front of the TV or if your power goes out, we are simulcasting on both Wink FM, which is 96.9, and the Wave 101.1. It's imperative you either turn the TV up or you get to that interior area when we are in the thick of this and you're not sticking by the television if that's where you have a window or something. We want you to be safe while you're listening to our meteorologist walk you through every step of Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, so what you're looking at here is this massive Hurricane Ian behind us on Winks Live Doppler 3X. If we can, let's give you a recap of where we stand now with this storm. Weather Authority meteorologist Casey Sherman will bring us up to speed on where the storm is located now. It's not very far off the coastline. and what we can expect in the next few hours or so. Casey?
Yeah, absolutely, Corey. Yeah, we're looking at the system that is about now 75 miles west-southwest of Marco Island. 3 a.m. advisory. We didn't see a whole lot of change with this system. It is a Category 3 hurricane, 120-mile-per-hour max sustained winds, but we are still forecasting this to undergo additional strengthening. We have some very warm water close to the coast of Fort Myers Beach, up through Sanibel, down through Collier County. You probably feel that if you've been in the Gulf of Mexico lately. That's the fuel that the system needs to continue on this path of strengthening, which we are anticipating still at this point in time. A look at the satellite imagery of this system. We actually have had this system go through what was a bit of an eye wall replacement earlier on. You can see now that eye slowly beginning to expand yet again with that new eye, likely to continue to see this clear out as it gets closer to our coast. An ominous sight. We are unfortunately now in it for the long haul here in Southwest Florida. This has been a forecast that is shaped up to be, and this is really not to scare anyone, but just to tell you, unfortunately, worst case scenario for us. If you still have not evacuated for some of those areas under mandatory evacuations, while we are starting to see the winds pick up, driving conditions not the best, I still think you have time. If you can get out right now, please do so. This is going to be a big time event for Southwest Florida, especially when it comes down to storm surge for our coastal areas. This is a closer look into the system as far as what kind of landfall we're looking at. Right now, that projected path has it moving into Sanibel sometime this afternoon. We're looking at time frame of that 2 p.m. or so, 3 p.m. moving northward through the Charlotte Harbor, I would say closer to about 3, 4, 5 p.m. This is around the time at 8 p.m. the National Hurricane Center is forecasting it to be right around Arcadia, still as a Category 3 hurricane. We don't have a lot of space for this to weaken as it quickly pushes through our area because Southwest Florida, even those inland zones, we're pretty close to the coast. Florida, the peninsula, not a lot of land. So even as this pushes into some of our northern inland zones, it is still going to be a strong system, packing at least that potential, that likelihood at least, of seeing some very strong winds. We're talking about gusts of 100. Some of us could be reaching up to 120-mile-per-hour wind gusts, not sustained, but gusts across the area. Before it then begins to move northward, it actually did speed up, at least timing-wise, compared to what we had yesterday, where we had kind of a track that showed us stalling. So some good news there. It should be out across the Atlantic by Thursday evening. Here's a look at this system. The eye wall, at least the southern part of it, about 90 miles from Marco Island. This is the track it's taken. We have seen some wobbles. The yellow line kind of showing those wobbles that it has taken. But generally speaking, we are anticipating this to continue this kind of northeasterly track and eventually head towards coastal Lee and Charlotte County. The diameter of the eye wall, roughly about 32 miles wide. We may see this wind field expand even more as we are anticipating a very large storm continuing to grow as we head into this morning. Now, I'm going to time things out for you. 9 a.m., we're looking at this paralleling the coast of Collier County. So I would say, because right now the timing is 4 a.m., I would say really over the next few hours, we're going to quickly start to see conditions deteriorating in terms of some very heavy rain. Hurricane force winds at that point in time. Collier County up through Lee County. Bands of rain continue to move in. It is going to be a heavy rainfall event as well. Look out for freshwater flooding, of course, along with that saltwater flooding from storm surge. As we look at these winds by about noon, we're going to start to see that water pile up across portions first of the coast of southern Collier County. That includes Marco Island, Chokoloskee, Everglades City. That's that motion of the wind pushing that water up towards those coastal areas. As this continues to lift northward, this is the progression of storm surge. Notice we're going to start to see those winds then turn to the south and west for the Collier County coast. In Lee County coast by 4 p.m., we're looking at that storm surge really ramping up for Lee County. The coastal portions of rather Fort Myers Beach, I should say, coastal Lee County, coastal portions of Collier County, and out through the Port Charlotte area, Charlotte Harbor, Rotunda, Cape Hayes Peninsula and also Pine Island Center. Here's that center of circulation. Eye wall at that point in time starting to move, and this is 4 p.m. Again, 4 p.m. The eye wall at that point in time continues to move onshore to Charlotte and Lee County. That is the strongest of the winds with the system. It is going to be a Category 4 hurricane moving onshore at that point in time. If you're in these areas, Charlotte, Lee County, you did not evacuate, it's going to be very loud. These winds are going to sound much like a train bulldozing through the area. It's going to be loud. You're going to need to, if you did stay behind, you need to be planning out where a good room to go would be. An interior room of your household, no windows, and even some plumbing would help if you're in a bathroom. That plumbing, actually, the pipes helps with the structure sometimes. 5:30. The eye pushing inland. We continue to see that then track over through portions of DeSoto County, Arcadia, seeing that eye wall. 7, 8, 9 p.m. From there, we start to see it exit, but we continue with that ongoing threat for storm surge. And I will be breaking down the specifics in terms of rain, wind gusts, and storm surge amounts coming up in just a bit.
Casey, can I ask you one quick question? You're talking about telling people they still have a few moments. Is that specific to Charlotte and northern Lee? Because I feel like looking at satellite or Doppler 3X, I'm feeling like in Collier County on the coast, it's getting pretty close. I'm thinking about windy conditions on the roads, and I don't want people to go out if it's too windy down there.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say Charlotte, Lee County, you still have maybe about an hour or two winds right now. They've been gusting to about 30, 40 miles per hour. Not the best for those areas. It's doable, and I would rather have you, if you can right now, get out and evacuate if you have not done so with those winds still in that 30 to 40 gust threshold. Collier County, it's a bit rougher. I would say right now, starting, and we've said this throughout the morning, starting around about 5 a.m. or so is when we really start to see those conditions get rough in Collier County. So this is around that time that you need to be sheltering in place in Collier County.
All right, Casey, thank you. We're going to check back in with you in just a bit. We have reporter Claire Galt, who is driving on Sanibel right now. If we can get Claire up. Claire, what are the conditions like on the roadway where you are on Sanibel? And can you tell us anything about the water? Are you seeing any ponding out there?
You know, I was just about to come on here and tell you that the situation was similar to what I saw an hour ago, but literally just in the past few seconds, in the past few minutes, the situation has significantly increased. We just heard roaring thunder coming from the sky. The rain is now hitting me, coming onto me. And Jack, will you follow me over here for a second? I want to show them. You can kind of see in the back there behind these palm trees just swaying back and forth here. Now, that's pretty much, I think, an accurate representation of what I've seen just in the past few minutes. As you can expect, rain picking up, wind picking up. Now, as far as people go, we haven't seen too many people here in this hotel as expected, and not really too many people on the island. After all, Sanibel is a mandatory evacuation zone, Zone A. But I did see a family actually checking into this hotel a little bit earlier this morning. They told me they came all the way from Cape Coral because they were worried about their home flooding. So they packed up their family of 5, including their puppy, brought everybody over here, and they told me now that they're here, they're feeling more relaxed.
I think it's going to hit just the same, but the elevation is definitely going to be better. Being higher up, you're not going to be scared to be flooded out of your house. So that was the biggest thing, especially with a family of 5.
So now remember, as of 10 p.m. last night, fire and EMS will not be taking any more calls. And that's because they're actually off of the island. So if you make that choice to stay, if you make that choice not to evacuate and you need help, you're on your own. So just want to remind you that you are on your own if you choose not to evacuate. Live in Sanibel, Claire Galt, Wink News.
Very sobering words, really. You are on your own if you are staying put, especially in those areas that are under a mandatory evacuation. And she was talking to a family from Cape Coral that went to Sanibel. You know, the Cape in particular, we have all of those canals a lot of them fresh water, a lot of them salt water. Fire crews are very concerned in particular about the southern part of Cape Coral, south of Cape Coral Parkway, because that's where the mouth of the Caloosahatchee is. And with the wind, that's where we could start seeing that storm surge there this morning.
Fortunately, Sanibel's still an island too,
right.
but you hear talking about the elevation, your heart goes out because if they don't have anyone inland to go to, it puts that family in a tough spot.
Trying to save their family. They're trying to do what they can.
Reporter Annette Montgomery was on Fort Myers Beach. She is now headed to a safe place on Vanderbilt. On the road now, she's not driving. She's in the passenger seat. Walk us through when you last left Fort Myers Beach, what the conditions were like, where you are now, Annette, and what you're experiencing out on the roads.
Yeah, Lindsay, so as you said, we were out on Fort Myers Beach, and my photographer and I, we made the call. We were getting ready to go live, and the car started shaking while we were outside, so we finally made the call. We said, we need to get out of here. We need to listen to what officials said and evacuate, so that's what we decided to do. I'm going to flip the camera to show you what we're seeing. We're on the road right now. Now, we're going, I have to tell you, we're going 20 miles under the speed limit. The speed limit right now is 50. We are going 30. We are doing our best. My photographer, I'm going to show you guys him, Doug. He has both hands on the wheel. He is doing his best. We were hydroplaning, so we first got here around midnight, and we were hydroplaning when we first got on the road. Right now, we are not hydroplaning, so that is definitely a positive. But as I said, he is driving very slowly. We are making sure that we are very safe. When we were outside, it was very windy. His camera kept flying, or not camera, his light kept flying. The sandbags were lifting. So definitely debris is for sure an issue that we're going to look out for to see if things are flying, because we know how bad the wind is. But yes, you can see the rain right now. We also saw some lightning earlier when we were just passing through. So right now, this is the conditions we're seeing. It's definitely wet. It's definitely windy. It's definitely rainy. But as Casey said, you know, it's time to evacuate. If you are deciding to evacuate Fort Myers Beach, you know, we'll be the first ones to lead you. But definitely, I think this now is the time. It is getting now to the point where it is unsafe. We felt unsafe out there, so we made the call to leave. This is what we're seeing. We're not hydroplaning at this time. Now, one thing that I did mention to you all earlier was that we saw all of the gas stations boarded up. The windows and the doors were boarded up. We also saw bags on the gas pumps. So that's one thing I'm going to make sure to look out for now. I'm going to make sure to look and see if I see any gas stations open. But I know on our way here, that wasn't the case.
All right, Annette Montgomery with her photographer there in the Wink News live drive. Please be safe out there, because the wind is really going to start to pick up. You see all the water hitting the windshield. That is exactly why crews are saying, look, your time to leave in some of these places has run out.
Yeah.
So you now have to hunker in place.
And I can't imagine for the next 24 hours we're going to see many gas stations open. You need to be just sheltering and staying safe. We are already starting to see low-lying areas, I would imagine, is where these pictures are coming from, where we're starting to see some flooding. Let's get over to anchor Taylor Petrus. Taylor, where's that picture coming out of?
Yeah, so Corey, Lindsay, this is the Lehigh Acres. I'm going to email Charles Paulette, who sent this in to us not long ago. I'm going to email him and see if I can get a more exact location of where exactly in Lehigh is. It's dark out, but you can see grass here, and this dark area here, that's already water overtaking a part of his yard here. So this is a good reminder that you don't have to be in an evacuation zone in parts of Southwest Florida to see the impacts of this hurricane that is making its way to Southwest Florida. You can just be in a low-lying area that typically sees flooding when we just have a normal afternoon storm. If you are able, and if you're seeing any of the impacts from Hurricane Ian so far at this 4 o'clock hour, and you are able to safely take any pictures or videos from your home or wherever you are hunkering down, maybe it's a family or friend's house, if you're able to get anything safely to kind of give us an idea of what's going on out there, you can send these to our email. It's tips@winknews.com. You can also send us a message on our Wink News Facebook page as well. Again, this just helps us kind of get an idea of what the conditions are looking like out there. We're here in the Wink News studio going into continuous coverage now, and we do have reporters out and about, but you out there also help us see what is going on, kind of get an idea of the conditions right now.
Yeah, I think Facebook's a good idea, Taylor, because it's going to be hard for some people to be sending emails, but like she mentioned, We are here now, and we're going to be here with our meteorologist for the long haul, walking you through everything that is going to be happening, trying to help you anticipate and know when you need to go safely into your home. Casey and Nash joining us now. I think we're at the point, Casey, where people need to start thinking about what can they do to make themselves comfortable, especially if power goes out, maybe drop the thermostat a little bit, freeze those bottles of water, because looking at this, power is going to go out at some point.
It is. I mean, especially since we now have an increased likelihood that we are going to be experiencing the strongest of the winds. And you think about the fact that our soils are saturated with all the rain that we've had. With that, it doesn't take much to knock down trees when you have those very soft soils. So power outages likely. All things you recommended with the water bottles, the turning down your AC as much as you can right now. Put on that sweater if you need to, because once the power goes out, that AC might be out for a while, and you know that's what can at least help your home keep cooler, at least for a little bit more of a prolonged period of time.
And if you are hunkering in place, you know, we've had people messaging us saying, man, it sounds scary out there already, and we're not even at the main event. So, Nash, can you kind of walk us through what we're going to be hearing outside, what it's going to be like once Ian starts getting even closer now?
It is going to sound like a freight train is outside of your house. It's one of the best ways to describe it. A similar way you could describe a tornado, for example, moving nearby your house. It's going to be continuous for a long period of time until this eventually gets out of here. What I'd recommend is if you are, out and about in your family room or watching Wink right now, go and identify that room in your house that is interior, away from windows, and is surrounded on all sides by at least some sturdy structure, not windows for sure. This isn't just for hurricanes, but additionally with the tornado warnings that we're going to continue to have. Right. And if we can take weather 2 here very quickly, actually weather 1 very quickly, excuse me, I'd like to show you that northeast quadrant of the storm is what's actually drifting toward us right now. That's going to continue to not just give us these strong winds that I mentioned we'll be hearing all morning long, but also that tornado potential that will persist into this afternoon.
When you talk about that freight train, I remember from Hurricane Irma, people talking about that. And we have to remember, we have a lot of new folks who moved here since then. They hear that, then they hear calm. It is not safe at that moment for them to step outside, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, you've got the eye wall, but on the other side of the eye wall is the eye, and that's where it's calm. You may even see blue sky if you didn't put those hurricane shutters up, and you have a little bit of light peeking through. We see sunshine, we see clear sky. A lot of times we see a lot of birds trapped within that eye, so you may even hear a lot of chirping, sounding pleasant, but just keep in mind, following right behind that is the second eye wall on the other side, since it makes a full circle, and that's what's going to be coming next. And a lot of times, because you have the first direction of the winds at the first part of the eye wall, you got the eye, and then the other part of the eye wall, it's a completely different direction of wind. So the things that did blow around in the first part of the eye wall that passed through, those are going to start to blow the other direction, and that's when you get people that do go out in the eye, that's when you can get injuries because things then whip back around.
And I wanted to touch on the storm surge really quickly too, because we mentioned earlier, the forecast of the storm surge. You may be thinking if the water's increasing a little bit, okay, we're good. But even after the storm passes, that water can still rise. Walk us through that process of how the water's going to rise even after the storm moves out.
Yeah, unfortunately, as that storm moves out, you're still going to get those strong winds. I mean, the wind is a force. It's going to continue to drag even more and more surge. We mentioned the timing even on impact of when this does push on shore, that would likely coincide with high tide in many locations, which would only make those impacts worse. As this moves away, we don't have any of those winds to take it back out away from our shoreline. So that's going to prolong those impacts from storm surge for sure.
We're looking at 4:16 right now, so in about 44 minutes, we're going to get that latest advisory down. Do you think much is going to change? It sounds like Southwest Florida, this is our storm, and we need to shelter in place and prepare now.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just think it's going to be very similar, not much change with the new forecast cone. As you said, this is our storm. This is going to be it. This unfortunately did happen to shape up as the one of the worst case scenarios here for us, which is why I need to take it pretty seriously. You know, don't panic. We're going to be here the entire time, but definitely take it seriously.
All right, you two. Thank you very much. Very busy right now, manning Wink Doppler 3X. Let's go live now to Key West at the southernmost point. I know it's pretty tough to see, but if you look closely, you can see that infamous buoy there. And every now and then you'll see the white caps of the water. There you see it splashing on shore. This just goes to show you the power of this storm. And boy, Key West has seen a lot of flooding over the past few hours.
And they know how to deal with this. They dealt with a lot of that during Hurricane Irma. Let's get back over to anchor Taylor Petrus. And Taylor, what are we looking at right now?
So this is video also from Key West, as we just saw that massive surge of water coming over the seawall there. And this is what was happening overnight. It's also a dark video, but this is all water rushing right by this three-story, looks like a hotel here. So this was just filling the streets. This is near where that southernmost point is, closest to the water. Again, that is that storm surge bringing the water onto land. We are checking some other areas of Key West. I was also seeing some palm fronds and leaves, debris down in the roadway there on Duval Street. So this is potentially just indication of what is to come here to Southwest Florida.
And Taylor, start checking those emails. You asked for people to send in video. It's looking like we're starting to get a lot. So we'll try to get, thank you to anyone who's listening or watching. We'll try to get those out so everyone has a good sense of what's happening, because that's really what we want to know, is neighborhood by neighborhood, what is happening here.
Yeah, and as we've been telling you, each storm is different. Every neighborhood can be different at this point. You might be experiencing high wind gust in one place, you know, like Naples, but right now in Charlotte County may not be as bad. Let's get out to Wink News reporter Liz Byro, who is live for us on Vanderbilt Beach. Liz, we've been talking to you throughout the morning hours. How have the conditions deteriorated where you are?
Well, since I first got out here at midnight, the conditions have just heightened overall. I mean, every time I've come out here, I've thought, how much worse can this wind get? How much louder can that howling get? And it just keeps getting louder. And so the rain, just a few minutes ago, it was probably the roughest I had seen it on the streets, just water sweeping across the streets. And I can look down here and see just puddles filling up all over the road. And just the wind is blowing and the rain is really starting to pick up.
All right, again, that's Liz Byro live for us at Vanderbilt Beach. We're also learning Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to give us another update from Tallahassee. That is happening this morning at 7 a.m., and he's going to be joined alongside Florida Department of Emergency Management and Major General with the Florida National Guard. The governor says this storm is not something to joke about.
There will be catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge on the Gulf Coast region. And of course, the highest risk will be in that Southwest Florida region from Naples up to Sarasota. There's also potential for flash flooding and river flooding with 10 to 20 inches across central and northeast Florida.
And I misspoke. That meeting is actually happening at 7:30 this morning at the State Emergency Operations Center. And we're going to take that for you live as soon as the governor speaks to us at that press conference.
And just note, I think we were talking with our weather team, and if Ian is running very close to the coast where we are going to be dealing with that, we might be listening in, our producers, and going to be carrying weather coverage too, because we want to get you the latest there. Now is the time to think about if you have the power go out and you've got a battery operated radio, and that's easier to listen to while you are hunkering down maybe in that bathroom or laundry room. Casey talked about being by plumbing. That helps with the structure. We are simulcasting, so you can hear Casey, Nash, Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt walk you through as Ian's approaching on Wink FM 96.9 and Wave 101.1. And now is a good time to think about how are you going to be getting those weather warnings if you are to lose power. The radio is a great option, especially if it's battery operated. Maybe weather app alerts if you've got that. And think about that single point of contact with your family. I've got family kind of spread out inland, and there's one person they're all communicating with, so we know everyone is okay as we're kind of all working through this together.
Yeah, and you know, our family, all right, everyone check-in time. Yeah. You know, every hour, everyone's just checking in. Let's go out live now to downtown Fort Myers, where our tower cam looks relatively calm, actually. Every now and then, you'll see a big burst of rain and wind come through downtown Fort Myers. And we have Wink News reporter Adriana Shepard, who is live in the Wink News live drive. Adriana, you're in downtown Fort Myers. What are you noticing down there?
Right now, I've noticed that the wind has picked up a little bit more than it's been in the last couple of hours since we've been down here. Also, we're starting to notice some of the palm fronds from the trees are starting to fall down. You can see them all up on this street here, just kind of piled up. Not that many, but some of them have fallen. Also, what we started noticing was a lot of the plants that are lined up downtown Fort Myers are wrapped up in kind of like a pink saran wrap, keeping them close together so they don't fly away too much. Not that many businesses are boarded up, but one of the main ones that is Izzy's down here. You can see all of the plywood just boarded up, and then they have the sign, due to Hurricane Ian, we will not be open for the safety of our guests and team members. And then they point you to their Facebook page to see when they open back up. Now, when they open back up, nobody's quite sure, but we can tell you right now the wind is starting to calm down a little bit. Not too much rain, but there is some pooling starting to happen in downtown Fort Myers in the streets. A little bit of some debris starting to follow, but everything else right now, the conditions seem pretty nice. Live in Fort Myers, Adriana Shepard, Wink News.
Adriana, thank you. And just as we were mentioning how different it can be from one area to the next, if we can take actually the Sanibel camera, it was relatively calm in downtown Fort Myers, and this is Sanibel. The causeway is off in the distance there.
The causeway, you can see, look at the wind blowing the water there. And we're going to start to notice this more and more as we're checking in with our cameras. But I think that's the best shot that we've seen yet this morning, showing that strength.
Hurricane Ian knocked out power across all of Cuba when it made landfall earlier yesterday.
And you see the water washing over the seawall here, and then right into the streets of Havana. Look at those white caps popping up. Cuba's electric union said work was underway to gradually, I think gradually is the key word, restore service to 11 million people overnight there. And take a look here showing you how dark the streets are as residents were walking through Havana with only the light of passing cars to guide them. Very eerie scene there, and some of the images, just pools of water in people's home. You notice that a little bit with that old car, the vintage car driving down the street there. And also a possible tornado touched down late yesterday, Tuesday night at North Perry Airport in Hollywood. If you can, come to your screen and look at these images. It damaged multiple planes, actually ripped apart a few hangars. Look at that.
Wow.
That plane
tossed upside down
tossed upside down. Seems like no problem at all. We do have confirmation at least 2 tornadoes did touch down in Broward County, and that was between about 7 and 8 o'clock last night.
And let's go over to Taylor Petrus, because Taylor, you're getting in new images of more destruction happening on the east coast of Florida. So this goes to show you this is impacting now the entire southern part of the state.
Yeah, it is, Corey. We are under that tornado threat until Thursday for all parts of South Florida. Take a look. An apartment complex here at Kings Point had to be evacuated when this storm moved through, flipping over cars right onto their roofs. Take a look at some of this damage to this apartment here. Some pretty incredible photos from the fire department. I mean, that whole screen of that balcony lanai just ripped right off like it's nothing. I mean, a huge hole missing from this part of the building as well. This was in Delray Beach, and I did read from local media there 2 people were taken to the hospital with injuries from this.
Taylor, thank you. It just goes to show you how powerful it is. Meantime, take a look at this. The National Guard gears up in Southwest Florida. A Wink News crew took this footage outside the Lehigh Acres Library, and you can see all the vehicles there. This is where the National Guard will wait out Hurricane Ian, and then they'll get directions from the Lee County Emergency Operations Center. They are fully activated right now. Now, their presence comes as Governor Ron DeSantis has announced 5,000 guardsmen have been activated, and they have been pre-positioned across the entire state of Florida. And we've also been talking about power crews stationed across the state. And KC, we're going to need them because at some point power will go out.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when it comes to the fact that we have a likelihood of experiencing the eye wall in northwestern portions of Southwest Florida Charlotte in northern Lake County had the best chance of seeing that, and even perhaps DeSoto County as this begins to move inland. This is a 120-mile-per-hour Category 3 hurricane, where it's currently moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. We haven't seen a whole lot of changes with the 4 a.m. update. We should have a brand new forecast cone with the next full advisory that comes out at 5 a.m. In the next about hour or so. Latest forecast cone, though, we have seen this change from the 11 p.m. update, at least from the previous updates before the 11 p.m. update, is that we've seen this shift to the south and east, where the current forecast track for the National Hurricane Center that aligns pretty close to our most accurate consensus models does show landfall somewhere along Sanibel, up through and then moving up through areas like Pine Island, northern portions of Cape Coral, northwestern portions of Cape Coral, up through the Charlotte Harbor, and then out through the Punta Gorda area as a major hurricane. This is not to scare you, but this is, unfortunately, this is our storm here in Southwest Florida. This has become the worst case scenario. It is reminiscent of Charlie. The track is very close to, I will say, almost identical to Charlie's. But the thing is, this is a completely different storm. It's much larger than Charlie. The wind field much larger than Charlie. In fact, the diameter of the eye right now, it's currently about 31 miles wide. In the entire hurricane force winds of Charlie, the wind radius of those hurricane force winds could fit within this eye. That just goes to show you how much larger the system is going to be, and which is why we continue to take this very seriously. This system, it's about this size here if we kind of do a rough comparison. Irma was bigger, but Ian is currently growing. And remember, Irma was a completely different trajectory. So if you're thinking, well, hey, I didn't flood during Irma, this has a higher flood potential for storm surge for certainly Lee and also Charlotte County, which is why those areas that did happen to have those evacuation orders, hopefully you got out. If not, I would say maybe the next about half hour to do so. Our threshold here to really stop kind of heading out on the roadways and get off the roads are those tropical storm force winds, and we're already beginning to see those gusts kind of close to that for several areas, at least in inland Lee County. I would say already those coastal zones, you need to be hunkering down. Sanibel, Pine Island, inland zones, or other areas like Fort Myers, maybe still another half hour. Collier County, if you're down there, we've already seen some strong winds, certainly passing tropical storm force, so you need to be sheltering in place, though. Storm surge, speaking of, 8 to 12 feet for Charlotte Harbor, down through areas like Pine Island Sound and along the Caloosahatchee River and Fort Myers Beach, 6 to 10 foot storm surge for Collier County. It comes down to the fact that we've got this counterclockwise wind direction around Ian, those strong winds coming onshore, pushing that water to our shoreline. So I'm going to time out the storm surge progression here as we take you throughout the day. As we head into the remainder of this morning, we're likely going to start to see this kick off for our southern zone. So it's going to be for areas like Everglades City, Marco Island. You'll see the first to start to see that water piling up. 6 a.m. we're going to start to see some of that piling up against Sanibel and across the southern portion of the Cape Hayes Peninsula. As we take you towards about mid-morning, 9, 10:30, 11, we continue to see that water eventually piling up. More on Sanibel, some across the eastern coast of the Cape Hayes Peninsula along the Charlotte Harbor, and even up towards areas like the eastern part of Captiva. Here we go through 2 p.m. The system's traveling northward. You can kind of make out now the progression of how we deal with storm surge here. We see those winds out of the south for areas like Fort Myers Beach. That water will start to rise. We're going to be looking at that continuing to push up the Charlotte Harbor, water rising in the Myakka River, the Peace River at that point in time. But from there, 5:30, we start to see this push up the Caloosahatchee River. At that point in time, we're going to start to see those water levels rise along the Caloosahatchee, along the western portion of Pine Island, and also start to see this along the coast of Collier County, Vanderbilt Beach, Pelican Bay, Naples area at that point in time, we're going to start to see that storm surge increasing. And unfortunately, all this is going to be happening around high tide, which is why we need to take that storm surge threat seriously. 11 p.m., ongoing storm surge. Even as the system lifts north of our area, we still have that onshore flow. It's going to prevent those waters from receding. I do think some improvements beginning late Thursday as we finally start to see some of those winds lighten up. Speaking of winds right now, we've got some gusts ranging between 40, 50, even now 60 miles per hour in Marco Island. We're going to turn it over to meteorologist Nash Rhodes.
Yeah, as you just pointed out, now surpassing that 60 mile per hour wind gust mark here in southwest Florida. Other spots now exceeding 50 miles per hour, like Naples coming in at 51 miles per hour for those brief wind gusts. These are not sustained winds, although later on today we could see sustained winds surpassing that 50 mile per hour mark. 48 mile per hour sustained wind gusts in Golden Gate. Tracking farther to the north, we're surpassing that 40 mile per hour wind gust mark in Northport, Englewood, Punta Gorda, and Port Charlotte. Expect this pattern to continue as our coastal communities continue to ramp up those wind speeds, with that eye eventually getting closer and closer. Sky camera right now, a live shot here at the Sanibel Harbor Marriott Resort and Spa. This is our causeway camera. A little bit blurry, actually. Looks like we might have a freeze in the action there, but gusty winds and lots of rain falling in that location as one of the stronger bands is still pushing through the region. Cape Coral, you are now seeing some of that heavy rain pushing through the area. A little bit of lightning within these storms as well. No rotation as we've checked with Winks Live Doppler 3X. Now the most powerful radar in all of southwest Florida. Still seeing nothing along the coastline that would at least alert us to any chances for anything to be rotating. If anything does look tornadic, we'll of course be the first to let you know. A look here at Ian's eye, still very large. In fact, over 15 miles in diameter from edge to edge. A lot of lightning, especially on the northern side of it, which is what we look for rapid intensification, as this is still forecast to be a Category 4 hurricane by landfall. And even those outer bands are already producing a substantial amount of rain showers for us here locally. Across the area, you're seeing most of the coastline getting inundated with at least some spotty showers and storms. More storms pushing through the Arcadia, DeSoto County, and Highlands Counties area. Otherwise, out towards the Lake Okeechobee waterfront, we've had aerial flood advisories extending from northeastern sections of Hendry County into southeastern sections of Glades County. For now, we will watch that area, but you're getting a little bit of a break from that particular band. More bands are on the way, especially for Collier County, as you'll be seeing the brunt of the force here coming up soon. These are the showers and storms we will be watching, though, for loose rotation, as Ian's wind field is still very strong in the upper levels. Whenever you have those strong winds and brief showers pushing on shore, that difference in friction and difference in wind speeds with height can give you a little bit of spin, and that's exactly what we have here. We've seen on and off tornado warnings with these particular storms, even a few tornado warnings in our viewing area, but I do want to direct your attention to one graphic here. No confirmed tornadoes from Ian thus far here in southwest Florida. We have had unconfirmed reports, but all of them at least have stayed outside of the Wink viewing area, most of which east of Lake Okeechobee. Here's a look at the tornado watch that we still have in effect for our area. This will continue at least until Thursday by 5 a.m. Some spots seeing those expire a little bit earlier on the East Coast, but at least here in southwest Florida, from Highlands County down through Collier County, our tornado watch will expire by 5 a.m. on Thursday. As we get new warnings and new updates from the National Hurricane Center, we'll of course keep you updated, but for now, back to you.
And Nash, I want to point out, we would like to take that Sanibel Causeway camera live again. And the reason we're doing this, Nash, you're right, it is out, we believe. Our reporter, Claire Galt, who is safely stationed as safely as possible on Sanibel in a elevated area in a hotel, just sent an email saying they lost power on the island. You were checking in. What did you find out?
Yeah, I was just checking in. Actually, LCEC power outages. There is at least 1,000 reported outages just on Sanibel Island. So if Claire is saying her power is out at the Sanibel Hotel, it appears as if for now we have lost our Sanibel camera, because this is the last shot it recorded before it froze. So it looks as if power outages are now really starting to increase when it comes to LCEC customers on Sanibel and particularly in Cape Coral. We're starting to see those grow right now as well.
Let's take that live look of Pierside Grill, I believe it is, here on Fort Myers Beach, getting a sense of what they are dealing with there. Still dark, but you see the rain and it's clear it's very windy out there. Nash, do you have wind gusts for Fort Myers Beach right now? What are they experiencing? Or Casey?
Right around 40-mile-per-hour wind gust. We've seen on and off kind of brief periods where they've seen hardly any wind gusts, and then brief periods where they've seen 30 to even 35-plus wind gusts. For now, 40 would be a safe guesstimate as to the max wind gusts we've seen there.
So I think it's safe to say now it is no longer safe, definitely, to be traveling on the bridges, the causeway, because at 40 miles per hour, they advise you do not drive on the bridges.
That is correct. Yes, Corey.
Okay. So if you are still on one of those barrier islands, first of all, we feel for you, and we're going to be here helping you through that. But you need to, at this point, shelter in place and make sure you are in an interior room, because we're seeing from Nash holding up a sign saying 35 to 40 mile per hour gust on Sanibel. Let's check back in with Taylor Petrus. You made the call out, send us your pictures, and thanks to so many people out there listening, you're getting us eyes all over the area.
We are, and it's extremely helpful, Lindsay. Another area of Southwest Florida experiencing those strong wind gusts right now, Marco Island. I know this video is dark, but this is looking out to a pool cage, which really shows the wind and rain whipping through here. Another area that's a little more lit up here from a balcony, and you can kind of see the trees lit up down here. You see those palm trees just blowing in the wind. I'm looking over to their wind gust graphic over there, and I believe I see Nash 61 gusts of 61 mile per hour winds happening down in Marco Island. I've gotten some videos all the way up in Punta Gorda, other parts of Lee County as well. We'll continue to show those.
All right, Petrus, Taylor, thank you so much. I believe we're hearing from our producer that I think we have someone joining us on the phone. Nicole, can you tell me who's joining us right now? Hello, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry, this is Lindsay, Corey, you got Casey and Nash. Alan, good morning. Thanks for calling in. If you have a question for our weather team, now is the time to ask, because they are sitting right here at the desk and ready to answer questions. I believe, Alan, you live in Cape Coral?
I do, actually, and we're about a block and a half off the water. We're in the zone that was requested to evacuate about 5 a.m. this morning, or early, actually yesterday morning. But, we seem to be holding up well. We haven't seen anything but just a huge little tree shakes here and there. Again, I want to thank you guys for your coverage. It's been dead, and I've been watching since, basically about 24 hours now. So thank you again.
Well, Alan, first, I'm so glad you're safe and you're doing okay in your home. Can you tell us what part exactly of the Cape you're at, maybe even a street, so we can better get an idea of where you are and how close you are to the water?
So we're south of Beach Parkway and 1 block from Sands.
Okay, so you're very close to the water. Your area was impacted by those tornadoes we saw years ago, so you know how, scary these situations can be. Do you plan to stay there the entire time? I'm assuming at this point you really just have to hunker down because the weather's deteriorating.
But yeah, absolutely. And, the funny thing is, the street that we live on, a tornado came just up this same street then, and we built a house in that same spot that the tornado cleared off for us on the last hurricane. So,
well, Alan,
so we're kind of throwing the dice here, but we built a strong.
We're going to be here with you, so hang in there, and we're going to talk to our meteorologist now and hopefully answer your question of what you should be expecting in the next few hours. Can you answer that, Casey, specifically? Maybe if you're in Cape Coral, you're hearing the wind and rain now.
Yeah, you can see behind us, I'm sure you're seeing some of those heavy bands now move in. Winds there, they've been picking up to now tropical storm force. Alan, what you're going to see as you head into, especially I would say beginning around 9-10 a.m. this morning, are for those winds to continue to really increase. We're likely going to start to see hurricane force winds in areas like Cape Coral, closer to about beginning as early as 1 p.m. for some of those areas. We're going to be looking at potential landfall, so that would be just north of Cape Coral by around 4 or 5 o'clock is what our models are currently predicting. So that's going to be the time where you're going to be hearing some very strong wind. You might get a part of that eye wall. Sounds like, Corey, I'm not really, is it Southern Cape?
It's southern part of the Cape,
It's southern part of the Cape. So that eye wall, we're expecting to at least get very close to that. We're going to be looking at in the southern portion of the Cape, likely winds close to 100 miles per hour for those wind gusts. So you just need to hunker in place, find a interior room if you can. It's beginning after around, I would say, 1 p.m. noon that we're going to start to see that storm surge threat increase for that portion of Lee County. If you have a second story of you may see the water rise. That's definitely a possibility with the forecast right now at 8 to 12 feet. So if you have maybe a second level of your home, and if you do see that water rise, that might be a better option for you with an interior room in that second level.
You talk about that wind, and we have reported at length, firsthand, you drive in the Cape every day, all the construction.
Everywhere. And
that's everywhere. And that's a major concern for a lot of families that live out there.
Even in my backyard, right? We have a construction site. If you drive in the North Cape, there's homes everywhere. So, builders did what they can to secure those sites as best as they could, but there are hundreds and hundreds of new home construction sites. So you're talking 2x4s, bricks, concrete. You have the trusses of the roofs going up on the homes. Those can be projectiles in this type of wind.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's important to, as Casey mentioned, find that room away from windows to protect yourself. I've even seen people, if say they have an open section, say of an interior room or closet, where they will put their mattress up as a kind of last line of defense or protection. That's proven to be somewhat effective in some cases.
I know it sounds silly, but you even mentioned the helmet, and I grabbed the headphones for my kids just to kind of maybe help block out some noise, but even maybe going a step further, to explain the helmet and covering your head.
Something as simple as a bicycle helmet, or even a baseball helmet, for example, a catcher's mask, whatever you have in your house, something that can protect your head, the most vital part of your body to protect. There have been studies, especially with tornadoes, and as we continue to deal with those, it's even more effective. Strong tornadoes, people that do put on those helmets have a much higher survivability rate than those that do not protect their head, and the same goes with hurricanes.
It may feel funny, but hey, you got to do what you got to do in these situations to protect yourself and your family. Let's go over to Taylor Petrus now. Taylor, again, you asked our viewers to send in pictures and videos, and you are getting them in this morning.
Absolutely, Corey, Lindsay. And we just heard from Alan Fisher. Actually, he was one of the first to send in videos, and he described what he was seeing in his home in Southwest Cape Coral, right off of Beach Parkway. He also sent us in this video, which I want to play for you here. So you see the palm tree in his front yard, blowing in the wind, all the palm trees around him. And then he pans over to the grassy area here. You can see the water on the ground. You can tell it has been raining steadily there. And that part of Cape Coral, that water is starting to collect on the side here. Let me stop it there. You see all that water here in that ditch here that is meant to collect the rainwater to prevent it from flooding. But if this continues, it could be problematic for this part of Cape Coral. So we want to thank Alan for sending this in and even coming on air to speak with us. We really appreciate you being our eyes and ears for all parts of Southwest Florida.
And we'd like to give you a look at just all of the amount of preparation and people that go into making sure our community is safe. The Lee County Sheriff's Office posted this picture around 11 o'clock last night, and that is actually the Lee Emergency Operations Center. It was all hands and is still all hands on deck. They're now operating 24 hours to make sure when they can respond to you. I do just want to mention, and our meteorologists have been saying now is pretty much the time you need to be sheltering in place. But if you are someone who lives coastal and you're thinking maybe I can hop inland real quick, I was in the newsroom about 45 minutes ago. I heard someone call our assignment desk and say, can I go to a hospital? Folks, hospitals and airports are not public shelters. Every county has opened up shelters. A lot of them are at elementary and middle schools. you are not going to be able to seek shelter at a hospital or the airport this morning, and we are quickly closing in on that time when you really can't be out on the roads trying to find somewhere else to go at this point.
Yeah, you know, we've had so many new people, even since Hurricane Irma, right back in 2017. So many of you are new, and unfortunately, living in paradise, we have to deal with. Yeah, we have to deal with these storms. And if you take a look behind us, this is Wink's Live Doppler 3X, and it shows you the magnitude of Hurricane Ian. Charlotte County in particular now is working really hard to keep you safe from Hurricane Ian's path. Let's get to Week News reporter Zach Oliveri. He has the latest now from the Charlotte County Emergency Operations Center.
Ever since we first got here to the Emergency Operations Center here in Charlotte County, we've started to see the storm pick up a little bit. The rain's picking up, starting to come in sideways. We could feel some of the wind. We can even hear some of it outside occasionally. And the biggest thing, the biggest message that I've gotten from public information officers that I've spoken with since we arrived here is that people need to take the storm very seriously, to stay inside. Don't go out in this storm, and especially because there's some people who didn't follow the evacuation, and they're in some serious danger, especially because first responders won't be able to come get them. They're going to be pulled off the road once the wind hits 40 miles per hour. And then once that comes in, they won't be able to help you if there is an emergency. They will be able to go back out once that recedes, and then Public Works will go out as well to assess the damage, along with Charlotte County Fire, with chainsaws to clear up any road debris. And we're going to have a latest update from Charlotte County officials at 10 a.m. this morning. We will be at that press conference to bring you the absolute latest information on what Ian poses as a threat for Charlotte County. In Charlotte County, Zach Oliveri, Wink News.
All right, Zach, thank you. And I did get a video from a viewer up in the Deep Creek community in Punta Gorda. Here's what it looks like there right now. It's a short video, but you can see those palm trees whipping with the light behind them here. The road is wet as well with that consistent rain coming down. So all the way from Charlotte County down to Marco Island, we are seeing the impacts of Hurricane Ian. I just got a couple more coming in from Marco Island, where we're seeing the highest wind gusts right now. I'm going to work to get you another look at those.
And I want to take a look at the Fort Myers Beach Pierside Grill Sky Cam. I know it's raining, but if you can kind of squint through here and make out some of the waves off in the distance, you can see those are pretty far off where they typically are, where those waves break and where the water begins and meets the shoreline. It's all the way back here. We've been looking at ongoing reverse storm surge across our coastal areas, which you're going to notice really throughout this morning. We're going to continue with this offshore flow, but eventually they're going to return to normal and then eventually return to above normal levels when we get that storm surge, when those winds start to return back to more of an onshore steering pattern. 78 degrees is what they're currently at, but what we're really paying attention to is the wind direction. It's coming out of the east-southeast. That's what's pushing and kind of pulling this water away from our coastal lines, which is why a lot of us, even as you wake up this morning, you're going to notice that a lot of the water levels across our rivers, Caloosahatchee River, down through our coastal zones, Collier County coast, Lee County coast, Charlotte County coast, you will see that those waters will have receded for some areas quite a bit. Those winds, by the way, gusting now at 40 miles per hour. There is that wind direction that we're currently paying attention to for that reverse storm surge. We're wind sustained now for some of Collier County, closer to about 20 to even 33 miles per hour sustained currently in Marco Island. So winds really beginning to pick up. That will be an ongoing trend as we head throughout the day, with the strongest winds anticipated as we head towards this afternoon. We're talking about early, mid-afternoon, and on into the early evening hours. Essentially the second half of the day, anytime after lunchtime, is when we're really going to start to see some of the windiest of the conditions. So storm surge, although we're receiving that reverse storm surge at the moment, again, those water levels will begin to rise back to about that normal level. I would say after about noon for a lot of us, we'll start to see the water levels then coming in. And unfortunately, our high tide today, really for most areas on average, is between about 3 p.m. to about 6 p.m. this evening. Now, these numbers here, they do account for high tide, but it's a range. High tide could give us more of the upper level of this range for these areas highlighted. So that's coastal areas of Charlotte, Lee County, coastal zones of Collier County, highest storm surge expected closest to where that eye will be, which was expected to pass through between Lee and Charlotte County, 8 to 12 foot storm surge for the Caloosahatchee River, those areas that are along the Pine Island Sound, areas up through Charlotte Harbor, the mouth of the Myakka and Peace River, and along areas even towards the western portion of the Cape Hayes Peninsula on that coastline to areas like Englewood. That extends down through about Bonita Beach. From there, we've got about a 6 to 10 foot storm surge, Bonita Beach, southward through the coastal portions of Collier County over towards Marco Island and out towards 10,000 Islands and Everglades City. So kind of here's a closer look at some of the reasonable worst case scenarios, I will say. This is a map that the National Hurricane Center puts out primarily for emergency management, but this does give us an idea of what the reasonable worst case scenario would be, which is what we want to plan for here, because we are looking at a big time dangerous threat of storm surge with this system. So just kind of a closer look at some of these numbers. Southern portions, coastal portions of Cape Coral, if you're closer to the water in those areas in red, that's where you could see storm surge of over 9 feet. Areas in orange just slightly inland, 6 to 9 feet. In yellow, about 3 to 6 feet. And if you want to zoom into where exactly your house is at street level, you can do that by going to the National Hurricane Center's website. They have this same map, but you can zoom into it. Just scroll down once you go to that home page, click, and you'll see the little box for Hurricane Ian. And below that, there's going to be a little box that's listing things like the tropical storm force wind possibility, and also a threat for this is called storm surge inundation. It's that map that you can zoom into. But notice other areas in red, Cypress Lake, as we hop on over to the Fort Myers area across the other side of the Caloosahatchee River, Iona, you're also in that orange to red phase stage, Punta Rasa, and along really the banks of the Caloosahatchee River, you currently have the potential of seeing that storm surge of 9 feet or over. Areas like North Fort Myers, these areas in red are looking at the highest threat of storm surge that decreases the farther inland you go, in the farther west of State Road 78. Through that area. Fort Myers shores, you also have some of the areas that are closest to the banks of the Caloosahatchee River, also looking at that reasonable worst case scenario of storm surge over 9 feet. And I do anticipate this is going to be a big issue for us with the current forecast track that we're looking at. Up through the Charlotte Harbor, we've got red outlining the Cape Hayes Peninsula, red up through areas near Port Charlotte and also the Peace River, and down through those areas along the banks of the mouth of the Peace River, and also closer to and just south of Punta Gorda, that red-orange, meaning storm surge between about 6 to 9 feet, 9 feet plus for those areas in red. Isles of Capri, you currently are in that red zone. That is storm surge of over 9 feet. Down through Marco Island, orange, that means 6 to 9 foot storm surge will be possible. In Everglades City, you currently have the potential to see 9 feet of storm surge or more, decreasing as you head towards Copeland and past portions of Tamiami Trail. But even Tamiami Trail has that portion, at least highlighted in red there, of picking up over 9 feet of storm surge. For specifics, county by county, including rainfall and wind, we're going to go turn it over to meteorologist Nash Rhodes.
Yeah, I want to give you an update. If you're wondering, what about my county specifically, and what can I expect as far as impacts go? I made this graphic for you to go county by county and give you the updates here. Rainfall total suspected for Collier County between 2 to 5 inches. Unfortunately, that's actually going to be on the lower side relative to what a lot of other spots will likely receive. Storm surge between 5 to 8 feet is expected for Collier County. As we travel farther to the north into Lee County, those totals go up a little bit more. 8 to 12 feet of storm surge expected for coastal Lee County. Wind gusts between 70 miles per hour and 105 miles per hour plus. That plus is added for the off chance that we do get a landfall in Lee County, which is still very much in play here. 3 to 7 inches of rainfall is expected for Lee County. That timing between now and Thursday. 4 to 9 inches expected out towards Charlotte County. Still keeping that 8 to 12 foot storm surge forecast, with wind gusts now ramping up to 85 miles per hour, up to 125 miles per hour. Now, again, this is what you can expect. This is not an exact forecast, as we're still going to pinpoint exactly where that eye is going to make landfall. But for now, these are pretty safe estimates as to what you can expect with Ian. Sarasota County, unfortunately, seeing the maximum impacts from this, likely wind gusts up to 85 miles per hour to 125 plus miles per hour expected. We'll also see 8 to 12 feet of storm surge along Sarasota County, with tornadoes possible. Flooding will be a risk both from saltwater and also land-based freshwater flooding from our rain showers we will be seeing all day long today and all day tomorrow. Those rain showers not letting up anytime soon. DeSoto and Highlands counties also seeing 4 to 8 inches of rainfall. Think of it as a slider. As you go farther east, those rainfall totals a little bit less. The farther you get towards the coastline, we're going to bump up those rainfall totals to that 8-inch mark. And additionally, we could even see hurricane force winds extend as far inland as DeSoto County. And it wouldn't even be a complete surprise if that eye were to eventually make it towards Highlands County and continue to produce those damaging straight line winds, perhaps even hurricane force winds. We'll touch on the wind field in just a moment, explain how large it is for Ian and how that could be possible. But for now, as we travel farther south, 2 more counties I want to add to this list. If you are in Glades County or you are in Hendry counties, just note 3 to 5 inches are expected for rainfall totals. Tornadoes will be possible, as we've already had several tornado warnings within these counties. And additionally, wind gusts between 50 to 80 miles per hour will be expected with this particular system. We could even bump up those totals if a landfall were to shift farther south for those counties. A quick check-in with Ian's wind field. This is a very important graphic I can't stress enough. Look how far away from the center of this hypothetical landfall that we see those hurricane force winds extending, almost 3 counties inland here in southwest Florida. And we could expect this to drift to the north and east, bringing those damaging straight line winds inland out towards the Lake Okeechobee area. Tropical storm force winds are expected across all of southwest Florida, regardless of where you live. And Ian's current wind field making it a very large and more effective storm, much larger of a wind field than we saw with, for example, Charlie. We'll continue to keep you updated with the latest path from Ian as it continues to wobble back and forward. And in moments, we should have the latest forecast cone from Ian coming out soon.
And Nash, actually, while you were speaking with us, Casey Sherman kind of flagged us in the Weather Center and said, hey, we've got some updates here. It sounds like this Hurricane Ian is now a Category 4 hurricane. So we are going to be dealing with some very, very serious conditions. It's going to be a very long day for everyone here.
A very long day. And, you know, let's go over to Casey Sherman. She's been warning us that this has the potential to reach Category 4 strength, which it is now. Casey, are you ready, or do you need us to?
I think she needs just a few more minutes.
Let me just hop on. I want to get you this as soon as possible. Okay. So let me go ahead and show you this. Yes, it is a Category 4 hurricane now. The hurricane hunters did find 140 mile per hour max sustained winds, and this is anticipated strengthening over those very warm waters. This is that latest forecast cone from the National Hurricane Center. This does show a Category 4 hurricane at landfall, whereas we zoom in here, we really haven't seen too much change in the track. We are still anticipating a landfalling system. Looks like it's been nudged just slightly to the north and west. So that's a little bit of a change, which we have seen consensus models, I will say, nudge a little bit to the north and west. If that's a trend that continues, that would be slightly better news for us. That would mean that, you know, maybe we could miss some of that eye wall for some of those areas, but really haven't seen a huge change. Still looking worst case scenario here in southwest Florida. Not to scare you, but this is a big situation. And right now, Category 4 at landfall, where it looks to be somewhere near the Captiva area, up through the Cape Hayes Peninsula, and then through areas like Port Charlotte before it enters into the northwestern portions of DeSoto County.
Someone might be hoping, oh, maybe it'll keep, you know, shifting to the west, or these big jumps. We're just past that point, correct?
I think if we look at the current data with the radar, here it is, and you can see kind of that track that it's been taking, lining up with the latest National Hurricane Center track, and you can see it's pretty much in line with that northeasterly track. You can see how that's kind of moving nearly along that center. So while we have seen, and this is what the National Hurricane Center is looking at, these consensus models that did happen to nudge slightly off to the north and west, yeah, we're still not expecting much change. Even with this little nudge, likely not to see much more nudging, I think, continue. I still think this is going to be likely, more than likely, a Southwest Florida direct hit.
All right, Casey, thank you. And we're going to let her kind of gather all that data and analyze all of it. She was showing, though, 2 p.m. near Sanibel, and our reporter, who is safely, as safe as she can be in a hotel, Claire Galt, sent in an email, and she said, boy, she's really starting to feel that wind from the glass just shaking and noticing it start to pick up. So conditions are going to worsen at this point.
In fact, Annette Montgomery, who's live in downtown Fort Myers, I believe. Annette, what are you noticing where you are?
Well, Corey, I moved from one Zone A in one county to a different Zone A in another county. So I was just on Fort Myers Beach, but now I'm in Naples, Zone A, coastal Naples. So I'm going to show you what I'm seeing. Seeing wind, you can see the trees definitely swaying. Also, I'm seeing some ponding on the roads. I'm going to have my photographer, Doug, pan down so you can see we are seeing some ponding. You can actually see the wind is so strong that it's pushing the ponds in the road. So, yes, we're seeing ponding. We're seeing some flooding a little bit in this area. Definitely one of the areas that county leaders said people need to evacuate. This was one of the first areas that they issued evacuation orders for. Now, some things to keep in mind. Collier County leaders did say that if it gets bad enough, they will not get on the road. They cannot get their cars on the road. It will not be safe. You can see there are no cars currently on the road. We didn't see a lot on our way here. We just got here about half an hour ago. We didn't see anyone else on the road. So definitely you can tell people are either evacuating or heeding advice of local officials and staying indoors. Now, we will stay here and bring you all any new updates, but all I can say right now is it's just windy, it's wet, the wind is definitely picking up, but it's not as bad as Fort Myers Beach, but who knows, it may get worse very soon, but we'll definitely keep you all updated online and on air as soon as we have any more information. Live in Naples, Annette Montgomery, Wink News.
So glad to see her in a safe spot. Last time we checked in with her, the wind was blowing her all around on Fort Myers Beach. A reminder, because now is the time to be thinking about how you are going to be getting critical information over the next 12 to 18 hours. If you have battery-operated radio, we are also simulcasting on Wink FM, which is 96.9, and Wave 101.1. So I know that Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt plans on being here as probably the midday, late morning hours start to come, and he, along with our entire weather team, are going to be here walking you through every step of the way. Let's turn over to Taylor Petras because she is getting new images coming down Marco Island, an area that's going to see all of this first. And this video, I think, showing us just a little bit of the power Ian's going to be bringing.
Yeah, they are seeing some of the biggest wind gusts right now. Yvette, she sent us another video from her pool cage. I think she turned on the lights for us. Thank you so much for letting us kind of see the trees behind whipping in this wind that is going on right now in Marco Island, where people are hunkering down as Ian continues to make its way through Southwest Florida. Ed Rose, another Wink News viewer, he sent me in this video, and take a look at those palm trees there, really blowing in the wind. So again, if you are able to safely take any videos, pictures of what you are seeing near your home, please send them into email while we do have service tips at winknews.com. Also, our Wink News Facebook page is a good option. Just lets us get an idea of what the conditions are looking like out there. Again, if you can do it safely.
All right, Taylor, thank you. If you're just joining us early this morning, Hurricane Ian now a Category 4, and we heard Casey Sherman say moments ago, believing going to be making landfall as a Category 4. So we are in for some serious situations. We want to get out to Claire Galt, who is stationed on a balcony on Sanibel Island. Claire, how have things changed for you in the last 30 minutes to an hour?
If you were watching our 4 o'clock newscast, you remember me coming on here and telling you that things were bad. Now they've gotten so much worse. Just 10 minutes ago, I was sitting inside. We lost power. Our devices are still charging, so I suspect a generator has kind of kicked in. Who knows how long that will really last. Doors are slamming shut here. I hear them, I see them, but it's so much more than just the power and the doors. Jack, will you follow me over here? I want to show them this. If you can see how much rain is coming down right now. I don't know if we can even show them over the balcony right here. The palm trees are swaying. I mean, it's just incredible how quickly things have really taken a turn here. It seems like just an hour ago, we were just seeing a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain. Now it's severe. Now, I want to come over here if we can just go one more place. These doors are those doors I'm talking about. They've been slamming shut. When I'm sitting inside, I can actually feel the rain hitting me from inside, and I can feel the wind too. It's chilly. It's cold in there. You can see it. You can feel it. It's definitely increasing, guys. So, I mean, there's a reason that they put that mandatory evacuation order in place here in Sanibel, and I can definitely see why now. Even now, rain is coming down even harder. Even harder. Live in Sanibel, Claire Galt, Wink News.
All right, Claire, thank you very much. We're joined now at the desk by Weather Authority meteorologist Casey Sherman in Nash Roads. We just got that new advisory, the new cone from the National Hurricane Center. Ian, now a Category 4 storm.
It is now a Category 4 storm, and I mean, this is not something we didn't expect.
Right.
We did expect additional strengthening. This has been the forecast the whole time. Category 4 storm is looking likely, and that's what we're looking at by landfall as we head into this afternoon here in Southwest Florida. So look at that new forecast cone. I'm going to take a look at weather 2, if you could pull that up. This just came out here for the 5 a.m. advisory. It just came out minutes ago, and there is that forecast cone where we are still expecting landfall here in Southwest Florida as an extremely powerful hurricane. That landfall right now projected to be around 2 o'clock as we zoom in here. All we've seen really as far as the changes go with this latest cone is just a slight nudge to the north and west. That still means big time impacts here for us, including storm surge, rain, and wind as it passes through perhaps the Cape Hayes Peninsula. Right now, that's the forecast track, making landfall somewhere Captiva, Sanibel, up through the Cape Hayes Peninsula, up through Port Charlotte, and then up through portions of southern Sarasota County and northwestern DeSoto County.
And, you know, Casey, I just had somebody text me, a friend, and say, Cat 4 landfall, words I cannot say. But like you mentioned, we anticipated this. I think we all need to take a deep breath for a moment, because that is why we all in emergency management talk about be prepared for the worst, because the worst can happen. So, you know, it sounds, oh my goodness, Category 4, but calm yourself down for a moment. These guys are very experienced. They're going to be walking us through all of it, along with Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt. We talk about a Cat 4 Nash. Strength-wise, what does that mean? Does that change anything for people hunkering down and sheltering today?
Yeah, the important thing, even with your friend mentioning, you know, oh my gosh, it is now Cat 4. It's a very small bump up from where we already were with a strong Category 3 going into this. The pressure levels in the last advisory were at roughly 953, I believe, in millibars. We've seen a big drop now down into the lower 940s. That tells us that, of course, it was strengthening that whole time, and we could see it there on radar. In fact, it went through what's called an eye wall replacement cycle. We saw that late last night leading into early this morning. Afterwards, a lot of lightning lighting up on the outer edge of that. We could see it on Winks Live Doppler 3X, the powerful outer wall of that eye, and it showed all the signs that we saw of strengthening, and really not surprised to see that they bumped up the category in this latest update.
And if we can take Wink Live Doppler 3X full just to see how powerful the system is. We can hear it here in downtown Fort Myers, another band coming through, dropping heavy amounts of rainfall. Casey, you know, when a new band kind of swirls through, how much rain can one of these bands drop in just a matter of minutes?
I mean, we're looking at rainfall rates within these around an inch per hour. So it's not, you know, the heaviest of the rain that we've ever seen here in a thunderstorm in Southwest Florida, where sometimes we can get rainfall rates of, you know, 5-6 inches per hour. But the thing is, with these bands, they train over what's called training, like you think of a choo-choo train, the same exact area over and over and over again. And that's what really allows for that rainfall to eventually pile up. And that's what leads to then freshwater flooding.
Do you guys, with what you have right now, think that this is going to be something sitting and stalling, where it's just going to be moving very slowly? Are you getting a sense that at least there's going to be some movement, Nash, with this?
Casey, correct me if I'm wrong, but with the latest trends we're both looking at, it seems like it might move a little bit faster than what we at least anticipated yesterday, where we were seeing some trends in the slowing down direction. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, we saw, even with the forecast come from the National Hurricane Center yesterday, a very slow pace by the time it reached us, or at least close to the west coast of Florida and moved inland. I will say we have this one factor, it's pushed it farther south. It's the trough of low pressure, which is why we're now seeing that high chance of landfall here, and why that track has drifted south. But also with that trough of low pressure kind of picking up that storm, it is going to be moving faster. So, you know, silver lining.
Yeah, I mean, we got to look at that, right?
Which means we won't be looking at least as prolonged of impacts.
And if we can, take tower camera, because this really goes to show you when a band comes through, there you see it, how much rain this is dropping. Not so much wind downtown Fort Myers, at least specifically right now, but we're really seeing the rain. How much longer do you think it's going to take until we start to see, bottom line, the worst of the impact from this?
You know, I think the worst of the impact, it's going to begin really, I mean, now it's beginning. Winds going to start to pick up really here as we head towards sunrise. The worst of the conditions, we're talking about right around that landfall time, the strongest of the winds, that is going to be around that 1 to 3 p.m. time frame is when we're expecting that eye wall, which packs the strongest of those winds, hurricane force winds, and that's what's going to be moving on shore between that about 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock time frame.
We're kind of narrowing down that time frame a little bit from the larger noon to 6 to 7 o'clock we were originally thinking. So as it's getting closer, we're able to pinpoint that forecast, and we'll also be able to update some of our forecast totals as well.
All right, guys, we know you have a lot you're still looking into. We appreciate you joining us here. Let's go out live to our reporter, Adriana Shepard, who has been in downtown Fort Myers. Last few times we've checked in with you, Andy, it was nice and dry. It looks like you are in the car now. What is it like in downtown?
The rain really picked up probably about 10-20 minutes ago max. Wind not so bad, but the rain is really kind of coming down. I'll try to switch the cameras off here. You can see everything's kind of starting to puddle up a little bit. You can even see the wind kind of pushing some of that rain to the side. Back behind us a couple blocks, we actually saw a couple of trees laying down on some power lines. So we know that's not pretty, that's not good at all. But yeah, like I was saying, the rain is coming down pretty heavy all along the sides of the roads here. You can see all the kind of puddling happening right now. The wind is pushing some of the rain off of the streets and onto the sides. There's only been this one car in front of us for a little bit while we've been driving, but other than that, the downtown is pretty empty. Lots of rain on the roads. The wind is pushing some of the rain back toward us and just wiping it off of the streets. It's starting to look kind of dicey out here, but for now, live in Fort Myers, Adriana Shepard, Wink News.
And right there, also, there were signs posted on some of those poles saying it will be closed for parking on Thursday. Proceed with caution there. Now, should you lose power, which has already happened to more than 1,000 people, even close to 2,000 people in Lee County, according to LCEC outage numbers, here's something that you can do. First of all, keep food safe by leaving the refrigerator and freezer doors closed as quickly as possible. Use food from the fridge first. The freezer, that food will last longer. And then be sure to turn off and unplug all unnecessary electric devices. Now, if you still do have your power, but you want to do some prep work before that, be sure to have one or more coolers with ice to keep your food cold, and also a digital thermometer. That'll be really helpful so you can check your food's temperature. And then, as she was just referencing in her live shot, saying that there were some tree limbs or tree branches on top of maybe a generator or power line there. Remember, even after the storm, do not touch any electric power lines, and be sure that you are using a generator far away, probably about 20 feet away from your home.
And I know in some areas it may not feel right now like we are in the worst of it, but because we are anticipating, as you heard Casey mention, from now into the evening, things to get bad, closures are happening. Lee Convenient Care offices are closed. So that means Lee Health reduced their telehealth price to $20, and they are available, the telehealth, 24/7. You can use that on your smartphone, tablet, or computer. I know the governor lifted that 30-day emergency refill for prescription medication. So hopefully that's only if there's some kind of emergency situation, somebody needs things, and you've already kind of thought about medications and stuff.
Yeah, and speaking of emergency services, we're just learning emergency services have now been suspended on Matlacha and Pine Island. And this is crucial because we tell you, they mean it when they say, if you don't evacuate, they cannot come and get you now because the weather is just too unsteady. So fire crews say any calls to 911 will be logged and then responded to once conditions allow. Usually that happens when the storm is long gone. They can assess how dangerous it is. Then they can go out and respond to those calls. It could take a while.
Yeah, it takes some time. Let's get back over to Taylor Petrus getting a new video, I believe. Is this Golden Gate?
This is Golden Gate Estates. So viewer Tessa sent this in to us, and you see these large trees here. This video doesn't even do it justice. Those large trees are swaying in the wind down there in Golden Gate Estates, where we are seeing most of those wind gusts happening right now. And I'm getting videos and pictures from all over. I could continue to show you the conditions across Southwest Florida this morning.
All right, and let's now turn to reporter Liz Byro, who has been on Vanderbilt Beach. As we've been checking in, it hasn't been horrible out there yet. Liz, how is it for you right now?
Well, lately it's just been consistent wind and rain. I would say about 45 minutes ago was when the rain was at its worst. I mean, the street just looked like it was crawling. The rain was just sweeping across it, but it has just been consistent. Now, this side behind me, this is the Gulf, but on the other side of our hotel room, that is a lagoon, and the people living around the lagoon have their boats elevated above the water. Now, this has been able to give me a gauge of that water level. When you look at the distance between the bottom of their boats and the top of that water, it has just shortened over time, indicating to me that the water level is rising. Live in Collier County, Liz Byro, Wink News.
All right, Liz, thank you. Let's go out now to our Fort Myers Beach camera, and here you can see it is raining pretty heavily there. And if you look off closely in the distance, I know it's pretty dark, but you can see that heavy surf, and we expect this heavy surf to only get worse as the hours go on. And if we can now pull up our Punta Gorda camera, Fisherman's Village here, you can see the palm trees swing in the wind. Those ominous clouds continue to move. Yeah, look at the sky. And the boats there, you're going to start seeing those boats really start to sway back and forth because of the winds now that we're experiencing.
And also, let's do a little live tour. Naples Cam, Village on Venetian Bay. That's the other camera we have up working right now. And you see lots of raindrops, which is why you can't see a whole lot down there. Our Sanibel Causeway camera, we lost power about, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes ago. As you can see there, that's the frozen shot. And our reporter on Sanibel reporting power outages. So we're expecting more of that as the morning goes on.
Yeah, in fact, I'm looking at the outages here. Hundreds of customers on Sanibel Island still without power, so they were the first to lose power in a widespread manner. Nicole, what did you say? We have a Naples Pier camera, I believe, right now?
Let's go ahead and take that live real quick if we can. Look at that, lit up. You see the surf, not something we typically see in the Gulf, but very, very quiet there. It looks like a little bit of lighting up in the sky. That's what I thought too when I saw for a moment. We were just talking about power outages, and at some point, I know many of you have generators at home that you want to be using. And unfortunately, time and time again, we hear of more deaths from generators from carbon monoxide poisoning than we do actual storm. Let's get over to Taylor Petrus, because now is the time, just like your preparation plan, to be running through how to operate that generator when the time comes.
Absolutely, Lindsay, Corey, and unfortunately, it's a lot of times after these powerful storms come through where we start to see injuries, casualties, because people are not using things properly. So we want to remind you, if you do have a generator, you do want to be careful when using it. So, for example, do not run it in an enclosed space. If you can put it outside of your home on a lanai, out in the open, that is what you want to do. And when you do that, try to get at least 20 feet away from your house as well. Also, always direct the exhaust away from your home too. Again, simple mistakes from using generators after the storm is what we can see some of these casualties. So it's important, if you are using a generator, to remember these things.
All right, Taylor, thank you. I want to show you what all hands on deck looks like. This was posted on the Fort Myers Police Department Facebook page, and the acting chief saying that they were leading the evening briefing prior to the officers hitting the streets. This was posted Tuesday night. And look at all of those men and women in the bleachers at Fort Myers High School getting that briefing and ready to make sure our community stays safe. In Fort Myers, there are 2 shelters within city limits. That's Dunbar High and Treeline Elementary. Can we take the live look of downtown Fort Myers one more time so you can get a sense of what conditions are like there? If there's wind, that camera moves. So that's telling me not too windy, but a few raindrops, not looking horrible there right now.
And speaking of, Fort Myers police officers, you were saying it's all hands on deck.
Yeah.
I was talking to the chief of police in Cape Coral, and they also are spreading out their officers to strategic places across the city. They can't necessarily go out, but they do that so that they are ready the moment that it's safe for them to do that. So, it's police headquarters, different substations, maybe even their personal homes, so they're ready to go.
To that point, I want to show this because I think this should be a little bit of a comfort to you. If we can show this video from the National Guard stationing at Lehigh Acres Library. Do we have that available to show everyone if they're just joining us? There you see them. This was captured by our crews yesterday when we still had daylight hours. You see those high-profile vehicles. That is so they can go where many of our cars cannot. 5,000 Florida guardsmen and women are stationed, and they are ready to respond the moment they can. And they actually brought in 2,000 others from surrounding states. I believe they were Tennessee, Georgia, and North Carolina. And these men and women trained to do whatever they need to be. If that's knocking on doors and rescuing people, handing out waters and blankets. But hopefully if you're sitting at home and saying, oh man,
I feel so alone.
Yeah, that's a great point, Corey.
Yeah.
I feel alone. I'm new. I just don't know what to do.
Yeah.
You're not alone. They are going to be there the moment the streets are safe. And meteorologist Casey Sherman is going to be walking you through everything this morning. And I think, Casey, let's get back over to you with a good look from Wink Doppler 3X of Hurricane Ian right now.
Yeah, and you can clearly make out where that center is, where the eye is. The most dangerous part lies around this system, where we've seen some lightning firing up near the northern portion of the eye wall. That is a sign often of strengthening, which we have seen now, a strengthening system. As of the 5 a.m. update, this is now a Category 4 hurricane. That is what we were expecting the entire time. That's what the forecast had, was the strengthening to a Category 4 hurricane before it does make landfall. We've seen right now some heavy bands of rain tracking through particularly those areas that are along and west of I-75, at least at the moment. Where we currently are dealing with areas rather of heavy rain. Again, there's a distance, by the way, from Naples, about 70 miles to the south and west. Let's zoom in, though, to Wink Slide Doppler 3X, 3 times more powerful, where we currently have some light to moderate rain. We've seen some rainfall rates of around 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch an hour. So if you're, wondering, well, this doesn't seem too heavy because, man, in Southwest Florida, are we used to some heavy thunderstorms with heavy rain? We sometimes get rainfall rates of over 3-4 inches per hour. The thing is, and this is just generally speaking with tropical systems, they tend to not produce extremely heavy rain like our summertime storms. But as we see these same bands of rain move in spirals across the same area, that's what creates for that flooding threat, that freshwater flood threat, and that's where you see that water kind of steadily pile up here as far as at least the freshwater rainfall goes. Rainfall rates, you can see, ranging in some of our heaviest pockets, not much for Southwest Florida standards, a half an inch per hour or so, but you talk about a half an inch per hour for several hours, and that's where you get those high rainfall totals from tropical systems. Farther north, we have some of the heaviest rain on the map right now for Punta Gorda down through tropical Gulf Acres at the moment, and out through portions of the Cape Hayes Peninsula near Rotunda, up through, again, Punta Gorda along that stretch of US 41 and I-75. So Hurricane Ian, the 5 a.m. update, 140 mile per hour max sustained winds. We have seen strengthening. The wind field continues to expand as well. Again, all things we anticipated here. This is nothing new for us. We're going to continue to track these bands of rain moving in, winds picking up as we head towards especially sunrise and after, onward through what should be the windiest time frame for those northwestern zones. I would say between about 1 to 4 p.m. Likely going to see that landfall somewhere around now 2 o'clock is where the National Hurricane Center is projecting that to occur. We're still looking at this likely along Captiva or Sanibel. From there, we're expecting a track to the northeast through the Cape Hayes Peninsula, Port Charlotte, and then eventually up through areas like Mineral Springs, and then clipping portions of DeSoto County. We do happen to see this weekend as it pushes inland, and I will say, as we head into the remainder of tonight, 12 hours over that 12-hour span there from 2 p.m. this afternoon to 2 a.m., while the motion still is a little slow, it is faster at least than what we dealt with yesterday. It does look like it's sped up a tad than what we saw, which was stalled out a bit more yesterday. It's a little bit of a silver lining there. Unfortunately, though, this is still kind of a worst case scenario for us in Southwest Florida, which we have prepared for, thankfully. The good thing about hurricanes is we can watch them, we can track them. It's not like a tornado threat that you get in the plains, which I feel for those people out there where it's kind of a quick threat there where you don't really have much time to prepare for it. We've been preparing for this hurricane and we are ready. Consensus models, they've shifted just a tad to the north and west. That's likely why we've seen just a little bit of a nudge with that forecast track to the north and west, but not by a whole lot with the National Hurricane Center forecast. All right, so winds beginning to pick up. You may notice that. You may hear them if you're anywhere from inland zones to coastal areas. Our wind gusts clocking in, the last 4 reported wind gusts in Lehigh Acres, clocking in at 50 miles per hour. We've seen some stronger gusts with these bands pushing through the area. Last reported wind gusts near Englewood near 40 miles per hour, 45 mile per hour wind gusts in Sanibel. We have had some reports of gusts of up to 60 miles per hour for areas like Marco Island. So timing out the winds, this takes us through about mid-morning. By that point in time, we will be dealing with hurricane force winds. This is 10 a.m. for those coastal zones at least. Those are winds that are above 74 miles per hour. So hurricane force winds for areas like Sanibel, Captiva, Pine Island at the moment. You can kind of make out where those are in this little pink ring here. As we head towards 1:30, 2 o'clock, Iowa at that point in time will have the potential pushing on shore, and that could be featuring winds. This model might be underdoing it a bit, I will say. It could be featuring winds of up to and over 110, 115 miles per hour, especially when we're looking at a Category 4 hurricane making landfall. So windiest time for those northwestern zones where we are expecting that landfall, Charlotte, Lee County. We're talking about between about 1 o'clock through about 4 or 5 o'clock as that continues to move inland. From there, we see this lift farther off to the north. Still some breezy conditions, windy conditions as we head into what will be tonight. I think those winds will start to lighten up as we head into late tomorrow and into your Thursday evening is when we'll finally start to see some of those winds die down. And as those winds die down, at least our storm surge will start to lessen. But we still will have a bit of an onshore wind that's going to prevent at least that storm surge from receding and through the entire overnight time frame. So keep that in mind. Rainfall amounts for us, totals will be heaviest for those northwestern areas, DeSoto, Charlotte, Lee County, at least those coastal zones. We're predicting right now between about 4 to 7 inches with locally heavier amounts. This is the European model. I will say, and this is our in-house short-range model showing some heavier totals. So this is a possibility on the table here that we could see some areas picking up over a foot of rain in those areas that are farther off to the north and west. Englewood, think the Northport area, it's a possibility, but right now our forecast range is generally between about 4 to about 7, 8 inches with some locally heavier pockets. We're going to have much more in terms of radar updates and more updates on the wind gusts, the current conditions with Ian, and of course the forecast coming up. But right now I'm going to toss it over to Corey and Lindsay.
All right, Casey, thank you. And we are getting a question consistently with, so we wanted to bring in Nash for just a moment from so many of you. Tornadoes are part of the threat. Mary Elizabeth wrote in and she said, can you tell us how to anticipate a tornado with the weather? Are there any indicators you guys are looking for on radar so that they can prepare?
Yeah, specifically in this scenario, that is a fantastic question because I used to live in Oklahoma for a long period of time. I know many people moved down here from out of state, and they're used to these tornado warnings where you have 20, 30 minutes of lead time. It stays on the ground, it goes in a straight path, and it can grow very large. We're dealing with a slightly different situation. When it comes to tropical tornadoes, they're typically very short-lived. They spin up very quickly to the point where every scan counts on radar. We get them warnings issued for them as quickly as possible, although oftentimes that lead time is very small, if not sometimes behind with these particular warnings. It's very hard to identify these little spin-ups within a hurricane. So advice-wise for this, I would say go ahead and take those tornado precautions as this hurricane bears down on you. Make sure you are not near any windows that could get blown out. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If we could pull up Weather 1, I'd love to show you this graphic here. It's a great indicator of where you should head in your house. Notice the hallway, a great option, stairs, a bathroom. Notice no windows in any of these rooms. We talked about earlier, a bicycle helmet might not be the worst idea, especially as that eye wall, for example, would be bearing down on you. But additionally, just being aware of your surroundings and making sure you're in a safe room to begin with, because unfortunately, if you don't have any way to receive those tornado warnings, they could spin up very quickly, and they wouldn't be much different than the eye wall of a hurricane bearing down on you anyways.
All right, Nash, thank you very much. We just got word, actually, that first responders, particularly in Lee County, have ceased operations. The fire department in Cape Coral also just suspended operations, basically meaning if you call 911, they're not going to be on the roads to come and save you in your emergency. And I believe we have some sound from the scanners of them telling people calling 911 that they cannot come get them.
All units and monitors on dispatch 3 due to current weather conditions. All responders have ceased response until further notice.
So again, what you are listening to is specifically Lee County, their emergency operations, how they communicate with the dispatch center and then all deputies, fire emergency personnel, and they are saying they are ceasing operations. So bottom line means Lee County, and I'd venture to say most of our counties are going to be experiencing this now, where they are not going to be responding if you call 911 because it's not safe for them to be out on the roads.
And the fire chief, in fact, in Cape Coral is just saying that they don't have ambulances either. So they're not going to be responding to any type of emergency right now, whether it's fire, police, or medical. So just keep that in mind as we go through the next hours.
Yeah, hopefully you took those precautions. We're all sheltering now, and we're going to get through it together. Let's get over to Taylor Petrus. We're already starting to see a little bit of flooding, and I'm guessing it's some of those low-lying areas, Taylor?
You're absolutely right, Lindsay. So these are in the Alva area, these next few pictures that I have. This first set is from Neil Baker. He says he is near the Franklin Lock. So, of course, near a waterway where we could have the potential to see that overflow. So this is a look near his home here. You see the water back here with the grass. Another view of it here coming up to his shed as well. Some other photos I was getting from Alva. This one from Scott on River Estates Lane, also in that area. Actually looks like I tweeted out the same photos, unfortunately. But we are getting a lot here. Continue to send in these pictures to us. We really do appreciate it. Let us be our eyes and ears of what we are seeing. Some other things I have gotten. We know Marco Island is getting hit hard from the wind that is happening on down there. Another one outside of home showing the palm trees just whipping outside of homes here. The rain coming down as well in the background. You can it's rain just coming down. You can't really see through it. So the conditions there, we are keeping an eye on. We really appreciate everyone sending in your pictures and videos. Golden Gate Estates as well. I'm going to work on getting some new images into you right now.
And Taylor, I also noticed you were emailing with Lee County and the personnel there. You got a number saying 2,645 people in shelters there. That was their count last night. So thank you for reaching out and getting that latest information. We're giving you a live look right now at the Village on Venetian Bay in Naples. It's a little hard to make out some of the high rises on the right because of the rain that's been falling, but it doesn't look like a lot of wind there at the point. Do you notice anything?
No, I don't. And, and that's what we've been kind of talking about, right, is that you can get these large bursts of wind, you can get all of the rain, and then it'll stop for a little bit, calm, and then it'll come back again. We have some video from Southwest Cape Coral off Beach Parkway. And this looks pretty familiar, right? If you're looking outside your windows, if you can see outside, you see the palm trees swaying in the wind. You see the wet roadways there. Not so much lightning we're seeing in Cape Coral right now, but again, that can change. And I do just want to warn, obviously, at this point, not safe to be going outside. I know you want to get the videos and the pictures, but if you can safely do it from inside or a covered porch, that's best. But you can see there in the swale, a lot of homes in Cape Coral are built up pretty high, especially the front yards, because they have well and septic. So they have this large slope down into the swale there. And a lot of times the water starts pooling, and when we get heavy rains, oftentimes those fill up pretty quickly. And you can see here off Beach Parkway, that is already happening because of all of the rain.
And let's get a different look in Cape Coral. This is near Kismet Parkway and Santa Barbara. You see those palms. A lot of fronds will be down after this in trees. We're already, I think it was Adriana Shepard who was in downtown Fort Myers and told us that she noticed some down trees on power lines. But they're just giving you the sense in the night sky of the wind blowing there.
And we do want to remind you that if your power goes out and you happen to have one of those radios that we've been telling you about, we are simulcasting to keep you safe. So you can listen to us on 96.9 Wink FM. And you can also listen to us on Wave 101.1. This is a great way to receive, the latest information if your power goes out and you have a battery-powered radio.
And as we mentioned a few minutes ago, at this point, Lee County emergency personnel, they are not going to be responding to 911. And we are not driving home this point to scare anybody, but rather inform you, because we did, emergency personnel warned us, and we passed that message along that once conditions really get to where they are not safely out on the roads, they can't be out on the road safely, they have to wait until we get through this. I believe we have more audio that we can play for you, and this is what we call scanner. It's where dispatch is communicating with all deputies, different police departments, and emergency personnel working out on the streets.
All units on dispatch 3. Due to current weather conditions, all responders have ceased response until further notice.
And please know that does not mean they are not working right now. They are stationed in their emergency operations center, and they are gathering information just like we are trying to gather information. And the moment that they can get out on these roads safely, they will do so. But they've got to be careful themselves.
Yeah, and typically, when the wind speeds sustained reach 40 miles an hour, that's just when it's not safe to be out on the roadway, period. And it's not safe to be driving over the bridges. I believe we have Weather Authority meteorologist Casey Sherman ready for another update here. Casey, anything you're noticing when it comes to what to expect over the next few hours?
I mean, definitely think that the storm surge threat is going to be the big time issue for us. This is what to expect. And notice it says forecast changes are possible at the top. We're now kind of nailing this down. This is what we are expecting. Yes, we could still see some wobbles. Even a mile would make some difference across our areas in terms of the forecast, but this is what we're preparing for. Rainfall amounts 4 to 8 inches on average. Isolated totals of a foot plus are going to be a possibility, especially when you're thinking of areas like Englewood, the northern portion of the Cape Hayes Peninsula, north of Rotunda, up through areas like Minnesota Key, Mineral Springs. Those areas are going to be likely closest to where some of that heaviest axis of rain is going to be. So that's where we're going to be looking at the greatest totals. I would say north, but really just north and west is going to see some of the heaviest there. Winds, we're looking at across our coastal zones. We're looking at sustained 75 to 100 plus miles per hour. We could see some gusts with that eye wall, unfortunately, of a Category 4 hurricane working its way onshore. 125 mile per hour gusts or greater. Remember, the highest gusts, we're talking Charlotte County and Lee County, perhaps even into DeSoto County. If you're in Collier County, not going to be as high for those wind gusts. Inland areas, 40 to 70 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts between about 75 to 95 miles per hour. And I would say the upper end of this range, again, that's going to be for those areas that are primarily north of the river, DeSoto County, northern Lee County. If you're in inland Collier County, you're going to be looking at the lower end of this wind gust range. Storm surge, we're talking about what should be about 4 to 7 feet for coastal Collier County. We still have that 8 to 12 foot storm surge for Lee in the Charlotte County coast. Of course, we'll continue to watch for some quick spin up tornadoes. So that isolated tornado threat, it is always a possibility with any kind of landfalling system, along with widespread power outages. If you are riding out this storm, do those things to prepare for those power outages that are going to be inevitable across at least likely a good chunk of our area with these kind of winds forecast. So fill up your bathtub when you can for that water to refill toilet tanks along with bathing. You can also take a bird bath with some of that water. I would turn down the air conditioning as much as you can. Try to make your home as cold as it can possibly be for that potential. When you do lose power, it'll at least be cool for a set amount of time here before it starts to warm back up, and also turn that refrigerator down to the lowest setting. All things you can prepare for possible power outages. Make sure you have those flashlights, and also make sure you also are charging your electronics, your phones. If you do have portable chargers, try to charge those up as well right now. Hurricane force wind probabilities, currently looking at what is in red, that probability in Lee, Charlotte, DeSoto, southern Sarasota County, that is the 70 percentile. So we have a high chance of seeing hurricane force winds in those areas. Those are winds of at least 74 miles per hour or greater. You can see, again, it's those northwestern zones that will be looking at the strongest wind potential. That drops off quite a bit as you travel inland. For areas like Naples, you're about that 30 to 40 percentile of seeing some hurricane force winds there. And again, those increase to about as we zoom in on this map, looks like about 90% for portions of Charlotte County, along with Captiva and also through southern Sarasota County. And this is thanks to the fact that we are expecting this wind field to expand, and it has continued to do so. We're looking at those hurricane winds about 70 miles wide, 275 miles wide for those tropical storm force winds in yellow. This is going to be a much bigger storm than Charlie. I know the track is fairly reminiscent of it, but it's going to be overall a bigger storm. In fact, the diameter of this storm already at about 30 miles wide, the entire hurricane force wind field of Charlie could fit within this. And we're looking at about a hurricane force wind field of about 70 miles wide. So Ian is going to be bigger than Charlie. That's why we always say, well, the track is reminiscent. Every storm is different. And with that, we will be feeling those different, at least magnitude of impacts, wind, erosion, storm surge, all going to be high. One of our biggest, I think, concerns with this is going to be storm surge, where unfortunately, as it makes landfall, which looks to be sometime between about 1 to 3 p.m., that's what the forecast is from the National Hurricane Center, it's also going to be close to around the time of high tide. So that means that forecast storm surge, which is between, for this area, 8 to 12 feet, which we do have storm surge, at least the high tide factored into that. We're going to be on the upper range of that storm surge, potentially. You can see those areas in red, and you can zoom into this map by going to the National Hurricane Center website and picking on your neighborhood. If you go scroll down to storm inundation map, we're looking at red for those portions along the Charlotte Harbor, up through the Peace River, the Myakka River, down through areas along the Caloosahatchee River's bank. Highest amount of storm surge there. For Sanibel, nearly all in that red 9-foot plus range. Matt Lachey, same thing with the high tide times, close to when we should see landfall in the strongest push of water. As we travel down through Collier County, likely to see at least 9-foot storms, rather I would say 9-foot storm surge is a possibility, and over that for those areas like Everglades City and Chokoloskee. And of course, we're going to be dealing with the ongoing rain threat. We've been hearing that here in the studio with these rain bands that continue to move in. We will have more radar updates coming up in just a bit.
And Casey, I know it seems very lengthy to go through that storm surge map, but we were actually talking when we were off air a little bit earlier on. We live in very different places. Yeah. It's very helpful because every part of Southwest Florida is so different. And it just goes to show how much coastline we have.
It's so true. You know, I live, Cape Coral. You live down further south. I have many of you asking me, okay, well, I live in Naples, and our elevation is pretty high. How far does that storm surge go? Obviously, it's not 100% predictable, but the higher you are, obviously, the better. And, we're going to see, especially over the next probably 4 hours, the tide start to come in and that water starting to go up.
And I know the meteorologists are going to stay on top of that, and they'll pinpoint moment by moment, try to get down to your neighborhood so you get a good sense of what's going on, especially because most of you hopefully evacuated. And so you want to know what is happening at your home. Let's get out to anchor Annette Montgomery, who, if you're just joining us this morning, has kind of been all over. So Annette, you're live right now at a hotel in a safe place on Vanderbilt Beach, but you also were on Fort Myers Beach, so I don't know where you want to start, but kind of tell us what you've experienced the last 2 or 3 hours.
Okay, Lindsay, I can start. I was about to start, but this wind is picking up. I don't know if you all can hear it, but that's the same exact thing we experienced on Fort Myers Beach. So I'll just lead right into what we experienced on Fort Myers Beach. We went out there. The wind, it was really, really bad. We saw a lot of palms down, no trees, luckily, but we did see palms down. Now, on our way there, our car was hydroplaning. All of the gas stations we passed from Vanderbilt Beach to Fort Myers Beach were boarded up. We saw closed written on those boards. It was wooded boards on top of the windows, on top of the doors. All of the gas pumps did have gas bags on them. Now, one note I do want to make a point of is on our way back here, once we left Fort Myers Beach, we left there because our car was shaking. We just felt like it wasn't a safe place. That was Zone A, one of the first areas Lee County officials declared a mandatory evacuation order over. So we decided to listen to officials ourselves, and we pulled the plug and decided to move to Vanderbilt Beach, and that's where we're at right now. Now, what I can say, the major difference that I'm seeing is, even though it is windy here, and actually I'm going to have my photographer, Doug, can you pan to this tree so they can see it's actually shaking? That tree is shaking right there. The wind, it's not as bad as Fort Myers Beach, but the wind is noticeable. I don't know if you all can hear it, but I can hear it. The wind is very, very bad. The Gulf is right there. So, of course, we're in another coastal place. As I said, my last hit, we moved from Zone A in one county to Zone A in another county. So this is another area that Collier County officials actually issued an evacuation order, a mandatory evacuation order for. Now, I can show you kind of why they issued that. I'm going to have my photographer show you the roads. We're seeing some ponding, and I don't know if you all can see, the rain isn't coming down that hard. I know Liz Byro has been out here all morning, and she said at one point about 45 minutes ago to an hour ago it was coming down hard. So I'm assuming some of those ponds are from that, but definitely ponding in the roadway for sure. We haven't seen any cars since we've been here. No one on the road, so either people have evacuated or they're hunkering down. But obviously we can see why this is an area that officials wanted to evacuate first, because the wind, the water, the Gulf being right there, definitely an area that's susceptible to a lot of storm surge. So we are out here, we're monitoring the conditions. I definitely feel a lot safer here than I did in Fort Myers Beach. I do have an awning. I'm in the hotel, as you said, so I feel a lot safer, a lot more comfortable. But we are watching the wind. We are watching some of these trees swaying. So definitely some concern here. I don't know if you all just saw that. That was lightning. So definitely we are seeing some inclement weather here, like you all said, across all of Southwest Florida. We're going to be experiencing some type of rain, some type of wind. So it's a little bit less in Fort Myers Beach, but it is picking up. I can definitely say since I've been here, the wind has picked up. Collier County leaders, of course, are doing all that they can. They say that they are monitoring this as well. I know certain commissioners are definitely paying close attention to not only this area in the county, but Marco Island, Isle of Capri, Portal Islands. Those are the areas that they know are susceptible to flooding whenever there's even a mild rainstorm. And obviously Hurricane Ian is as anything but mild, as we've heard from Casey and Nash all morning. But we will stay here and update you. Liz Byro is also here. So we have two people here monitoring the weather, monitoring the conditions to bring you all updates online and on air. We'll let you know if anything changes. For now, I would just say the wind is the biggest issue. We're not seeing too much rain. Like I said, there is some ponding, and you can actually see the wind is pushing that water in the street. But other than that, for now, I definitely would say it's pretty safer, or a little bit safer than it was on Fort Myers Beach. So I do feel a lot safer here. Live in Naples and at Montgomery, Wink News.
All right, Annette, thank you. I'm glad that you are a better spot than being out there on the coastline. I'm glad you're protected from the elements.
And not just a sliding glass door, because I was kind of curious what exactly are their digs. And they have a room and they walk through a hallway until they get out to that patio. So they've put a good barrier between them and where the outside conditions are. Let's go over to anchor Taylor Petrus, because we're trying to be your eyes everywhere. Where is this video from? It was just brought in, just taken recently, think?
It was, Lindsay. So this is a view from Babcock Ranch, which we have not seen yet. Let me play this for you here. They are more inland, as we know, but as you can see, still getting those impacts from Hurricane Ian as it makes its way closer to Southwest Florida. You see the rain on the roadways there, some wind on the trees here as well. So it doesn't matter where you live, you're likely seeing some impacts at this hour. We've seen it all the way up from Punta Gorda all the way down to Marco Island. We have been getting tons of your pictures and photos, and we really do appreciate you sending this in. We are here in the studio. We don't have any windows in here. We can hear the rain coming down here near the downtown Fort Myers area, but this really helps us get a feel for what's going on out in the community. So again, if you are able to safely take any pictures or videos, feel free to send them in here to Wink News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Let's take you out live outside here. This is at Fisherman's Village in Punta Gorda. And I can tell you, we've been watching this camera now for the past few hours. It has been pretty steady when it comes to the wind. These palm trees really getting a workout already. The wind is whipping there, and these clouds, very ominous looking. They're moving rather quickly. And you see the rain there, and then the boats and the slips swaying back and forth.
Overall speaking, I'd say probably calmer than what we saw maybe an hour or so ago.
Actually, yeah, you're right. And there you see some lightning. But yes, the wind looks calmer now. But again, don't let this fool you, because if you're at home and you're thinking, oh, okay, it's a little bit better, I'm going to go outside, walk around, one of these bands could come up and drop a lot of rain and wind, even lightning.
Let's take you to Golden Gate Estates, where we have some videos showing you different kind of trees whipping there a little bit earlier this morning. The tall ones catching some of the breeze there and the gusts there. And you can see again this taken in Golden Gate Estates a little bit earlier on. Our low-lying areas dealing with some flooding. I believe we have some pictures that came in from Alva. Do we have those pictures? There we go. And you can see there where this is the River Estates Lane and area there, prone to flooding, but looks like up on maybe a shed, already seeing some of that because of the rain that is continually falling down in that area.
Yeah, and you know, places like Alva, right? There's a lot of land out there, a lot of low-lying areas, county roads, and a lot of times, yes, they do flood when we see rain, and they're only going to see even more rainfall. I believe if we are ready to go to Weather Authority meteorologist Casey Sherman, looking at potential storm surge. And Casey, I think by far, this is the biggest concern on people's mind, especially if they live along the coastline.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what leads to the officials prompting those mandatory evacuations. And the storm surge is really something to be taken seriously. This is one of our most dangerous threats. Certainly, I would say the number one dangerous threat with this particular system, where the kind of track that we're looking at and with the kind of winds that we're looking at with the system, unfortunately, we are going to be seeing some hefty amount of storm surge for some of our coastal areas. So this is a map, I will say, that highlights the reasonable worst case scenario. And the National Hurricane Center, they do have this on your website. I'm going to try to highlight some areas. We've got a lot of areas across the coast of Southwest Florida. So if you want to check this out by yourself, you can go to that website and then scroll down. There is a storm inundation little box that you can click on and literally zoom into any area. Again, though, this is reasonable worst case scenario. The National Hurricane Center really just uses this for emergency officials when they're making those calls as far as evacuation goes. So take this with the fact that it looks scary, but it is highlighting the reasonable worst case scenario. This accounts for about 90% of possibilities. It would only be, they put this out with the potential of only being exceeded about 10% of the time. So we're going to zoom in here, and this is why we had those mandatory evacuations for Charlotte County. Let's start at Port Charlotte here, and you can see that range at the top of the screen where we've got the yellow, the orange, and also the red. And this is showcasing those storm surge totals between 3 to 6 feet in yellow, 6 to 9 feet in orange, over 9 feet for those areas in red. Those are the areas that would be experiencing the most storm surge. So let's take you into Port Charlotte. You can see they're in that orange and yellow kind of shading, showcasing about 3 to 6 foot storm surge possibility, or 6 to even 9 in the orange. Out towards Meadow Park Elementary, this is the storm surge that you're looking at. We've got the orange, the red, some of those red areas showing storm surge potential of over 9 feet. And this is just overall what we're preparing for. Worst case scenario. Unfortunately, this system does pose that kind of worst case scenario threat here in Southwest Florida because of just the overall dynamics of the system. So those areas, that is the reason why they were asked to evacuate. We've got El Jabin here. You are looking at the orange, the red, that is 6 to 9 or over 9 foot storm surge. El Jabin up through areas like Harbor Lakes. Let's take you down into the Cape Hayes Peninsula. Highest storm surge is going to be for areas like Placida, down through those areas just south of Meadows and Villas. If you travel up through areas like Don Pedro Island, Cape Hayes, notice we're in the yellow, the orange, showing about 3 to 6 or 6 to 9 foot storm surge for those areas. Rotunda is the northern part. Pinehurst, Broadmoor, not looking bad. If you're south of that area, that's where you find in Pine Valley, Oakland Hills, the potential of seeing 3 to 6 foot storm surge. And we have that little ribbon here that's highlighting the potential to see some 9 foot storm surge in that area out towards the Cape Hayes Peninsula. So out towards Punta Gorda, we have some range between 6 to 9, over 9 feet. This is Fisherman's Village right here. We have Bayfront Health Hospital right there. And this is Charlotte High School right here. And down through this area is Punta Gorda Isles, where we're talking about 6 to 9 foot storm surge. And remember, I know I'm kind of glossing over a lot of these neighborhoods. If I'm not mentioning yours, please feel free to go to that National Hurricane Center website and find out where yours is. Charlotte Harbor Preserve, of course, in the red here along the Charlotte Harbor, over 9 feet with all that water pushing up against Charlotte Harbor. Charlotte Harbor, I think, is really going to be one of our problem areas for that storm surge threat. All right, traveling down through Lee County now. This is kind of the overview. You can see the highlighted areas. We've got the Caloosahatchee River, at least the banks. A lot of that highlighted in red along the Caloosahatchee River. That's why we also had a mandatory evacuation in those areas. We also see this highlighted for areas like Sanibel. We see this highlighted for areas along the perimeter of Pine Island and out through areas like Iona, down through Fort Myers Beach, Estero Bay, and really all the way down that coastline where we have that stretch of beach area. That's where we're looking at the highest storm surge forecast as we head into really beginning this afternoon and even into the overnight time frame with this potential storm. So zooming in here to some specific neighborhoods, here is Cypress Lake, here is FSW, here is Whiskey Creek, the orange, again, the red, 6 to 9 or over 9 foot storm surge. Here's Harlem Heights, here's Summerlin Road for reference, where we also have Iona there, closer to the Caloosahatchee River. Hammond Stadium, if you're out towards that area, Old Hickory, you're okay. You're not looking at maybe some spots of about over a foot, 1 to 3 foot storm surge in some canal locations. Renaissance, I-75, notice you don't have that. Treeline Avenue, you're all right. It's going to be a wind threat, though, along with the potential to see, of course, that freshwater flooding, not so much storm surge for those inland areas. That's for those areas along and east of the I-75 corridor. All right, Lover's Key, Big Hickory Island. You can see in the red there as we travel to Bonita Springs. Here is Bonita Springs. And along with Bonita Springs Elementary, notice this area, if you live near Wisconsin Street or Pennsylvania Avenue, you have that red shading indicating that potentially see over 9 feet of storm surge. If you're down through areas like Bonita Springs Elementary, you have that range of 3 to 6, over 6 feet of storm surge. The area in blue here would indicate 1 to 3 foot storm surge. That's around Dean Street, areas like Matheson Avenue, and down through portions of Bonita Beach Road. Let me get that a little bit more centered here. We have more of the 1 to 3, 3 to 6 foot range and kind of pockets here. And this is what I'm talking about. It would be a good idea to look at this map if you do have time, because there's kind of a lot of pockets with these potentials. They've really gone through thoroughly with this map and highlighted the areas and really indicated points specifically what you could see. Reasonable worst case scenario in these areas. So traveling now down through, this is Collier County. Let's kind of zoom out and take an overview of Collier County. Immokalee, Ave Maria, you're fine. Biggest threat, wind and the potential for that freshwater flooding with the rain, and of course also isolated tornadoes. It's of course across the coastal areas. That makes sense with this water pushing on shore. Bonita Springs, Vanderbilt Beach, those coastal zones along the northern coast of Collier County. You currently have the red, along with those southern zones in the red. We're talking about 10,000 Islands, Chokoloskee, areas like Everglades City. So zooming in here, we've got Barefoot Beach. Here is Wiggins Pass. Vanderbilt Beach. This is North Naples. This is Mediterra for reference. And this is Immokalee Road. Farther south, we've got Naples Airport here. East Naples, as we zoom into the downtown area of Naples. We've got 5th Avenue right here with the intersection of 8th Street right there. There's Park Street, there's 6th Street. And there's the Naples Pier. Aqualane Shores to follow as we travel down the Naples Bay. Naples Botanical Garden, 6 to 9 or over 9 feet of storm surge possible for that area. We've also got Isles of Collier Preserve over here, some spots that feature some storm surge. And traveling farther south, let's take a look at Marco Island. You currently have about 3 to 6 foot storm surge possible. We're looking at currently also Goodland, more towards that 9 foot range possible for some of those areas. 10,000 Islands, there it is, and also Everglades City. So that is kind of a rough breakdown of your storm surge map. Again, you can check that out in a little bit more detail from the National Hurricane Center website. Just keep in mind, the main threat, most dangerous threat from really any kind of tropical system tends to be the storm surge. It's the water threat that you can't run from here. So take this system seriously. We are going to be looking at some big time storm surge in some areas, especially I think up through areas like Charlotte Harbor. I think that is going to be one of our main areas of concern. I'm going to take more looks at our radar and also our wind threat with the system coming up soon.
All right, Casey, thank you very much. It is now 6 o'clock on this Wednesday morning. We know we had a long day ahead of us. Here you see Wink's live Doppler 3X behind us, showing you just how large Hurricane Ian is. And if you're just joining us, Hurricane Ian is now a Category 4 storm. It increased in strength overnight, and the track really didn't change much. Our meteorologists expecting this to be a Southwest Florida hurricane.
And I know if you're waking up and you're hearing Category 4, it can be a little bit frightening. I think we both had a moment. Yeah. The news came down at 5 a.m. You know, deep breath here. We all prepared for this, and now it's time to sit tight safely wherever you are sheltering and get through this together. And as you just saw, Casey's here, Nash is here. I think I just saw Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt wake up.
Yeah, he is definitely here watching.
He's ready, and he will be joining us in a little while. But let's start first trying to get some eyes across Southwest Florida. Our reporter, Claire Galt, is live on Sanibel Island, where we know there were power outages. There are power outages. Claire, you mentioned that your power went out in the hotel. How are conditions there right now?
Our power is still out in the hotel, but it's kind of interesting. I think I remember Corey mentioning this in the newscast a little bit earlier, that we could see periods of time where we'll see a ton of rain, a ton of wind, and then it can get kind of quiet. Well, it's a little bit interesting because right now, you remember just 30 minutes ago, the rain was heavy. It was bad. Right now, that rain it's almost stopped. It's quite shocking how fast things can really take a turn. The wind is still going. You can see the palm trees are swaying a little bit. The wind's getting them. The wind is strong. But if we come over here, just 45 minutes ago, my photographer Jack and I were sitting inside right there. These doors were slamming shut. I could feel wind and rain blowing on me. It was cold. It was chilly. And now things seem to have calmed down just a little bit. We'll see. But thankfully, I'm one of the only people in this hotel, but there are others. Earlier today, I met a family who came here all the way from Cape Coral. They told me that they evacuated Cape Coral because they were worried about flooding for their house. And they said they didn't really think, the storm would be too much better here in Sanibel, but what they thought would be better is being in a hotel at that kind of elevated height.
I think it's going to hit just the same, but the elevation is definitely going to be better. Being higher up, you're not going to be scared to be flooded out of your house. So that was the biggest thing, especially with a family of 5.
Now, I do want to be your eyes and your ears as much as possible. So, Jack, if we can kind of walk over here quickly. I just want to show you again. You can see the wind, the trees blowing a little bit, but even in the pool there, you can see there's really not that many rain droplets. So, we'll play it by ear. We'll see how things keep going, and we'll hope for the best. Now, again, I wanted to bring up, we've been talking about how so many, first response agencies have kind of ceased operations. Well, Sanibel Fire and EMS is one of those. Last night, if you remember, at 10 p.m., they stopped answering calls. They stopped responding. So hopefully, you made the decision to evacuate. Hopefully you got out of there. But I just want to remind you that if you didn't decide to do that, if you stayed here, if you did not evacuate, then unfortunately you are on your own if you need help. Now, I will keep you updated. I'll let you know what happens. At this rate, we could be seeing a totally different thing the next time I touch base with you guys. So I'll keep you updated. Live in Sanibel, Claire Galt, Wink News.
All right, Claire, thank you, and stay safe out there. And while we do have reporters all over Southwest Florida for you this morning, we can't be everywhere. That's why we need you at home. If you can safely take any pictures of video of what you're seeing in your neighborhood, please send them in to us here at Wink News. I just got this new video from Marco Island showing how intense that wind is there right now. You see it just billowing into this palm tree here. They are seeing some of the strongest wind gusts at this hour, but we're also seeing conditions all the way up to Lee County, even as far as Charlotte County at this hour. This is from the River Hall community in Lee County. Again, another inland community, but they are starting to see that rain and wind pick up in their neighborhood as well. Thank you to Angie for sending that in to us. And I just got this picture showing some flooding. This is near the Lee Hendry County line. James Longmire just sent this in to us. You see the street light on here, and you see the water starting to pool here at this intersection. So again, low-lying areas, you do not have to be in those evacuation zones to see the impacts from Hurricane Ian. We can still see that water, that flooding start to happen. So even our inland communities near Hendry County, they're going to start seeing these things. We're going to keep an eye on any more viewer pictures that come in. Again, we really appreciate you helping us out to get a sense of what's going on in Southwest Florida right now.
And Taylor, I think, and I was talking to Lindsay, I think a lot of things are starting to really amp up right now because a lot of you viewers are sending us pictures and videos. People in Cape Coral saying, wow, it's really starting to get rough out there. Let's take a live image now from our downtown Fort Myers sky cam. And it was pretty calm about an hour ago, but here you can see the wind shaking this camera. There you see it shaking on top of the tower. That just goes to show you the power of the wind now. And these bursts of wind can come really at any moment as the new bands start to make their way on shore.
And we are also just learning from our reporter, Annette Montgomery, who's been text messaging with the commissioner in Collier County, Marco Island, no power. They are out of power. That's what happens with the wind that we are seeing. I want to get over to meteorologist Nash Rhodes. Nash, before we talk wind, I had Paul just email me because Casey was breaking down that storm surge, saying when. Paul didn't say where he lives, but I think before we get that storm surge, we got to deal with the wind, right?
Yes, and the wind is the thing that's going to consistently get stronger as that eye gets closer and closer to southwest Florida. You'll also notice a pressure drop, especially down towards Collier and Lee counties, where you are the closest to that eye as it slowly traverses its way up the coastline. Here are the current sustained winds. One of the big reasons we're seeing a lot of reports out of Marco Island are because sustained winds there right now are 41 miles per hour. That's nearly double what most of our inland zones are for now. Punta Gorda at 33 miles per hour sustained as well, 31 in Englewood, even Port Charlotte ramping that wind speed up to 31 miles per hour also. Here's a look at wind gusts. These are temporary gusts of wind that can happen and are reported by our sensors in various counties and locations. 40 mile per hour wind gusts from Northport through Port Charlotte and Englewood, but we've been keeping a close eye on Marco Island in Naples as that center of circulation is just off the shore for now. 51 mile per hour wind gusts just recorded in Naples, Marco Island with a 62 mile per hour wind gust. Quick check in with Hurricane Ian. With the last advisory, we did bump it up to a Category 4 hurricane, at least as far as categories go. Sustained winds with 140 miles per hour. That pressure level dropping significantly from that previous advisory all the way down to 941 millibars. That is over a 10 millibar drop from advisory to advisory, completely indicating that we are undergoing rapid intensification with this storm, and we would likely expect it to be a little bit stronger, if not withstand its current strength over the next hour or so as it gets even closer to our shoreline. Hurricane Ian on satellite imagery still showing a prominent eye, but take a look at the burst of convection or thunderstorms there around the eye wall. This one getting awfully close to us here in southwest Florida as landfall is still expected sometime into the early afternoon today. Sarasota County, Charlotte County, Lee County, all of you are within play for a possible landfall from this system, and at the moment, it is a Category 4 hurricane. Here's a look at the Saffir-Simpson scale, which is what we use for hurricane ratings. At the moment, that Category 4 hurricane bumping it up from that 3, as we previously had 120 mile per hour sustained winds, now 130, bumping it up even into the middle tier of that Category 4 hurricane status, as we do expect it to approach land here shortly and potentially ramp up in intensity. Here's the reason why we say it could be getting just a pinch stronger. Winks Live Doppler 3X in Punta Gorda right now. You're seeing those heavy outer bands from Ian, but take a look at Ian's eye wall. A lot of lightning going on around the edge of it. In fact, in one spot in particular, we are getting numerous strikes. We have a complete eye wall circulation here as well. The eye wall in width and diameter is roughly 15 to 20 miles, somewhere within that frame, depending on where you freeze the frame. And as it slowly makes its way to the north and east, we will be watching the coastal communities in Lee County, Lee County, Collier County, and perhaps as far north as Charlotte County for the most significant impacts, as they will likely feel that storm surge and those damaging straight line wind gusts first. Downtown Fort Myers, you are getting pelted with heavy rain. We are hearing it at the station. Boca Grande, more rain working its way towards your area here soon. Sanibel and Captiva, you've already had wave after wave of these outer bands, and they're only going to get stronger from here. We do have a tornado watch encompassing all of South Florida, apart from Monroe County, but just about all of us still under this tornado watch, at least until 5 a.m. on Thursday. That's primarily for those quick tropical spin-up tornadoes that we can get on the outer bands of these systems. For now, that threat really takes a back seat to the threat of a hurricane now bearing down on southwest Florida. Regardless, you need to be in the interior section of your home, away from windows, and in a place that puts as many barriers between you and the outside world moving forward.
Right, Nash, thank you very much. And as we've been telling you now, if you are in a mandatory evacuated zone and you stayed, first responders cannot come to you. In fact, we were messaging with first responders this morning, specifically in Cape Coral, citywide. They are saying they are suspending their calls. So fire, EMS, police, they're not going to be on the roadways. And that is the liability, of course, if you stayed and hunkered down in an area where you were told to evacuate. But just know that they can only get to you until after the storm has passed.
And just to give you a sense, I believe we have a little snippet of when they are radioing and talking to each other from dispatch. Can we play that for a moment?
All units and monitors on dispatch 3 due to current weather conditions. All responders have ceased response until further notice.
And again, we play that not to scare you, but just to drive home the point, especially if you decided to stay in one of those evacuation zones, that they are not going to be able to come out to you until Ian clears our coast, and it's safe for them to do so simply because they can't put more people in jeopardy of getting hurt. You don't know what's in the road. You don't know how high the water is, if there's down power lines, trees, debris. Things could be flying around. So just be aware, again, that was coming from Lee County Emergency Management and the dispatch center there, notifying all units. Stay in place, and then when we're ready and it's clear, we can respond again.
And I guarantee you right now, you are probably hearing the wind and the rain outside. In fact, if we can take our Village on Venetian Bay camera first, I just want to give you a sense of what it's like around Southwest Florida. So this is in Naples. It looks decently calm right here. A lot of rain coming down. There is some flashes of lightning. There are some flashes of lightning in the distance every now and then. But I want to show you the difference here in Punta Gorda at Fisherman's Village. If we can take that camera. And there you see those low clouds moving very fast, the wind really whipping the palm trees, and the boats that are in the marina slips there just swaying back and forth. And again, more rain coming down there.
An area we don't have eyes on right now is Fort Myers Beach, simply because the conditions were not safe for our reporter to be there. So we sent her a little bit inland. But one of you just sent us in some video. So I'd like to get over to anchor Lisa Hudson. Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong. This is coming off of Fort Myers Beach, right? Where specifically?
It is. It is coming off of Fort Myers Beach. I'm not exactly sure on the exact location. They didn't say specifically where this was, but they did tell us this was Fort Myers Beach. Let me see if I can replay that.
I think Lisa, it's Estero Cove condominium.
Estero Cove. Okay, Estero Cove condominiums. So this is on the southern part of Fort Myers Beach. So really towards the end there, you can see, again, the wind whipping. It's kind of difficult to kind of see just how Ian is impacting our area because it's so dark outside. Once the sun comes up, we'll be able to see these effects way more clearly, but you can clearly see the ponding in the parking lot, the wind blowing in the trees, water definitely coming up in that area, for sure.
And thank you to Heather Shabert who sent that in. That is an area that we know has dealt with flooding issues in the past, and they were working on the whole road to the island to try to get that mitigated and taken care of. But when you're facing the possibility of the storm surge that we are talking about there, it could be an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, and I think, there has been a lot of work recently for flood mitigation, specifically, in Estero, Bonita Springs, and even Imperial River. They've been trying to mitigate that. That floods very easily. Even in Cape Coral, Nicholas Parkway, Pine Island Road, they've been working on the drainage there. So this is going to be put to a test here. And we're going to see how well the drainage system actually works in a major storm event, as we're seeing this morning.
Yeah, let's show you some video that I find a little comforting. And that is from the National Guard, if we have this ready to go. Our team was out in Lehigh Acres yesterday, and that's why it's daylight there. And you see that is Florida National Guard setting up shop at the library in Lehigh Acres with high-profile vehicles so they can get through flooded roads and get out to many of you. They do anything, whether that's go and rescue people from homes or if it's handing out water, blankets. They are trained in pretty much every kind of emergency response you can imagine. 7,000 different guards, men and women, are in Southwest Florida. 5,000 from our state. That was all activated by the governor ahead of time, making sure we were prepared, and they were stationed across our state. And then he also had 2,000 other guards, men and women, brought in from nearby states. So you will see them out in our community, and it will be a sigh of relief. Like you said earlier, just know we are not alone, not only from across the state, but surrounding states who know what our community is going through.
And, you know, if you stayed hunkered down, you may have that feeling of being alone. You're not seeing anyone on the roadways. You're not hearing anybody outside. But you know, just know that personnel, police officers, National Guardsmen, they have been pre-staged to get to you as soon as they can. Let's get to Weather Authority meteorologist Casey Sherman now. Casey, we saw a little bit of a wobble in the track earlier, maybe even storms speeding up a little bit. What does it look like right now as far as this track?
The track is fairly reminiscent to Charlie. A lot of us, of course, remember that. And actually, Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt, who is now in-house, just gave me a fun tidbit, maybe not fun, an interesting tidbit, that the pressure is now the same as Hurricane Charlie for now Hurricane Ian. There's the track of Charlie. Here's the current forecast cone of Ian showing a similar track, but this is a different storm. We always tell you every storm is different, and this one, even though the track is fairly reminiscent, it is a much larger storm. The wind field is going to be much larger. In fact, the entire wind field, hurricane force wind field of Charlie, can currently fit in the eye right now, which is about 32 miles in diameter of Ian. Very powerful system. We're expecting this to grow in size as it continues to strengthen. We are showing some signs of lightning on both the northern and southern tier that could be additional signs of some more strengthening at this moment. We've been tracking some heavy bands of rain moving it across the area. We hear it here in the studio. The eye wall, which is the most powerful part of this hurricane, is packing the strongest of the winds. We also see some of the heaviest of the rain. That is currently about 54 miles to the south and west of where it is expected to make landfall, somewhere there close to the Cape Hayes Peninsula. And the National Hurricane Center, their latest 6 a.m. update, told me that it's moving at about 10 miles per hour. So if you factor in about the time of that, about 55 miles or so away from that eye wall making its way onshore, and it's moving at about 10 miles per hour, bearing that it doesn't have any kind of change in speed. We're looking at what could be the actual arrival of those eye wall winds within about the next 5.5 to 6 hours for those areas. It is right now about 6:19, so we're talking about close to about noon, 11:30 noon for some of those areas in Charlotte County. So I'm going to time this out for you right now. Wind gusts will be increasing as we head into Collier County. Actually, let's take a look at those current wind gusts at the moment. Take you back here. We are currently looking at those wind gusts at about 46 miles per hour Punta Gorda, 47 mile per hour wind gusts in Port Charlotte. We've got 50 mile per hour wind gusts now in Naples, 62 mile per hour wind gusts last reported in Marco Island, where you have some gusts between about 20 to 35 miles per hour for those inland zones. So winds certainly picking up as anticipated. We've been saying after about 6 a.m. we're really going to start to feel these. And as the system continues to head northward, here we go, right on time. As I said, within about the next 5.5 to 6 hours, we're looking at those hurricane force winds within that eye wall, reaching some of those areas of far western Lee in Charlotte County. That's where we could see some wind gusts of over 120, perhaps even over 130 miles per hour. Can't quite even rule out some gusts of up to about 140 miles per hour from that eye wall. This pushes onshore as we head through 1, 2, 3 p.m. This continues to track to the north and east, winds remaining strong and around Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte of over 100 miles per hour through 3, 4, 5 p.m. before this eventually begins to pull off to the north and east. We will continue to deal with those extremely strong winds even as it does pull off to the north and east, but slowly beginning to kind of dissipate here as we head into tonight. These begin to weaken, and certainly by tomorrow morning, and really we should start to see those winds die down quite a bit by tomorrow evening is when we're going to see and feel these winds a much lighter. But the worst of this, it's going to come as we head towards really beginning at around noon today through 1, 2, 3 p.m. as that eye wall pushes onshore. Now the winds also, those create storm surge. So we're looking at a powerful Category 4 hurricane with the onshore wind, and this is what the progression of storm surge is going to look like. You look for the winds that are pushing onshore. So as we head throughout this morning, we're likely going to start to see that water beginning to be pushed up right now across our far southern zone of Collier County. It's likely beginning now for areas like Sanibel and at least on the eastern coast of the Cape Hayes Peninsula. As the system continues to move northward, we continue through 10:30, 11 a.m. with the strong winds up portions of southern Collier County. That's where we have a lot of those areas that, as I was showing you the storm surge map, highlighted in red for areas like Chokoloskee, Everglades City, expecting possible storm surge of over 9 feet in those areas, and that would be why all that water pushing in from the south, along with out towards areas like Iona, Fort Myers Beach, there's that onshore flow by 10:30, 11 a.m., and up through the Charlotte Harbor across the eastern portion of the Cape Hayes Peninsula. 2 p.m., we start to see a little bit of a shift, taking a bit more of a southwesterly component, and that's when we should begin to see some of that storm surge begin. The water levels rising a little bit in the Caloosahatchee River, 5:30, and then on the western coast of Sanibel, Captiva, west coast of Pine Island, and then eventually that's when we'll also start to see that water begin to rise up the Peace River and the Myakka River in the Charlotte Harbor through areas like Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, with that additional shift to the south and west. This is even through tonight as the system is lifted northward. Ongoing water level rises expected still for the Charlotte Harbor, down through areas like Pine Island Sound, and still ongoing for the Caloosahatchee River, where we will see some out through also then the coast of Collier County for areas like Vanderbilt Beach, Pelican Bay, down through about the Naples area. At that point in time, you're going to start to see by tonight that water beginning to push on shore. And we'll continue to see this even through the overnight time frame, some onshore flow component, but we'll start to see again those winds lighten up as the system exits beginning late tomorrow, which at least should allow for that storm surge to start slowing down and help those waters at least to slow down a touch. But it's going to be hard for them to recede with this onshore persistent flow. For more on what it currently looks like outside, speaking of with those winds, we've got some breezy conditions right now, Fisherman's Village. We're going to turn it over to meteorologist Nash Rhodes.
Yeah, breezy conditions in Fisherman's Village. Also seeing beginnings of storm surge, as you mentioned, both negative storm surge, and then eventually we will start to see storm surge on the southern side of this thing as it does pass by. I do want to show you one other factor that we will be seeing and have already started seeing for many of our inland zones. It is the significant amount of rainfall on the outside of Ian, as Ian is a prolific producer of rain. Sky camera in Punta Gorda at Fisherman's Village showing some of those showers and storms continuing to track by as the outer bands of Ian push through the area. And those bands have carved some impressive 24-hour rainfall totals. You can tell these bands move through just by the sheer shape and the thin nature of these rain indicators here. These are radar-derived products, so these numbers aren't verified. However, our radar is still estimating totals up to 7 to almost 8 inches of rainfall into interior and north sections of Hendry County. That's where we saw some of those more prolific cells track through the area. Additionally, out towards northeastern extreme corners of Hendry County towards the Lake Okeechobee waterfront, we've seen totals range between potentially 7 to 2 inches of rainfall locally. More rain is on the way, and we do have multiple models to actually estimate these rainfall totals here. The American model, which is one of our prolific forecasting models here as far as the tropics go, still showing between 5 to 6 inches of rainfall for the northwestern extent into sections of Sarasota and Charlotte counties. This is on top of the rainfall that we have already received. Additionally, we can flip over to the European model, which slows this down just a little bit. That leads to more rainfall totals, and you can certainly tell by the amount of rain that it's forecasting. Nearly 10 inches of rain out there towards both Charlotte into Sarasota counties. Again, a slightly worst case scenario here as far as rainfall totals go. Moving forward now to the sky camera in downtown Fort Myers, you're seeing this shaking back and forward. Those are the strong winds on the outer bands of this hurricane. Expect those wind speeds to only go upward from here as wind gusts could exceed 100 miles per hour by this afternoon. And a quick check-in with wind gusts from when we last saw them with Casey. Still sticking with 50 mile per hour wind gusts in Sanibel, Englewood, Naples, and Marco Island. Areas inland still in the 40s. In fact, Port Charlotte joining the 50s right at 50 mile per hour wind gusts in that latest update. Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, Bonita Springs, and many other locations now into the 40s with those wind gusts. We will continue to monitor this and see how those winds pick up as that eye approaches Collier County. We are still forecasting landfall, however, north of Collier County. And we'll have more information as it comes out on Hurricane Ian.
I want to show you some video that Nicholas sent us. Are you looking at your screen right there? Yeah, we'll play it again for you, don't worry. He caught this on his Ring camera at 5:30 this morning. I hope it loops here. There's the big bear looking for a place to stay. Not the only ones out there trying to find shelter at this time. A place off Corkscrew Road in Estero, east of 75 in Ben Hill Griffin. I live down in this area. It's not totally unusual to see this, but just at a moment to realize we're not the only people out there looking for shelter.
Yeah,
right
wildlife
now,
also in for a rough ride over the next few hours. We wanted to kind of recap what's happening right now. So what you're seeing behind us is Wink's Live Doppler 3X. You see the large storm system, Hurricane Ian, now a Category 4 storm. As of this moment, in Lee County, emergency services have been suspended on Matlacha, Pine Island, places like Cape Coral. We're just getting word Lehigh Acres Fire Control also suspending emergency services. So what this means is if you call 911, it is now too dangerous for first responders to try and get to you. They can only respond to these calls once the storm is long gone and they deem that it's safe to get to you. So it feels a little scary at times, but that's just where we stand right now. It's just not safe to be on the roadways.
And in many instances, whether it was the sheriff's office, fire department, or police department, they station folks all over. So it's not like they have to come straight from the one center. They are spread out throughout their areas in safe spots, and that way they can respond quickly. In fact, I think we have an image showing 18, there you see them, Lee County EMS ambulances and 5 supervisor vehicles bunkering in for the night. This was taken Tuesday night. This is at the Civic Center. And simply so, once Ian passes, they can swap out for any trucks that encounter problems or have mechanical issues. And this will help those operations get back up and running as quickly as possible.
And I know a lot of you are waking up this morning. In fact, if you're watching the Facebook live stream on the Wink News Facebook page, a lot of you are saying, I'm wide awake. I can't sleep. I hear the wind. I hear the hard rain. We're told by our meteorologists that the worst of this is now expected to blow through from 1 to 2 to 3 p.m. today. So, you know, the conditions are starting to go downhill right now. You're hearing that wind. Probably even hearing some things you may never even heard before in your home, but it is going to be quite the ride. We're going to be here with you every step of the way, and I feel comforted knowing that I know that people have been preparing. We've seen it. You know, the grocery stores have been full, gas stations have been full. We know when to take it seriously.
And let's take a full shot of Wink Doppler 3X so you can get a good sense. This tool really capturing the strength of Ian here. And, you know, as Corey's talking about preparations, right now is when I would really encourage you, and Casey and I believe Nash have been reiterating this too, to kind of run down that last minute, more so if you're going to lose power, because I know we are seeing power outages across Southwest Florida. So what does that look like? Well, first of all, make sure you have a way to stay informed. Corey mentioned there's a lot of folks joining the Facebook Live group. So whether that is logging online or through an app to get weather alerts, maybe a battery-operated radio. We are simulcasting on Wave 101.1 as well as Wink 96.9. That way you can hear us through the radio if you need to go to an interior place in your home. Another option, pump up the volume on the TV, and that way you can stay safe in that interior place. That's the first thing you need to make sure you do. Also, now's a good time to check in with family and friends and make sure you've got that single point of contact ready to go so you can all communicate efficiently once this moves through. Text message is the best way. I encourage you to maybe cool the house down a little bit. Casey mentioned put on that sweater if you need to. And that way, if you do lose power, hopefully your home's already just a little bit cooler and it's not so uncomfortable as you are riding out this storm. Another good tip, to freeze some water bottles now. And that way you have something that serves as some ice to keep your frozen or refrigerated foods cool, and then it will melt and you'll eventually have some water too.
And let's talk about power outages because we are at a point now we are going to start seeing those widespread power outages. If we can actually go back to Wink Doppler 3X, the power outages are now starting to spread. Places like Matlacha, Pine Island, Sanibel Island. In fact, Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt came over to us just a minute ago saying we are starting to see these widespread power outages. Now, if it's widespread, FPL and LCEC, they are going to know about it. In fact, FPL, I was talking to them when we were putting together the hurricane special. They have started to harden the grid, put in these smart meters so they know exactly where the power outages are happening. And we know that they have been staging linemen all throughout the state and especially here in Southwest Florida. So when it's safe, they're going to start with those high transmission lines, the critical infrastructure, police departments, grocery stores, hospitals first, and then they're going to start branching out into the transmission lines into the neighborhoods. But they tell me that if it's widespread, they are going to know about it by their automated system.
And let's actually get over to Lisa Hutton, because I believe you have one of those outage maps up, if we can pull up Live Touch behind her there. Lisa, I know one of our commissioners was texting with a reporter on Marco Island saying lights flickered on and off and on and off, and I think that's going to be the case for a lot of people. How's that map looking?
Yeah, you could definitely see we are experiencing those outages. We can actually go county by county here on this particular map, and it will tell you the outages of all the providers. We were showing you before the FPL maps, the LCEC maps, but this map takes into account all the different providers. So this one here in Sarasota, they have about 9,000 customers out there. Let me see if we can bring that back. Let's see. These maps can get kind of tricky. I'm going to send it back over to you guys, and we will show you those outages here in just a moment.
Okay. Yeah, Lisa, thank you. We appreciate that. We'll let you regroup and get that together. Let's actually go to Weather Authority meteorologist Casey Sherman with a new update on what she is seeing weather-wise. And when it comes to the strength of this storm, Casey, that eye is staying very well defined.
It is, and what you can also notice on both sides of this, on the north side and on the south side, we have lightning, and that, unfortunately, it's a sign of strengthening. We may have a strengthening system up to landfall. Now, I want to look at some of the rain that we do have across the area right now. It has been coming in some heavier bands as we travel up through DeSoto County. Right now, for those areas along and just the west of US 17, we also have some heavier rain currently in areas like Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda. Look how fast these bands are moving. I will say, we're talking about rainfall rates within these where you see the red, about a half an inch to an inch per hour. It's heavy, but we sometimes experience a whole lot heavier here from our afternoon thunderstorms. But you keep in mind, when you're talking about a half an inch to an inch per hour, and we have this ongoing for several hours, that's what leads to the heavy rain that we get with these tropical systems, where right now we're forecasting between 4 to 8, even up to about a foot of rain, and I will have those rainfall projections in just a bit. Northport, though, currently some heavier rain passing through the Charlotte Harbor, Cape Hayes Peninsula. You now have some heavier rain moving through Rotunda. Boca Grande, you've got some heavy rain on the way right now, along with the Pine Island area, a bit lighter as you travel farther south down the island. Sanibel, you also are tracking and looking at some of those heavier bands now beginning to rotate into the area and on into Captiva. And down through areas like Cape Coral, a bit lighter there for Southwest Florida International Airport, but still some steady rain nevertheless. We have some heavier pockets right now moving through Naples, down through Lely Resort, and even down through portions of Marco Island and Bonita Springs there. You can see a little bit of a heavier pocket. And we even have some additional heavy bands down through areas like Everglades City, 10,000 Islands across the area. Drier, though, as you travel inland, while we do have some heavy rain for Buckhead Ridge, Moorhaven, you're at least in a dry pocket there, along with Clewiston, a bit drier. So it's some at least dry time is always a good thing. Rainfall totals, this is the European model. This is total for really this event. We're talking about, for those inland zones, I would say between about 2, 3, 4, maybe up to 5 inches of rain. It's those northwestern areas that'll have the heavier potential, as they'll be closer to that center axis, that heavier axis of rain, where you could see over 8 inches. We've had some models showing over a foot of rain in some of those particular locations. Now, for the winds, and I want to focus in, I've seen a lot of Facebook messages. What about DeSoto County, Glades County, Hendrick County? For those people that do live in those areas, I want to focus and highlight in on those areas right now. These are what your wind gusts are going to be looking at one of the windiest times from this storm system. We're talking about gusts between 60 to 70, perhaps closer to the 80-mile-per-hour threshold for areas like Lehigh Acres. If you live in Clewiston, LaBelle, we're talking about 45 to 60-mile-per-hour winds. The strongest winds, they're going to be in areas of Charlotte County, Lee County, Englewood, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, Sanibel, Captiva, and even Arcadia. We can't rule out seeing some gusts closer to 100 miles per hour for that area, as you may get very close to that eye wall as it begins that inland track. This is about 4 o'clock. We continue to see those winds gusting of over 120. I wouldn't rule out 140 mile per hour wind gusts as this eye wall pushes on shore. The time frame of that looks to be between about 1 to 2, perhaps as late as 3 p.m. It's looking bottom line like sometime that's going to be just after about noon today that we're really going to see those winds crank. The strongest of the winds with this system. We'll start to see it depart as we head towards about 7, 8 p.m. this evening. And from there, we start to at least see those winds gusts lighten up, but they'll still remain pretty hefty here as we head through the overnight time frame. It's by about Thursday evening that we'll really start to see those winds at least wind down across the area, keeping it pretty windy still, even as we head throughout the day for your Thursday. So, Ian, it's a growing system, similar track to Charlie, but it is going to be a much larger system, which is why those winds, the wind field is going to be felt much outside, more outside the center than Charlie. And we'll have much more still on Ian coming up, but I am going to toss it back over to Lindsay and Corey.
All right, Casey, thank you for keeping a close eye on that. We want to show you kind of across Southwest Florida what everyone's dealing with. So first, we're going to head to Fort Myers Beach. This is on the southern part of the island there at Estero Cove Condominiums. You see a little bit of the wind blowing there, and it looks like some ponding in the parking lot from the rain that's been falling. Again, that's on the southern point of Fort Myers Beach.
And let's get to another video here. Winds from northwest Cape Coral. This is right off Burnt Store Road, and gusts of up to 29 miles per hour have been detected here. I believe this is from viewer Brian Freeman. This area of Cape Coral is very close to the water here, so they're going to start seeing very high wind gusts the closer Ian moves to the Cape Coral shoreline. Doesn't look like much ponding or flooding in the roadways, but you can definitely see the wind start to pick up.
And then let's get you down to Collier County, where you are getting a look at the wind blowing some palm trees there. This is right at Pine Ridge Road and Livingston. This viewer sent a video in, I believe, in the last 30 minutes or so, but you see again, wind just picking up trees. At that time, they were not dealing with any rain there.
All right, let's get over to Weather Authority meteorologist Nash Rhodes, if we can. He has a crucial update that he just learned about Hurricane Ian. Nash, it's strengthening even more.
Yeah, we expected rapid intensification. It's just rapidly intensified very quickly. We saw all that lightning around the center, and as of the latest advisory at 6:35 a.m., they have now found sustained winds of 155 miles per hour and a pressure level of 936 millibars. To put that in perspective, as we play this forward here on the Saffir-Simpson scale, we are now 2 miles per hour shy of achieving Category 5 status here with Ian. Definitely a dangerous storm, almost all the way high on our category scale. So please be advised to be careful with this storm as it is approaching land here by this afternoon.
All right, Nash, thank you with the update. Again, like we've been reiterating, though, our team has been stressing they expected this to intensify. Still at a Category 4 right now, but I think we need to focus at home as you're sheltering that you have prepared for this. Take a deep breath. If it does upgrade, I know it's just shy of that. What you do doesn't change at this point. Right. You shelter in place. You stay in a safe place in your home. What does that look like? Where there are no windows. Hopefully you can't see out at this point. You've got the shutters up, but then find that most interior part of your home. Casey mentioned earlier, maybe near plumbing, because that kind of helps with the structure, and just stay there. hunker down with your family and be prepared. It's going to be a long day for our community as we are going to be dealing with Ian as it moves up our coast.
And I know we're such a strong community, such a tight-knit community. We're going to get through this. I think we all just take a deep breath. If you are staying put, if you decided not to leave, if you're not in a mandatory evacuation zone, like Lindsay said, it's going to be a rough day for us, but we're going to be with you every step of the way. What you're taking a look at behind us now is the latest scans of Hurricane Ian on live Doppler 3X. If we can take that full, just to give you a sense of where this storm is located, it is very close to our coastline here. And this is why you're going to start feeling those winds really start to pick up, some lightning perhaps, and then definitely the rainfall with these bands.
And here in the studios, and we're along the Caloosahatchee in downtown Fort Myers, we feel the same thing, and our meteorologists have reiterated this, you know, rain coming down right now as you get a band, you feel the wind, and then maybe it calms down. But that's by no means the end of it. It's going to come around again. And let's actually go live to downtown Fort Myers from our sky cam there so we can see what we're experiencing there. And you see it does look like a little bit of rain on the lens there. Camera not shaking at all. And sometimes in our windstorms we see that. But you know what? Let's go to Fisherman's Village in Punta Gorda because the wind there, that's actually Village on Venetian Bay. There we go. Fisherman's Village in Punta Gorda, and that's picked up since the last time we checked in on this live camera. You know, we might see occasional wind blowing on this camera, especially in the early morning hours when we're joining you normally, but this is definitely stronger than we've seen in the last hour or so.
Yeah, I'd say so. And, you know, in Key West, they have been getting battered as well for hours and hours. I believe we have some video from the Keys, water rising now because of the high tide. That paired together with the main concern, and the Key West person here is showing high water. Look at this in a home. And you see, I know it's dark, but you can see how high the water is getting. Now, in the lower Keys, a storm surge warning was in place hours after a tide in Key West started rising. And the water was recorded about 2.5 feet above normal. It's safe to say, though, the water levels here in the Keys is only going to keep rising as that storm, Hurricane Ian, is right off the coast.
And do we have the southernmost point with the buoy there, that live camera we can still take and get in a check right now what it looks like there in Key West? Dark. And look, you can see the white caps there. Earlier this morning, very early this morning, I guess you should say almost overnight, we were seeing the white caps kind of crashing along there. Appears to be not the case right now. At one point, they were kind of covering the red concrete buoy there as they were dealing with the brunt of all of that. But again, that's the southernmost point, that iconic buoy everyone goes to take a picture of, getting a live picture there right now.
And if we can, let's get to Weather Authority meteorologist Casey Sherman, who is analyzing here Wink Doppler 3X. Casey, this storm, the eye, is so well defined. Are you noticing anything changing with it as the hour goes on?
We've certainly noticed some strengthening, and that is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. I'm going to get you to that track where we've had an intermediate advisory that just came out, 6:35, and they're going to start to do this. Hurricane hunters and the National Hurricane Center update this more frequently as it approaches land. It is a strengthening system still, Category 4, a strong Category 4 with 155 mile per hour winds. That's only a couple miles per hour shy of Category 5 strength. The pressure continues to drop, now 936 millibars. It's moving to the northeast at 10 miles per hour. We're going to continue to see that track continue. This does eventually take it into a track that is fairly reminiscent of Hurricane Charlie. But I will say the pressure from that latest update, it is officially lower than Hurricane Charlie. That in response leads to those stronger winds, which we have seen from this previous update, from the update that just came out rather, where those winds are now at 155 miles per hour. So track similar, very different storm still. This is going to be a bigger storm in terms of size. Also right now with that pressure down, it is officially a stronger storm than Hurricane Charlie as it continues this track off to the north and east. This is a closer look still into that forecast cone where we are expecting a landfall sometime around about 2 o'clock or so as we head into this afternoon, 1-2 p.m. for those areas close to the Captiva, up through the Cape Hayes Peninsula. That is the red center line. But again, we still have had the possibility of having it be within that cone. Any little wobble here with this current system could lead to a track that's a little bit farther off to the north if we see a little bit more of a wobble to the west, or a little bit farther off to the south. But either way you cut it, this is going to be bringing some significant impacts to Southwest Florida, which is why we've been saying you need to take this system seriously. We're dealing with the rain. We're starting to feel those winds pick up right now. Here's a look at that center of circulation. Here is the eye, where you can see that lightning that's been developing around it. It's a sign of strengthening. We've got some very warm water in the Gulf of Mexico. If you've been in that recently in any of our beach areas, you feel that. It feels like bath water. That's what the system it is currently feeding off of, but we prepared for this. Hurricanes, the good thing is about them, we have a lot of time to watch them. A lot of us have completely prepared. We've stocked up with the water. We are stocked up with food. You have at least hopefully some supplies for those power outages that we've been telling you about that are inevitable at this point in time. We have prepared for a significant system here across Southwest Florida. It is going to be time, though, that we're really just heading into the time that all of us need to be sheltered in place. But for the next about 12 hours, I would say really for the next about 6 hours here, we're really going to start to see some of the impacts get much worse. And then we'll continue to see those impacts continue at a high magnitude, especially for northern areas as we head into this evening. So here's a current look at that projected forecast track. We keep a pretty close eye on the motion of the center. Again, any little shift off to the west here would be a little bit of a help to us as it continues this northerly track. Looks a bit of a new north track, but we'll see. Maybe it is turning this could just be a brief shift here. You can see all those wobbles that we've had there in the yellow line. Still forecast this, though, again, regardless, even if we see a little bit of wobble, to see a significant impact here across our area. There is the eye. Here is the eye wall packing the strongest of the winds, and that is about 48 or so miles south of where around that projected landfall may be. So we're talking about a system that's moving 10 miles per hour to the north-northeast. About a 50-mile-per-hour difference with distance. We're talking about that eye wall potentially arriving in some of those areas within about 5 hours. Time now is right now, it's about just before 7 o'clock. So we're talking about those potential impacts arriving by as early as the eye wall winds arriving around that lunchtime hour. So that's what we're going to continue to prepare for here as we continue to see what's right now just some gusty winds and also rainfall. I want to take a look at some of those current wind gusts that we do have across the area. Currently, we are seeing these really pick up across the region. We've got now 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts for Marco Island. We've got 56-mile-per-hour wind gusts for Sanibel. We now have 47-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Cape Coral, Bonita Springs. As the system lifts northward, we're going to continue to see those winds increase across the area quite a bit. And of course, that eye wall, as it pushes on shore, that's what's going to be bringing those winds up to 100, 120, perhaps even as strong and up to over 140 miles per hour. So that's what we're preparing for within about the next 5 to 6 hours. For these areas, you're going to hear it if you stayed in those locations. It's going to sound very loud. You're going to then eventually see if you're in that eye where nothing's happening, those winds calm down quick, and then they're going to pick up again, but from a different direction. So make sure if this is your first hurricane and you have not experienced an eye, do not go outside in the eye. It's going to be just eerily quiet. But those winds pick up on the second side of that eye wall pretty quickly, and that knocks things around as it's out of that different direction. That's what can definitely lead to some serious injuries. Storm surge, of course, we'll continue to see that threat increase as this moves up the coast, at least parallel to the coast. we're talking about that especially increasing as we head what will be throughout late this morning into this afternoon and continuing through the overnight time frame. I'm going to shift it back to Corey and Lindsay right now.
All right, Casey, thank you. I just want to get this in really quickly. Comcast actually sent us an email saying they have opened up all of their Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots throughout Southwest Florida to help keep people connected. This is going to be free to use. But if you are knocked offline, if you don't have television and your power goes out, if there is a Wi-Fi hotspot somewhere where you are, perhaps you can log on to that and then watch our live stream from the Wink News Facebook page or from winknews.com. But Comcast allowing you to connect to their Wi-Fi for free.
Let's check in with one of our reporters who's been stationed down in Collier County off of Vanderbilt Beach. That's where we find Liz Byro. She's been with us since about midnight now. And Liz, how are conditions there currently?
Well, the wind has really just picked up. I mean, since I just came outside about 5 minutes ago, and as Casey was saying, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, you can just hear the howling. Now, two interesting things did just happen in the last couple of minutes. The first one, we heard thunder, and I didn't realize that we had not heard of thunder since midnight until it happened. Another thing that just happened about 2 minutes ago, the lights did flicker on and off. Now, we know from that an hour ago, Annette Montgomery found out that Marco Island did lose power for a little bit. Our lights are now flickering. I'm definitely going to head back inside after this to make sure that everything I have is charged, and I recommend you guys at home do that too. Make sure your phones are charged. And county commissioners have already said this is an area prone to flooding, so now is really a time just to hunker down. Again, the wind is howling, the rain is coming down, the conditions have stayed pretty consistent. In Naples, Liz Byro, Wink News.
All right, Liz, stay safe out there. Let's go ahead and take a look. Naples Pier is where you're looking right now. They're live, and that is not a sight we're used to seeing with the Gulf, where you see the surf. And just moments ago, you noticed the sky lit up, lightning there. It doesn't look like, though, it's raining there currently. We have some news we want to share with you. The Turner Center is open for a shelter for residents. We are hearing, though, that it's very cold there, so they are asking that you please bring blankets, and that way you stay warm there. And I'm speaking about DeSoto County. I just wanted to make sure I had the right location. So Turner Center is open for anyone in DeSoto County who is trying to find a safe place right now. Again, very cold, so please bring a blanket. Also bring food and drinks for your family. They want you to know that pets are allowed, but they do need to be in crates.
And let's get back now to the power outages. We've warned you that we are going to see power outages as Hurricane Ian approaches Southwest Florida. We have on the phone Karen Ryan from LCEC. Karen, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. So can you just give us an overview of what it's like for your particular LCEC customers and power outages?
For right now, we are seeing some outages, as you mentioned, on Marco Island. The whole island is not out, but they are getting some high winds. So there's about 4,000 customers out there. And then also on Sanibel, we have about 3,500 customers out. And I was listening to you this morning, and everything you said is so true that right now our crews are still out there, if it's safe to work, restoring power. But once we have widespread outages, there's no need for customers to call in. We know they're out of power, and we'll be assessing the damage as soon as it's safe to be out there, and then we'll start restoration right after that.
And Karen, this is a question we get all the time. I know you get that, and I know there's no clear-cut answer here, but it's when will the power be back on? So can you just walk, especially because we have so many folks who are new to this area, kind of what that process looks like for your team?
That is a great question, and it is always the one that we hear the most, and sometimes we hear it for weeks. Hopefully not this time. What happens is after the damage is assessed, then we will send crews throughout our 6 county service territory, and they will restore the main circuits first. That will get hospitals back on, grocery stores, law enforcement agencies, so that customers can start getting back to normal, at least with some of their repairs that they need to make. Once those main circuits are restored, then we will start targeting the areas that have the largest amount of customers that we can restore the quickest. So an example of that is if we have assessed an area that does not have a lot of damage, and we can send crews there and restore 2,000 customers, that's an area that we'll go to first. If there's an area that has a lot of trees down, poles down, that's going to take a little more resources, and that will be after we restore the easy restorations, which I say easy, but it's never easy. After, especially with a hurricane of this magnitude. But once the large customers are restored, then we will go and target where there are customers, 1 or 2 customers that are out. So those will be the customers that will have that question, when am I getting my power back?
Yeah. And you know, Karen, when we were working with LCEC for our hurricane special, we talked about the supply chain issues going through the pandemic, preparing for a storm like this. You guys at LCEC started hoarding basically different things like transformers and power lines to make sure that you have what you need to respond. Do you feel in good enough shape that you have what you need to respond?
We are glad that we did that, Corey. We looked at our data from Hurricane Charlie and also Irma and the materials that we needed. So we started putting them to the side in case we had a storm like this. We feel like we are in good shape now. You don't know what kind of damage is going to happen with this hurricane, but the good thing is we're a cooperative and all utilities stick together, but there is a strong network of electric cooperatives. And so if there's some materials that we don't have, our partners, throughout the country will come help and come to our mutual aid.
Karen, for folks who are listening, we are telling them power outages are inevitable with the size and strength of this kind of storm. I've been recommending, drop that thermostat a little bit so it's a little bit cooler in your home. Maybe fill up that bottle of water so you have some frozen stuff in the refrigerator. But if there are people listening, they do not have a generator, what tips am I missing to try to make out riding this storm as comfortable as possible, assuming you will lose power?
One of the good things is, turn to your neighbors. If you have family members or friends that do have power, reach out to people that that don't have power and help them out. Patience is probably going to be the number one thing. Is just to be patient. Is that all utilities will get to everybody eventually, and there is a good plan. If they don't see trucks in their neighborhood, it doesn't mean that we're not there. But I would say you're very, very wise to talk about the fill water bottles and put them in the freezer, and that will keep food as cool as it can be until your power is restored. But that only lasts for so long.
Yeah.
So reach out, and also if you have families in other areas, everybody has to get their homes back in order, but safety is going to be the best thing, because if there is flooding, that is not when you want to turn the electricity back on. You want to make sure that you have your house inspected, the electric system inspected before you turn the power back on.
Well, Karen, Brian from LCEC, thank you very much for joining us live on the phone. The crews, the linemen and women that go out after a storm, they are the heroes in these situations because they are leaving their families and they are working nonstop until the power gets back on. So, Karen, thanks for joining us again. We appreciate it.
Just a testament, I think, too, Corey, that we cannot function without connectivity in today's world, right? No. We are taking you live right now. Is this Diamond Head on Fort Myers Beach that we are looking at, starting to see a little bit of daylight, so we're getting a better sense of those conditions. It's so hard in these overnight hours to really understand what the situation is. No rain there on Fort Myers Beach at Diamond Head, but you definitely see that wind and then the surf from the Gulf there out in the distance a little bit.